delirious, but his ginger hair is always glorious. And remember, it's not that serious, it's just the Pink Trip Show, you silly duck. The time is here, stand up now, run outside and shout, shout, shout. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. Sometimes he's a tad bit delirious, but his ginger hair is always glorious. And remember, it's not that serious, it's just a Pink Trip Show, you silly cuck. Seriously? Seriously. Get up, stand up, go outside and scream as loud as you possibly can, man. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. 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 Sometimes he's a tad bit delirious, but his ginger hair is always glorious. And remember, it's not that serious, it's just a Pink Trip Show, you silly tuck. The time is here, stand up now, run outside and shout, shout, shout. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show.
He's always a tad bit delirious, and his ginger hair is so glorious. And remember, it's not that serious, it's just the Pink Trip Show, you silly duck. The time is here, stand up now, run outside and shout, shout, shout. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. He's always a tad bit delirious, and his ginger hair is so glorious. And remember, it's not that serious, it's just the Pink Trip Show, you silly cuck. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show. It's time for the Pink Trip Show.
What's up, everybody? Make sure mic's on. Mic's on. Oh, what's up? Things are getting crazy. Let's just jump to it. All right. So, I don't know if you guys have been following. First of all, I want to start off this episode by giving a shout out to one of my special viewers, John McCarter. Now, a lot of you guys have seen John in the comments, and I want you all to say hello to John and welcome him to the show. John's a very special fan, and I want you all to treat him with a lot of respect. Welcome, John. Thank you for your support. All right. So if you weren't following, the last couple days, things have gone to complete shit in Los Angeles. And it's basically, so this is what's going on right now. I expect it to get a lot worse overnight. We got quite a few pulled up here that we're going to be checking in on and watching the action. I expect as it gets dark, it's going to be a lot like yesterday. Okay. It's going to be probably maybe even worse. I don't know. We'll see. This might end up being a long stream because I'm going to be here for a while. We're going to cover this late into the night. So make yourself some drinks, make yourself a snack, whatever you need to do, get comfortable. We're going to be here for a while. We're also going to be covering some other things. We're going to be covering the last Protect Our Parks episode. And I will be announcing my candidacy for President of the United States in 2028. And I have a detailed plan that we will be going over that is pretty much foolproof. It's foolproof, guys. That will solve all of our problems. It will save this country. It will get us out of debt within the next 30 years. And it will create an economic boom like we've never seen before. And I will be giving a speech at some point to unveil this plan. And hopefully I'll win, I'll be president and we can actually do it. You know, that'll never happen, but this is a fucking good plan. I think I solved it. I think I figured out how we solve this fucking problem. Okay. We're going to get to that later. First, let's see what's going on here. Let me turn this. Let me get this volume up.
The laws have been virtually ignored, and not only ignored, but
so we're gonna go on X. We're gonna watch what happened yesterday. We're gonna watch some of the speeches, but let's just check in what's going on live. Okay, so yeah, a lot of Hispanics. Seems like it's a lot of illegals involved in these protests. So man, I don't think this is helping your cause, guys. If you're trying to convince Americans that, like, no, we shouldn't be deported even though we came illegally, most Americans are going to watch this and say, get these people the fuck out of our country. Okay? If you came in illegally, you already broke the law. And it's why is it so terrible that all you have to do is just go home? That's all you have to do is just go back home. We're not sending you to prison. We're not doing a bunch of crazy shit. You're just going back to your home where you are a citizen and have rights, as opposed to this country where you're not a citizen, you came in illegally and have no rights. Sounds good to me. But no, let's have a riot. That'll solve the problems, guys. Let's have a riot. That's how we get fucking support, right? So yeah, the National Guard supposedly has been sent in, but it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be helping much at this point, man. All right, so let's go into the bookmarks. A lot of people feel that Karen Bass kicked this off. Okay, we all know Democrats are pro-open borders. They're very, very upset about the policies of deporting many of these illegals that they brought in and want in there. Like, it seems like it's their way of kind of holding power. And Karen Bass came out and basically stoked this whole thing.
Outraged that this has happened. Of course, what happened here, I think, was probably the worst. There were a number of locations where ICE raided today. And, you know, to me, when these things happen, it sows a sense of terror in the community. It's bad enough that it happened at this location, but the way this goes and spreads throughout the community, then people are not sure where they're safe. Outraged that this has happened.
Okay, so there's this one, basically. I mean, I think there was some other stuff she said. Let me see. Here we go. Karen Bass says she's going to defend illegals from ICE. We're going to fight for all Angelinos. That's the word fight. Gotta be careful when you use that word. Regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not, we are a city of immigrants. So you're going to stand on the side of being against the law. You're not for the law. The law doesn't matter to you, right? This seems like, again, the strategy the Democrats have when things are going to shit and they really need a victory, they just create problems. They create problems like this, and because they can work up a huge percentage of the population to hate Republicans, no matter if they cause the problem in the first place, it's a win-win for them, right? So they can set the city on fire and go, it's Trump's fault the city's on fire. It's Trump's fault that the city burned down. So it's like I create the problem, and then I know I can just blame it on somebody else. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like 2020 in a way. This is feeling like the beginning of another summer of love.
We are going to fight for all Angelenos, regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not. We are a city of immigrants, and this impacts hundreds of thousands of Angelenos. We are going.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, this is another message from Karen Bass. This morning, we received reports of federal immigration enforcement actions in multiple locations in Los Angeles. As mayor of a proud city of immigrants who contribute to our city in so many ways, I am deeply angered by what has taken place. These tactics sow terror in our communities and disrupt basic principles of safety in our city. So basically, she's calling the federal government terrorists for enforcing the law and enforcing our border law and enforcing what the American people just voted for, which is to clean up this issue, this rampant illegal immigration that is just the problem. And this, obviously, it's a problem. Look at what we're dealing with now. What was that? My office is in close coordination with immigrants' right community organizations. We will not stand for this. So basically, she's responsible for this. The mayor of Los Angeles basically kicked off a riot in her city. And if you know how these things work, they're probably coordinating with Soros and other groups to actually coordinate these things. Maybe some of these people are being paid. Who knows, man? So yeah, Karen Bass kicked it off. There was this other, let me see if I can find her. Hopefully I saved that bookmark. There was this other city council woman that kicked it off too. And yeah, if you guys don't know, Karen Bass is a communist. Like, she won't openly say it, but if you look at her history, she's a communist. It's not surprising. Look at her. I mean, you know, what an outstanding lady. She seems like a sweet lady. Maybe I didn't save the bookmark, but there was another. Yeah, this beautiful woman right here.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up,
arrest these people.
When they show up, we gotta show.
Arrest these people. This is worse than January 6th. These are people calling on. I mean, they're going to say, well, that's not what I was saying. I wasn't calling for them to set things up. You know what you're doing. You're stoking the flames. You're telling people to fight. You're telling people to resist. What do you fucking think's going to happen?
Show up even stronger. They know how.
So, yeah, this is worse than January 6th. But I think their goal is for the media to spin it and to make it that this is all Trump's fault because he's deporting innocent people who are just trying to live their lives and they're being robbed of the American dream. And, you know, they'll spin it and they'll probably get a lot of support because they're really good at pulling on the heartstrings with people who don't have common sense and only think with their emotions. Mostly women and black people. God love them. I love them. I love women and black people, but it's true. It's true. Not all black people, obviously. Mostly black women. Mostly black women. All right, so let's go through some of these scenes. Well, let's see what's going on right now. Yep, still on fire. I mean, where's the National Guard to put out the fire? Why isn't the National Guard in here just like... And they're showing up with paintball guns. It's crazy. Like, they're showing up and just shooting paintball guns. It's like, I mean, sounds like fun to me, man. Let me get my paintball gun and go out there. Yeah, so, okay. Still kind of... I mean... Still bad, but it seems like right now it's just more of a photo op. Hey, let's set some shit on fire and get a photo op. That'll be great. All right, so yeah, let's go through some of the scenes from last night. Okay, I think this one's from today.
Invasion and put an end to these migrant riots.
Let me zoom in so we can get this a little
more. Order will be restored, the president writing. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So obviously some provocation here from the president.
Bro, this getting on this blocking the freeway shit. We need a way to stop this. We need like some sort of system to just like, I don't know how you do it, but I mean, this is so stupid when people just walk on the freeway like this. I mean, eventually people are going to get run over because people are going to be sick of this shit. I mean, you know how fucking crazy people get stuck in traffic, and now they're stuck in traffic because some idiots are walking on the freeway. Somebody's going to lose their mind. Somebody's going to lose their mind. It's not a good strategy. I mean, it's a good strategy if you want terrible things to happen so that you can spin those terrible things to be the enemy's fault, right? Okay. Maxine Waters shows up to an ICE facility and they slam the door in her face.
No, I want you to...
These are the people responsible. They're 100. This woman is 100% responsible for this. If you've listened to her rhetoric over the years.
Hello. Congresswoman Waters. I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
Ma'am, we're lobbying securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appeal.
I need to get in.
Arrest her, man.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David.
Get a photo op and stir up more shit.
Work time. Right, 6, 7.
We need. That's another thing I'm going to add to my agenda. When it's not going to be in this speech, but there's going to be more things we're gonna talk about before 2028 that I'm going to do when I hopefully become president in 2028. Well, one is there's going to be an age limit on anybody in office. Okay, I don't know what that age limit would be, but I think maybe 60, maybe 55. There's got to be a point where you age out and you're not eligible to be serving anymore. And that's one way to get rid of pieces of crap like this.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
What is happening here?
Well, there were some of the authorities, I don't know who they were, and I'm trying to get in to see David Worthen, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why he was targeted. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know whether they're going to deport him. I want to report back to my caucus about what's happening.
Did he come into this country illegally? Then he'll probably get deported, right? That's the price you pay. President Trump just sent a strong warning to anti-ICE riders in Los Angeles. You spit, we hit. I'm not going to play the video because that basically explains it. He explains that people are being really nasty to police and spitting on police. And if you spit on police, they're going to hit you. I think that's it's a reasonable response because spitting is assault. That is assault in a way, isn't it? Oh yeah, we got some other stuff. I'll go ahead since I'm just going through these bookmarks in order. More dead people found in the lake in Austin. 38 dead people have been found in Austin since 2022. That Austin Lake, that's downtown or whatever by 6th Street. So yeah, more dead people floating around there, but nope, it's not a serial killer, guys. Nothing to worry about. Okay, this was last night. This was the National Guard. Apparently, there was the National Guard people that got trapped in a building and then got surrounded by protesters. And this is, I think, them busting out of that building. I'm not 100% sure. The details on all these situations are kind of hard to figure out. But yeah, they just came out of this building blasting paintballs at everybody. I think they're paintballs. They look like paintball guns.
So this looks like this is a separate situation or separate location. And look at this. Look at this. Look, they're shaking. Look. See what I'm saying? Look, oh my goodness. Look at this. Yo, they're coming out crazy. This is live. Whoa, look at this. Oh, they just dispersed the crowd quickly. Whoa, look at this. This is crazy. Oh my goodness.
It's not that crazy. They're coming out just shooting paintballs. I mean, paintballs hurt, but yeah. I don't know. I don't think they're going crazy enough, to be honest. And what's up with these protesters? Like, did anybody learn anything from Martin Luther King? Like, if you want to have a protest that actually succeeds and wins over the heart and minds of the American people, it has to be a peaceful protest. The images coming out have to be of people sitting down with their hands up, clearly being peaceful, and then being attacked by police. And then you win. You win. You basically get whatever you want at that point because the American people will be on your side. But they're too stupid to do that. Or their goal isn't to actually win. Their goal is to create as much chaos as possible so that they can blame it on the other side. I think that's what's going on.
Saw this pop up on another feed, and I'm like, oh my God, what's happening here? They were all like going towards this garage. And look, holy smokes.
Yeah, so the protesters are getting insane because they're throwing fireworks, they're throwing bricks. Like, there are some videos where some of the things these people were doing will probably end up in severe long-term jail time. But I think a lot of these protesters are not scared because they're not Americans. So they're going to get deported anyway. So it's like, well, I'm going to get deported anyway, so I'll break as many laws as I fucking want to before I get deported. Because these people seem to be showing no fear at all of any kind of repercussion. All right, let's go on to the next one. Got a lot of clips from yesterday. We'll get to this one later, but this guy, this is what this guy has to say is what I'm trying to solve as president in 2028 when I eventually become president. Yeah, this is another angle of them coming out of the building. This is where the music kicks in. Dong, 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 and they come out firing.
Oh, they're coming out. They're coming out.
Look at this guy right here. He didn't even wait for the gate to open. As soon as he had a little bit of space, he's like, I'm firing. I would have done the same thing. As soon as I had a gap, I'd be like, fuck these guys, man.
Watch out! Fuck you!
They're paintballs. I'm pretty sure these are just paintballs. I mean, it looks like fun, to be honest. Right? I mean, it makes me want to go play paintball. Hey, Joe Escuela, I probably am not going to become president, but I'm going to put it out there because I think we can solve these problems, and I think more people need to be coming up with solutions to these problems rather than just complaining about the problem. So you're right, I probably won't become president. But hey, if you like my message, get it out there. Get it out there because I do think this is one of the only ways we solve this problem. Anyway, I'll get to that later. Oh, yeah, this is starting over. So yeah, paintballs. I don't know if that's going to be enough, guys. Yeah, this is well, this one's a pretty much of a nothing burger. I shouldn't have bookmarked it, but yeah, they were looting, of course. You know, they went and started looting stores and shit. Now these videos start to get a little crazy, okay?
Oh, he wants a ride.
So I guess this is the local police department, which have been like basically not doing shit. I think they were told initially to stand down by the mayor. Not sure about that. But look at these police cars. What kind of fucking police cars are these? This doesn't look anything like any of the police cars I see anymore. This looks like some old police cars from the 90s. Like, what the fuck is this? See what I'm saying? Look at these cars. Do they have no funding? They're driving around cars from the... In Texas, every cop is driving this, like, super badass car, dude. Are those 98 Fords? Like, what's going on? I guess this is what happens. You defund the police, and the police are driving around in fucking refurbished 98 Fords. Yeah, so Flair, the hate bound says, "Hey, Pink Trip, with the president of Mexico openly calling for riots." That's I don't think. I mean, I gotta check if I bookmarked that. But yeah, the president of Mexico is basically stoking this on as well. So Trump's gonna need to get on the phone with that bitch. So again, this might also be coordinated partly by the cartels, because you know we're putting a lot more pressure on the cartels, and maybe this is a way of the cartels fighting back. And I mean, the Mexican president probably answering to the cartels. I mean, how many presidential candidates got assassinated before she got in? I would imagine she's probably working with the cartels in some way. These cops are terrified. I don't understand that, dude. Like, in Texas, if this happened, I get it, they're outnumbered. Just get out there and start whooping some ass, dude. Just get out there. Sometimes it's okay as a cop to get out there and start whooping some ass, dude. But they're so afraid. They're so afraid. That's a good point, philosophizer. They're probably driving the old patrol cars knowing that they're going to get damaged by the riots, regardless of what they do. Good point. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, smash the thumbs up. Helps the stream to get out there, which is very hard to do lately. YouTube loves me. And yeah, if you want to support the channel, become a member, instead of super chat, all that's wonderful. I think they start attacking one of these cars at the end. Yeah. Can like local counties, like, can the people in every county start voting? Now, I understand if you're in like a mountainous area where it's like 0 below, it's freezing cold all the time. Okay, maybe it's different. But for most populations, can we make it illegal for people to be covering their face in public? What reason is there to cover your face in public unless you're up to fucking no good and going to break the law? All right, the COVID shit's over. Masks don't work anyway. Make it illegal for people to wear fucking masks. If someone's wearing a mask, cops can pull them over. Cops can stop them. Cops can demand they take off their mask, warn them not to do it again. And if they cause a problem, fine them. Fine them for illegal face coverings. Something has to be done. We can't just have people walking around with fucking masks all the time, all right? They broke out the back window of that cop and they run. At this point, they should have turned around and came back and busted that dude's face and arrested him and set an example. But no, they run like pussies, further empowering the crowd. I think this guy's got a gun. I think they're driving by with a gun on that guy.
Fucking bitch. Put the fucking gun out on this.
This guy's got to realize, all these protesters, that's what's going to happen. You keep escalating this, your people are going to get shot.
Fucking bitches. These bitches run.
That guy, he's so fucking... The amount of power they feel right now, making the cops run in fear. I'm telling you, these pussy cops, man, they're just going to make it worse. This is what the cops are paid for. Like, this is when you earn your money, police. All right? When there are riots like this and the citizens need to be protected from crazy people who are not even citizens of this country, this is when we need you to step up, okay? But no, of course not. Yeah, so... This, yeah, we saw that one earlier. Let's see. Looks like they're all still waiting for it to get dark. It's just like the summer of love. All the peaceful people are out when the sun's out. And they're like, oh, this is the most peaceful, greatest protest of all time. And then as soon as it gets dark, fires start, people get attacked, businesses get looted. It gets fucking... Every time. Well, at least they started the fires early this time. All right, let me see. Yeah, I guess that's another fire right there. I think this might be a close-up of that fire. At least somebody's putting it out. Finally, somebody's deciding to put these fucking fires out, dude. All right, let's watch some more clips from yesterday. Yeah, so this is National Guard with rubber bullets and beanbags. I guess that's what they're shooting, rubber bullets. To me, like, it looks like a paintball gun. I guess they're rubber bullets.
Los Angeles. This is live. You see the images. It's continuing right now. Less than lethal rounds as we speak. These crowd dispersal tactics being used on a group of protesters that are protesting in Paramount, California.
Dude, these guys got some balls. This is National Guard, and they're just like, they are attacking them with rocks, fireworks, whatever they can, and creating their own little, barricades or structures to hide behind. It's getting insane.
Those in the area basically call this Compton. It's outside of a Home Depot. Where...
So this is outside of Home Depot in Compton.
Earlier today.
I think there were some ice raids that were around here. I think that might have been where the shit kicked off.
And there we see those gas canisters.
I mean, it's madness. We literally have a war zone in LA right now.
Covering their eyes, their mouths, their noses.
You got these dumb chicks too, man. You see it all the time. Like, these chicks are always on the front line. Because again, I think the overall motive for these people is to get publicity that will help their cause, right? So put women in the front line. So when police attack, it's a woman getting beaten, right? Even though the woman's being violent and leading the fucking violence, still, when you get that on video, a woman getting beaten by police, and you take all the context away and just share that image or that short video clip, people go insane and they will support your cause.
These pepper balls impact all of the senses. And this is a big show that they're doing here.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, a lot of them are waving Mexican flags. And what's the problem? Go back to Mexico, dude. Go back to Mexico. But the reality is, a lot of them, like, they don't believe that California, Texas is America. They believe it's Mexico. It's stolen land, and they're going to get it back one way or the other. You're not getting it back, fuckheads. Yeah, so this is the line of police, and they're just shooting fireworks at them. This is from last night. As you can see back here, they have, it looks like a porta potty. I think somebody even brought out a refrigerator, and they're hiding behind refrigerators and shit. Like, they were bringing out their own fucking barriers to hide behind. So they're sitting behind here just shooting fireworks at the police. See, at this point, why would you just sit there as police and take that? Why wouldn't you go, okay, location spotted, this is our point, let's move, and just fucking march as quickly as possible on this spot and either make them give it up or, you know, maybe you catch them and arrest them. I don't know. Or maybe we bring in another police force to flank them. I don't know, man. But it seems like they're just standing there taking this shit.
Hey! Did you see Club? Whatever.
Yeah. And I've had fireworks shot at me before. It's not pleasant. Explosions are going off as night falls in Los Angeles. This is again from last night. Rioters are using fireworks as weapon against law enforcement. I mean, that's loud as hell, dude. That sounds louder than a firework.
Hey, they're stepping forward. They're stepping forward. They are stepping forward.
I think this is the same situation from a different angle. They probably got as many people out here filming as they do protesting. I mean, this could be the start of a civil war. It looks like what a civil war starting off would look like, but yeah, it's not going to be a civil war. As soon as the powers that be are willing to do what it takes to shut this down, it will be shut down. But yeah, we'll drag it on, and they're so scared of bad PR that I think they're just hoping these people will just calm down and go home. But no, I think I don't know. How many of these people are illegals? I'd say the vast majority of them are probably illegals.
I'm back. Hold on a moment here. Gonna put my headphones on.
Insane, dude. You saw that one. This one. Yeah, this looks like a war zone. Yeah, this is the same one. I think another angle of these dudes hiding, shooting fireworks, throwing rocks. They're using like ball peen hammers or whatever to break up the concrete, so they have like projectiles to throw. And again, they're waving the Mexican flag. Deport them. Deport them all right now. Skip the National Guard, bring in the rooftop South Koreans.
You know, let's hope
that no one is hurt
Yeah.
and no one is injured, and it doesn't
I mean,
escalate from
this
here.
is
Look
like
at
a
the flag.
scene
Yeah,
out of
Guy,
Mad
I see
Max
you
or some
pointing
shit.
it
Mexican
out.
flag can, you know.
You know, this is criminal activity that I hope is people are held accountable.
I mean, if Mexico is involved in coordinating, planning this, or getting the word out there to do this, we got to do something about it, dude. More tariffs? I don't know. What do? We got to punish them. This Vince Langman, I don't know who any of these people are, by the way, so I'm not supporting what they have to say. I just, there are videos that I wanted to save the bookmarks to. What's happening in Los Angeles tonight is a billion times worse than January 6th. Call in the National Guard, make thousands of arrests, and hold them all with no bail until the next election.
So these are...
Make the, yeah, I'd say arrest them if they're citizens, then punish them to the extent of the law of whatever crimes they committed. But if they're illegals, deport them and make sure they never come back.
Federal law enforcement officers that are carrying this out as we see one more person. Oh, that person being dragged across the street for a moment there. Being arrested.
But we want to remind folks that viewer discretion is advised.
Oh, yeah. So we're starting to see...
I haven't heard any reports of any deaths or anything like that, so that's good. I don't think anybody's died, unless I missed it. So here's okay, this is the craziest one, okay? Let me full screen this one. So this dude is, so this is I don't know, it looks like a mixture of civilian vehicles leaving and then police vehicles leaving. And this dude is just taking these rocks and throwing them at these vehicles as they're I mean, this could kill somebody. This guy should attempted murder. If he's a citizen, he should go away for a long time. And if he's not, and he gets deported to Mexico, I mean, I'd rather deport him than fund the cost of imprisoning these people. But we should force Mexico to be like, you have to press charges, because this is insane, dude. This is insane behavior. And no one. I mean, why wouldn't some go over the radio and be like, guys, look, guys, like we're under fire. Stop at this light. We need to apprehend this guy. And just all of a sudden, instead of keep going, like two of them just stop, get out, and fucking just charge this fucking loser. I don't know, man. Like you gotta set an example when people do this shit. See, and this is probably somebody just driving home. This is somebody just driving home from work, and then he gets. I mean, this one pisses me off. That looked like just a work vehicle. That looks like just another regular car, not even a police car. And nothing happens to these guys. That's what's most frustrating. Watching people do this and put innocent people's lives at risk, and nothing happens. That's the part that's most infuriating. I think they're still okay. Finally, I think that's a border patrol truck. Finally, I think they put out a call to find this guy and lock him up. I don't think. And the thing is, how are they going to find him? The dude's completely covered. He's got a mask on. Unless he slipped up and took his mask off on camera at some point, you're never going to figure out who this dude is. Or somebody rats. Or he doesn't have a mask. He's got a motorcycle helmet. Insane. Hopefully they catch this fucking loser, dude. Oh, let's see what else. Yeah, setting fire to shit. Wonderful. Let's burn down the community. That will solve problems. What's this one? Them shooting fireworks at cops, I think. Yeah, Daily Quote says it's easy to track people, especially when they brag on social media. Yeah, if the guy slips up, you'll catch him. But if he doesn't slip up and he's smart, if you do it right, you could get away with something like that when you're masked. The problem is people are morons, right? So they'll wear the mask, but then they'll forget, they'll take it off, or they'll talk to people, they'll brag on social media, like they'll leave a trail. But if they're smart, how would you catch them if you don't know what they look like?
You're shooting. Go, 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 go.
So they think someone's shooting. I don't think anybody is actually shooting at them. There's like a bunch of kids that like, this is just fun to them, I think. This looks like it's right out of the 1993 or LA riots. Remember that the truck driver that got pulled out of his truck and yeah. Oh, this is that same scene again. See them behind the barricade tossing shit at the cops. Yeah. Fun times, dude. Battle Los Angeles. Let's see what this one is. See, this is what you need to do. See, okay, this guy's like, okay, we got to make an example. This guy just stepped over the line. If we don't make an example of this guy right now, more people are going to get emboldened to do stupid shit. This guy's smart. This is what you got to do. When you see people stepping over the line, you got to make an example of them right away. Yeah, Reginald Denny was the gentleman who got pulled out of his truck and almost murdered. I think he survived, right? Jesus Christ, dude. They cannot allow this to keep going, man. LA is going to end up like, what was the town in Minnesota that basically destroyed the whole fucking town? Burned down the police department, billions and billions of dollars of damage. Yeah, that's what we need right now. Bill Madden's a moron. I stand with Mayor Karen Bass. Yeah, okay. You should be arrested. Yeah, I think, let me see. We might have some more. Since FBI is on scene, eggs being thrown at agents.
¿Cómo te apellidas? Solo. Sánchez.
This has got to be the most annoying part of doing this job, is that you have to stand there with like the most insane, craziest people just yelling in your face the whole time. And apparently you can't do nothing. I don't know why you can't just give them a little smack and tell them to stand back. A little one of these with whatever stick or whatever you have, and just be like, get back. And then that's it. Just create more space, get them out of your face. Or hit him with the shield.
Hey, he's a veteran.
Hey, he's a veteran. Well, I don't know how much I believe you, buddy.
Don't touch him.
Don't touch him. He's a veteran.
Don't touch our people. Don't touch him. ¿Cómo te apellidas, compa?
Deport them all, dude. Deport them all.
Back to Orange County, Salah.
Look, if you came into this country illegally, tough shit. You got to go. Okay? Get over it.
Go back to Orange County. Don't touch our people. Don't touch our people. Don't touch our people. Se van como unas putas lacras.
The clips are loud because these scenes are fucking loud, okay? These are people filming out and in a riot. So it's clipping, there's fucking sirens going off, and my microphone is not, is balanced. So, sorry. These are loud scenes. I'll turn down the volume a little bit, but then later shit will be too low.
fucking sellouts. You do not have to leave here. Sellout. You can leave right this second. Get out of here. Leave our community. Leave our community now. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Please do not resist. You can just...
Yeah. They're trying to start the old chant. Whose streets? Our streets. Yeah, for like 10 seconds, guys. Only because they're not wanting to fucking create bad PR. We might be. Let me see. Yeah, we saw this one earlier. This is the worst one I've seen so far. I mean, that one, and then the shooting the gigantic fireworks at people. I think this one we haven't seen yet. Yeah, I think that's them shooting fireworks at him. This guy, go beat his ass, please. Please, somebody go in there and beat that guy's ass, please. I don't know. It's just so insane, man. People are so crazy, dude. I couldn't imagine going out here and doing some shit like this. Like, first of all, I'm smart enough to like think of the big picture. Like, what is this going to solve? Like, what is this going to bring about? And if the problem is, like, if I knew a protest and the strategy was to be 100% peaceful and follow the Martin Luther King method of protesting, I'd be like, okay, now that's a protest I could join because that will work, right? This type of shit never works. So are these people just crazy and this is just fun to them? I think that's what it is. Like, these are just like the degenerates who are like, oh shit, this is fun. Like, these are the people who in their 20s on Halloween are still running around throwing eggs at people, setting shit on fire. These are these types, man. It might be, somebody said, when is the find out phase? It might be tonight. It's not dark yet. It's getting there. I don't know why to me, if I was the running operations daytime, it would be like, we need to get everybody off the streets now before it gets dark. I think a big problem is the local people. I don't know if there's permissions they need from Mayor Bass or what to be able to, like, I don't know what's taking so long. Again, this is a hard situation to follow. So I've tried to follow it to, like, figure out what the fuck is going on. It's difficult. But yeah, the National Guard has been sent out, apparently. This is not somewhere you want to be driving right now. See, look how much fun they're having. Look, this is like they're doing a ding dong ditch, right? It's like, oh, the adrenaline of doing something bad. Oh, it's so much fun. I'm telling you, these are just a bunch of dumb kids having fun. Don't know what the fuck they're doing or what the purpose of what they're doing is or what they're trying to solve. Might be getting paid too. See, we need more of this. We need more of this and more people. We need like we need an army of this just marching down the street, arresting everybody they get their hands on. This is tear gas they're firing, I believe. All the camera people. That's always weird too, right? Like all the camera people that are just like right in the thick of it. Like if you could pull back and see the whole image, you would see these guys walking and like 50 camera people just circling them, following them. What a weird world we live in. But hey, It allows us to watch this shit live. Wow. We got more? Okay, so this is footage of inside, I think one of those, you know, when you saw that the guy that was throwing the rocks, there was some like cop cars that were like really trying to get out of there fast. This is like they're in Iraq. This is like, I'm telling you, this is like a damn war zone, dude. It's insane. Just rocks, everything these people can get in their hands, throwing it at them. A car got decimated. This one was crazy. There's a bus. I forgot who the bus is sending in, but it's like some sort of cops. I don't know if it was National Guard or something. And yeah, they couldn't even get into the scene.
In order for them to access where all of this is playing out right now, where our ground camera is, they're going to have to get through this.
Oh,
these
here we go.
Two of those SUVs are now essentially going around these protesters. This really could turn extremely ugly right now. I'm seeing one of the doors open.
Oh, they're shooting out the window
on one of those vehicles. It's hard to tell if that's.
Look at, he's out. He's playing around.
Oh, but we're right now seeing some agents with the federal government come out, and they're trying to make way for this bus. Right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, them being able to block the freeways, the street system like this, like, we have to. Oh man. I guess I'm gonna have to come up with a plan to stop this shit. Because if this gets worse, I mean, we keep letting people into this country that are not loyal to this country. This is the kind of shit that can happen more often and in more places than just California.
In order for them to access.
What we got here?
Area for federal agents, and there's a crowd there as well. Eliana Moreno.
All right, that's a boring one. Let's see what's going on right now. Okay, sun's not down yet. Things are calm.
And the workers immediately felt uncomfortable and they walked off. That's the information we received from the senator herself.
Got it. Gina Silva, thank you very much. All right, let's take a look at what Sky Fox is over right now. As you see there, this is the view from downtown LA, looking over the 101 freeway, going southbound, I believe. Isn't that what Matthew said? That the southbound traffic is closed and shut, and you watch as some of the protesters that are standing on that over.
Oh shit! They're standing there. I mean, that's not a good spot to have your cop car, because these dudes already have large projectiles. All they got to do is throw them.
View there, they're throwing constantly rocks onto those patrol cars.
Why are you just sitting there in the worst spot?
And you see lots of other debris and the cars are definitely showing some scarring from that experience.
You see a number of scooters there on the ground as well. It looks like maybe a bicycle tire there as well. But you don't
throwing scooters off. I wonder if somebody left that earlier, was like riding their scooter, or if they literally threw that off the bridge at one of these cop cars.
Don't see our people. And that's what we had earlier this afternoon. People there on the freeway. Protesters had spilled out onto the freeway, and they used their tactics, law enforcement did, to push that crowd back up onto the surface streets there. And you have them tonight on this overpass. Now, it is still fairly light out here on this.
I mean, it's so dumb. Let's just go sit there right in distance for them to just throw projectiles at us all day, rather than, let's head up there and start smashing some heads. Let's disperse them, and those that don't want to disperse, we'll arrest and make an example of them. But no, let's just sit here and just let them throw projectiles at our cars and possibly get ourselves injured. Makes a lot of sense.
This Sunday.
I mean, I'm guessing there's something going on in the freeway. They're trying to make sure to secure this area. I guess maybe they have to secure the freeway to get people through. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
In Southern California, you don't see a mass amount of people, but there have been protests going on literally all day. So I'm wondering, Susan, how many people will hang around as it gets darker out? Have they made their point today? This is day 3 of protests.
Yeah, well, we watched, it wasn't a big crowd, but we watched a crowd that stayed fairly active until almost midnight last night. I'm just... impressed is the wrong word, but it is remarkable how many rocks are being thrown and how consistently they're being thrown from that overpass.
Remarkable. What do you expect? I mean, this is what they've been doing. They've armed themselves with as many projectiles, deadly projectiles, heavy rocks. Of course, this is a perfect opportunity. You just like walked into it's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's like, oh, they parked right under the bridge. We can just go on top of the bridge and just throw rocks down.
Okay, so it's this kind of scene, however, that is sort of stoking the Trump administration. And today, President Trump spoke about Governor Newsom's handling of the situation. Here's what he had to say.
You have an incompetent governor. Just take a look at the.
I hate these AI filters that they use to block, I just hate it.
Train stations that he's building, like 20 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him.
Dude, we did videos on the tarmac interviews on the tarmac forever. People are used to the tarmac noise. And this AI filter does not make it better. It just makes it it's hard to listen to because he sounds so stupid.
The other night, I said, look, you got to take care of this. Otherwise, I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did.
Sending in the troops. All right, this just in from Governor Newsom. He says the president is threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines.
Los Angeles remain peaceful. Oh, yeah. Too late for that, Gavin Newsom. Despite protests already being managed by LAPD headquarters, President Trump is escalating the situation by threatening to deploy roughly 500 duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles. Dude, you do not have the situation under control. And again, it's all Trump's fault. No, you motherfuckers wanted open borders so you could flood your fucking state with a bunch of illegals so you can have them vote and you can have cheap labor and you can have your gardener not have to pay anything to your gardener because he's a third world fucking slave. This is what you get. You built this shit. You created this shit and now you have to deal with it. But the federal government, they're going to come in here and do it. They're going to come in here and fix this shit if you don't.
Marines to L.A. The governor posting this just an hour ago, telling residents to, quote, remain peaceful, don't fall into the trap extremists are hoping for. The governor also posting today that he's asking the Trump administration to rescind that deployment of National Guard troops in L.A. and return them to his command, the state command.
No.
And there, the governor attaching his letter to the White House and saying in part, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California.
John McCarter asked, what in the world is going on in L.A., California? The L.A., California pink trip. Let me see if I can explain this quickly and easily, John. L.A. has a lot of illegals. LA, like a lot of, sanctuary cities, has allowed their city to be flooded with people that have come in illegally and have offered them the safety of sanctuary, which is against federal law. We just elected a president with a mandate to basically fix this, to go get rid of people that have came into this country illegally and stop the influx of illegals coming in. So you have a whole city filled with illegals who are now revolting against this. And who knows what the actual plans are behind the scenes, because if they want, at this point, there's no solving the problem of getting deported. You will be deported. And they're just making things worse. Hopefully that summed it up for you.
That from Governor Newsom to President Trump.
And we should just point out how unusual it is to federalize state National Guardsmen. So it hasn't happened in decades. So it's quite unusual indeed. That is in part why a lot of the local officials and the state officials are saying this is inappropriate. Don't do it. Please rescind those troops. All right. So
The other one's got going. CBS, I think. Which one is this? KCAL News.
Top of these CHP cars, and now you've got the CHP officers obviously understanding that if they walk out from underneath of that,
that's a bad situation.
Overpass, they'll most likely be hit with these very large rocks.
How stupid are you?
Yeah.
How stupid are you? Do not step out from under that bridge, guys. Andrew Wilson with $5. Nothing says caring about your people like destroying the city they live in. That's wonderfully said, Andrew. Obviously, they care very much. They care so much they're willing to burn it down. Thank you, Andrew Wilson, for the $5. If you want to support the channel, send a super chat. It helps support the show, helps keep me alive and eating. Thank you, Andrew Wilson. Appreciate you, brother. Hold on. Let me get back to this. Where did I mute it?
The 101 through downtown have remained shut down, and this is
did they leave their vehicles?
In the last few minutes, we saw
Did they leave their vehicles and now they can't get back to their vehicles without risk of being pelted with projectiles from above?
things continue to take a turn with the small group of protesters here.
You see really quickly, guys, you see that group.
Dude, you got to get people off that overpass. That's got to be priority number one. You got to clear that overpass, because if these people decide to get really crazy, the citizens that are like trying to drive home, they could also start getting pelted with rocks, and people will die if they start doing that.
Leaving, it's because they're shooting less than lethal rounds at the protesters now, hopefully to push them off of the.
What's going on over here?
Down in the city that they probably love as well.
Well, I'm sure they feel like they're doing the job that they were told that they were supposed to do. Now, did you also not say that there's some suggestion that perhaps some are saying that they might be able to get out of the duty because
shout out Hunter Vex, member for 27 months. Thank you, Hunter Vex.
Objection.
There was a
guys, I forget to mention as well, if you don't like supporting through YouTube, I do have a Patreon in the description that you can support over there. Anybody that already supports on Patreon, I think I got a few people that have started supporting on Patreon. I started a chat. So hit me up in that chat. We'll have a little, just like Discord, we'll have a Patreon chat just like Discord. There's also a Discord, guys. If you want to hang out with the community, that's in the description as well.
Social media from somebody reliable that has worked in our business who posted something that if you're in the National Guard and you object to being deployed like this, contact this number, and perhaps you could talk with somebody. But that was just a posting, again, from a former news colleague. We are watching more footage here as it comes in.
Okay, is this live?
All right, so yeah, so the left corner is a live picture, and then down below is some video that we had.
LAPD we're going to look at here.
Law enforcement working overtime during these protests. And joining us live is Dikran Melkonian, a retired LAPD officer. What is your take? Am I correct in I've heard this before, John, we heard it from John Miller, who used to work for LAPD, that the unusual thing about today is that it is not a coordinated effort. We're used to seeing agencies work together during the wildfires, for example, but this time that's not the case.
Why wouldn't you coordinate?
The California National Guard are here, LAPD, LASD. How are they working? Are they working together?
Right. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It is very unprecedented, right? Historically, LAPD's always worked with federal government or federal law enforcement agencies, but it is such a different issue now because of the fact that federal government has a certain policy to take care of. And therefore, LAPD has to stay neutral, because if we infringe and support of taking immigration stance, then the community generally as a whole will no longer have that trust to call the police, to, if they're a victim of a crime, to reach out and ask for help.
Wait a minute. So if you enforce the law of catching and deporting illegals, the police do, then, the community's not going to trust you. They're not going to call you if they're an illegal or if they're hoarding illegals. That's fine. People that aren't fucking hoarding illegals or here illegally will still have no problem with calling the police. That's such a cope out. Such a cope.
Because they'll fear as though if they are not a legalized citizen here, they'll be taken. So therefore, it is different, because we still want to support any federal activity that's happening for their protection as police.
We just don't want to enforce border law. We don't want to enforce the law and deport people who are not supposed to be here. That's what he's saying.
police officers. But we also have to have the trust of the community and let them trust us if there's any crimes that are happening against them.
The Trump administration has been quite critical of the state of California and the city of Los Angeles.
Bro, Mexicans are mostly against illegals as well. And when I say Mexicans, I mean Americans with a Mexican background, heritage, nationality, or whatever. They're citizens now. They don't want a bunch of people crossing the border illegally either, dude. So it's not even a Mexican versus white thing, dude. It's a citizens versus fucking criminals who are illegally entering your country thing.
For declaring themselves sanctuaries. Last night, Mayor Bass pointed out our declaration as a sanctuary city is 45 years old, and for the exact reason that you just mentioned, that before they had protections for immigrants, there was the concern that people would be preying upon them and they would be too afraid to report to police or the authorities. And now this. I mean, again, Mayor Bass also pointed out that these raids.
See what's going on in the other streams.
Off of the overpass there. It's hard to tell.
Right on top of the CHP car.
So two
This
things.
seems to
Last
be the
time we saw
major action
CHP
right
using
now.
smoke bombs. This clearly was
It looks
tear
like they
gas.
cleared-
And you'll notice
they
that
cleared
they
out.
didn't throw it up at the crowd. They threw it down the freeway so that
Oh.
the wind would pick up the tear gas
That's why they
and
cleared
blow it
out.
up, preventing the protesters from
Good old
throwing
tear
back at
gas.
them. A second thing that I want to point out, and Dean on our digital desk noticed this. They're on social media. They're using hammers.
I wonder how good that is for the climate. Huh? Is that contributing to CO2 levels and climate change and the warming of our planet? Maybe we should charge them a fee for the amount of carbon they just put into there. I don't know, but it can't be good for the environment.
So they brought hammers to break up the concrete to then throw it down on the CHP office.
I see.
Okay. Two really significant.
I thought about that too, Daily Quotes. He says, imagine having PTSD, being a war vet, and being stationed to deal with this childish BS. Yeah, like if you were in Iraq and went through this shit, like, 'cause this looks like Iraq, you would be probably having PTSD flashbacks of being in Iraq if you had to drive through this shit.
And observations there, Mike, because you can tell the way that that tear gas dispersed the crowd so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, earlier we saw CHP using those smoke grenades, and the crowd didn't flinch.
No.
It made it maybe
Threw it
hard
back
to
even
see.
at times, yeah.
Yeah, they were volleying back and forth between CHP and.
Is my mic audio still low? Let me turn it up. I think I turned it down on accident. Let me know if you guys think it's still too low. Let me know. I'll turn it up some more on my mixer.
The crowd, but it did not have the effect to really disperse the crowd.
Right.
In this case, quickly you saw them go. And take a look. You're seeing some CHP vehicles
just come on
able to move out of there. And I think that's what they want to do, get as many of
Just
those
so
vehicles
much
out.
shit they
But
threw at those
that
cars,
one,
dude.
The one you see with all the stuff on top, the one
Right.
that had the airbags deploy already,
So they threw so much heavy shit on it, it made the airbags deploy? Wow.
that's going to have to get towed out of there.
And
Piece of concrete once
Yeah.
again. It
Big
looks
one,
like
too.
in their hands,
Oh.
right? That's another piece.
and someone
two
else
more-
off traffic signs where there was a back and forth between.
You know what? After we're gonna go back and watch some more of these Twitter videos. Some of these people are on some massive amounts of drugs. There was a guy sitting there getting shot by rubber bullets and just nonstop, and it didn't seem to phase him. That's another clip from yesterday. I got to find in my bookmarks. And these guys, like, I guess they're becoming immune to the tear gas. Like, they don't care.
Officers and people throwing water bottles and other things.
You got to get
down
this
toward
guy.
them.
Going to grab a piece of concrete once
Yeah.
again. It
Big
looks
one,
like in
too.
their hands, right?
See, this is attempted murder.
That's another piece.
To me, this
Someone
is
else
attempted
coming, too.
murder.
Two more pieces of concrete and just going to throw it down. And this is what we were talking to Janice
And
Hahn
the cops
about.
just sit there.
Is that
Just take it. Just take it. Nope. Let's not immediately fucking gather together in charge.
you know,
Let's
our
just take
local
it.
law enforcement are now taking
Oh, is he pointing a gun up there? Is he pointing a rubber bullet gun?
the brunt of these
Or is that an actual gun?
agitators, as we can call these people.
Yes.
I don't know. At a certain point, when are the cops allowed to use deadly force? I mean, when someone's throwing a boulder down from the top of a bridge at you, where if it hits you in the head, death, if not like severe repercussions for the rest of your life, Is that a point where you can use deadly force to stop somebody?
And they're the ones having to deal with all
all masked, so you can't even take a picture and try to like figure out who it was later.
of the escalation.
Right.
And we've asked her, what
Fingerprints? They probably got gloves on though.
how do we de-escalate the situation?
Oh,
And she
shit.
said,
Look at that.
Well,
Did
we're
you just-
calling on the federal government to first and foremost.
Holy shit.
And she said,
I think that
and
guy
we've
was
asked
about to
her,
get his ass shot.
How do we de-escalate the situation?
Look at this guy. This guy's ready to shoot. Because this is, I mean, at this point, I don't know. This is a self-defense situation at this point.
And she said, well, we're calling on
Because that came close to actually hitting the cop.
the federal government to first and foremost pull off the
Like a
National
firework
Guard.
going off, yeah.
Yeah, and then stop the ICE enforcement.
Yeah.
Let the city take a moment to heal itself.
And that's where it seems like the trouble might lie, because despite our repeated questions toward Supervisor
I don't think they're
Hahn,
done.
Mayor Bass, when you hear, and this is going back to our conversation with the U.S. Attorney Bill Assaley,
They let
and
off
then
some more tear gas,
pairing
yeah.
that with the statements from President Trump, from Secretary Noem, and from other Trump administration.
There's people always saying, when they shoot the tear gas, a lot of times it ends up like hitting the police. Well, the police all have gas masks on. So that's why they don't really care if they hit themselves with the tear gas, because it just means that like no one's going to be able to occupy their space without choking, and they're fine because they got their gas masks and they're trained for this shit.
Officials, it seems like both sides are at an impasse there, where one is calling for the retreat and step back, and the other is determined to no, we are going to operate as we see fit, because we believe that this is a serious issue that needs taken care of, and that's where we're at right now.
This is, what I promised the voters who voted me into office.
Well, and the two sides aren't even communicating. I mean, we spoke with Supervisor Hahn. She herself has not had any communication with the federal government at all.
Viewers, as we have been on since.
I mean, Jesus, dude, that's ugly. I bet you everybody else is, everybody's covering this same shit.
Which down
many helicopters, different angles.
CHP officers that are just trying to do their job. Well, really, it's like a misplaced hire, isn't it? These are not ICE agents. They're not going into somebody's workplace and just collecting a bunch of people. That state senator that Gina had suggested there were as many as 80 people were arrested by
my goodness,
ICE
exactly, toilet
yesterday,
seat.
which is double the
What, were
number
they
that I
shooting
had
fireworks at
heard
this shit?
yesterday when we were doing our coverage. And right now, are they truly illegal? Most likely. Are they truly criminal? Like, as in violent criminals?
Those cars are fucked, dude.
Assertion
Those cars
by
are fucked.
ICE and
I don't
Homeland
think they're gonna.
Security that
I think they're gonna be out of service.
out of this country were those that had criminal records, violent criminals is what they kept saying. All right, do we want to talk about Congresswoman Maxine Waters? She was here. She was in the downtown area earlier today.
Let us also note that LAPD is holding a news conference at 8 p.m. We will take that live to get the update from the LAPD. But yes,
let's see what
we
they
have
have to say.
responses from our senators, from our police chief, from our mayor, and you have
crazy
also
stuff,
Congresswoman
man.
Maxine Waters.
She was downtown this morning and talked about the large gathering of protesters and Friday's arrest of a union president.
I came down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local.
So here's the thing, they're taking our citizens. Dude, you're telling me this guy's not illegal? Like, I get it, he did all these things, but in sanctuary cities, they're allowed to live like they're citizens even when they're not. So just because you guys do not want to acknowledge the law, and that people have broken the law by coming here illegally, and you want to pretend that never happened, doesn't change the fact that they broke the law and came here illegally. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's illegal. If he's not illegal, then let him go. If he's a citizen, let him go. And he should be able to sue the fuck out of everybody. But for some reason, he's probably not able to prove he's a citizen, or they know for a fact he came over illegally. Now, if the Border Patrol got onto me, I'd be able to prove I'm a citizen like that. It'd be no problem. And it wouldn't just be because I'm white. It's because I have an ID. I have a social security number. I was fucking born in America. It's not hard to prove.
SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him. I think that he is being targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not a problem that people are in your streets burning the city down, attacking your police officers, ruining your city, costing probably what's going to be millions, could be billions of damage when this is done. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The federal government enforcing the law, that's the problem. That's the problem.
We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him.
Look at her eyes,
back
man.
Out into the communities where
This
ICE
woman
was
is in outer
last night,
space.
to make sure people know
She's there,
that
but
their
she's not
elected
there.
officials
Look at her
are
eyes.
standing with them. Thank you.
She's
But
there,
Maxine Waters also
but not
tried
there.
to get into that
You understand what
federal
I'm saying?
detention center, the MDC, as they call it, the one that we've spent.
Let's see what we got going with these.
We've seen that happen.
Oh, what's going on now?
Yeah, now I can't
Is that
tell
a leaf
everyone's
blower?
running. I don't know if the tear gas is getting to them, but
Is a leaf blower to
everyone's-
push the tear gas away? Let's see, what did we miss?
They've already,
charge these people.
yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh my God,
the
they throw-
FBI has
is that a-
posted
Oh,
the
yeah.
gentleman earlier
don't remember that big
who
white
was
thing on there.
top of the Waymo that came with a skateboard.
Right.
He was wearing a mask, but they've already
They're all wearing
found
masks.
photos
Right.
of these people, and
I mean, that should be it right there. Arrest everybody wearing a mask. Declare, hey, we're, due to an emergency, we're declaring masks illegal right now. And anybody wearing a mask, we will arrest you and treat you as a criminal. And that's it. Hit the streets, everybody with a mask, lock them up.
what they're saying is, yeah, we will, if not arrest you today, we
Bring out
will
the paddy
eventually
wagons, boys.
Arrest you. And we've seen that happen.
yeah. Now I can't tell why everyone's running. I don't know if the tear gas is getting to them, but
Yeah, everyone's,
Oh, looks like another
more
firework.
fireworks. And another.
they're really trying to work on that cardboard. It looks like
They really want to destroy these cars. I mean, they're just sitting ducks, man.
to catch that on
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah.
I think he's even using the leaf blower to kind of fan it. And it just gets to this point where we've got this. This is not a large group of people compared to what we were dealing with earlier. But look how much chaos and damage this small number of people is able.
Yeah, because the police aren't doing shit. They're choosing to stand down. They probably have orders to stand down. They probably have like limited orders, like, okay, you can do this, maybe you could do that, but you can't engage the protesters. They're peacefully protesting. Let them peacefully protest. It's a peaceful protest. You know how they love to do that. They like to claim things are peaceful protests as everything's burning down around them.
Able to do here.
What they probably want is they want Trump to send in the National Guard and start knocking heads so that they can make this whole story about Trump sending in the National Guard. Hopefully somebody dies. You know, hopefully the National Guard runs somebody over. And then now they have a national story about how Trump's National Guard murdered these innocent protesters who just don't want to be deported.
And partially for the fact that they are.
You gotta think of the long game, man. This is not just random shit that happens. Shit like this, they have a long game to this stuff.
Like different levels of where the CHP is. I mean, those officers, it's not like they can just, push them out. There's nobody up there to push them out. It's just, they just continuously have to take this beating from these people that are up on the bridge.
Yeah.
Let's get back to our Lori Perez, who's in downtown LA. She was
of action throughout downtown Los Angeles again. Leslie, go ahead.
Sorry, we want to get to Mike. You just noticed they tried to light one of those CHP cars on fire.
Yeah, so CHP, and John, if you can zoom in on that car right there for me. So they had been using that kindling. They put it, they threw it down onto the CHP car, and then they used the cardboard to throw it on top of it. And those CHP units underneath of the bridge had a fire extinguisher, and one of them even pulled out a can of pepper spray.
Player the Hatebound says, Pink Trip, he already deployed the guard in the Marines. Yeah, I know he deployed the guard. I heard there was last I heard is there was maybe the Marines are going to be deployed. So he actually already deployed the Marines. We got to do what we got to do, man. Our country is under attack by a bunch of non-citizens who are not even from this country. Obviously, there's some citizens involved as well, but this is mostly non-citizens. I mean, this is literally an act of war, and we should probably call Mexico and be like, oh, you want to go to war? Is that what you want right now? Because the Mexican president is stoking this shit as well. and supporting this shit.
Okay. And
there was something else. Sorry, there was another. It's about Trump. It's about Trump. It's about Trump illegally ordering the guard. There's nothing illegal about that. The federal government can take over the guard if it's needed, and if obviously the state, the city are not doing anything as a city burns down. This is one of the few things I think the federal government should be able to do, which is ensure the defense and safety of the citizens, especially protecting our border and protecting states when shit like this goes down. There was another comment, but I missed it. Sorry, guys.
Started pepper spraying the fire to put the flames out. So they clearly saw that coming, and were able to use that fire extinguisher to get that out. You see it right on top. John, if you can show us that Tahoe there that was that they tried to light on fire. You see the remnants of the fire extinguisher, the dry chem on top of the car there, and luckily it was not able to catch fire.
Someone else just tried to drop another piece of kindling.
It's getting dark soon too, so this is. I hope it doesn't get worse, but what am I saying? It's going to get worse.
I saw them light it up with a lighter and just drop it down moments ago, and it doesn't seem to have worked. But there's another piece of cardboard going down there.
The Grand Park, I believe, or a park nearby. And then you notice that the sawhorses, or what would you call them? They're lightweight plastic type barricades or something.
We're going to be here for a while. It's going to be a long one, boys. I'm going to cover this as long as I can. I don't know how late it's going to go. So we're going to be here a while. So yeah, if you don't have a drink, you don't have something to eat, go get yourself something to drink. It's going to be fun. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy, because that won't be fun.
Barricade? Official name of them is, but basically what we saw is people take those two pieces of equipment, furniture, and use them as barriers to advance toward law enforcement. So you see them stationary right there. So it looks like they're taking shelter right there, as if using them as protection. But then you would watch, and they would use.
It's like the police are not approaching the protesters. Like the police are just like picking a spot, sitting there, and rather than slowly encroaching on the protesters and kind of forcing them out and making them disperse, they just sit there, and the protesters are doing what the police should do, which is forming a line and then moving in on the police. Insane.
Use them to advance and move forward towards an LAPD skirmish line. So keep a watch on this. We saw them advance a couple of times as almost in a coordinated effort of people willing to take this risk to move up on right there, that skirmish line. Obviously, LAPD doing what it can to push them back. You even have officers there, mounted units there as well. But we watched it, and it was the most interesting thing to witness as they use it. There they go. There they go. They're advancing right there. Now, this was a little bit earlier, so not sure what happened to this crowd and these people, how far they were able to move forward. And you have to wonder about this level of
These people right now have more balls than the police. That's how empowered they are, and that's how much they think that they can basically do anything, and at worst, they'll get a slap on the wrist. At worst, and most likely, they'll get nothing. So they're getting very ballsy, and they're like forming fucking lines, offensive lines, to like move in on the police and start throwing shit at them. And basically, if they could hurt a police officer or destroy it seems like they actually want to hurt police officers right now. That's what it seems like. Like they're going to that next level of like, can we get violent and cause them pain? Because when you're throwing big boulders at them,
protest.
That's another level. That's not, I mean, fireworks, that's a pretty big level, but most likely no one's going to get hurt. Maybe somebody gets a little singed, a little burn. Somebody could get hurt bad with a firework, but the likelihood's lower. Throwing boulders at people, like at that point, you are trying to cause severe physical harm to somebody.
This level here, that you're willing to push forward with whatever you can grab to advance on law enforcement there.
I'm not 100% sure I understand what the point is, but it does give them,
I've explained the point. I think the point is to fucking cause the biggest mayhem they can, make Trump have to bring in the National Guard, and then to get all this propaganda footage of like the National Guard harming people and make it all about Trump. Trump it's going to turn into Trump's bad somehow. Somehow it's Trump's bad. I think the reason it fails this time, if it does fail, is because they don't have the influence over the media that they had in 2020 and previous years.
give them shelter. It
Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like they have that sort of media influence anymore.
does allow for them to be protected, if you will.
Making their protests known, their stand against the police known. But I'm thinking, Susan, of all the attempts by law enforcement to use non-lethal efforts to get people to comply.
Right.
And this one seemed to work because it did back that crowd off the freeway.
Yeah, they backed up. They were able to get the cars that were stuck on the freeway, they actually turned them around so they could get off the freeway and up and on ramp. And that's what happened to this crowd as well. Ultimately, they kept pushing and pushing to the point where ultimately they had to go back up to street level. Do we have any more video that sort of suggests what it was like even earlier still? So right there, you get a sense for the fact that they stopped traffic. Now imagine what it would be like
this is how
if you
that
were in
started.
one of those cars and you were just going about your business on a Sunday afternoon, and now you're stuck in that mess. And you may or may not have any
Yeah, that would be terrifying, dude. That would terrify the shit out of me. First of all, I get like anxiety through the roof when I get stuck in traffic like this. I will drive an extra hour just to avoid traffic like this sometimes. Like, I would rather drive longer and go through like the long route and actually get home later than be stuck in some shit like this. And then you add this, the crowd. You're just a sitting duck. These people can do anything they want to you. So this is how it started, because this is the overpass right here. That's the overpass, I think, where they're throwing shit down at the police cars.
opinion about what's going on with ICE or the president or the state of the city of Los Angeles, but right there, you're stuck. And I'm sure
Andrew Wilson, police dropping the ball, bring in the Koreans.
I
agree, Andrew Wilson. We need some rooftop Koreans up in this thing.
What they need to do in the course of their day.
You know, it was announced.
I think the rooftop Koreans will mostly sit on top of the rooftops of their establishments, their homes, and their businesses and protect them. I don't think they're going to go out, but I think they would do a better job than the LAPD at this point.
On social media that there was a rally at 2 p.m. downtown. I'm not quite sure what happened with that, because what I saw was not a rally, but more something like this scene here. You see law enforcement right there entering the freeway, and you see the crowd milling about. Imagine you're that white car right in the front there, thinking you're going to be there a while, because how long is it going to take for law enforcement to get in place in any way, shape, or form to get that crowd off the freeway and get those cars moving? If they have to turn around all of those cars, imagine the process of how long it took for that. But with that protest happening in downtown LA and it being a weekend, not too surprising with what we've seen in the past, people spilling onto the freeway to make quite a statement.
We have seen that a lot more recently, in more recent days and years, right? That protests would then spill out.
So it seems like this is what happened. The police had to come and basically park here, disperse these people so they could get the freeway moving again. I guess it's more, the freeway is more important than like I do understand that you got to keep the freeways moving, but yeah, so I guess that's why they got stuck under this bridge and just basically became sitting ducks to these dudes on the overpass throwing rocks and boulders down on them
over the 101. So if you're looking at your TV screen and the left corner, that's what's going on right now, and you see those three vehicles, those three CHP vehicles, they seem to be disabled. That's why
I think this is a different spot, because I don't remember a fence being there. This might be a totally different yeah, because this one there's no fence there, so this, I'm sorry, this might be another location that's totally different.
they're still there. And then conversely, what you're looking at in the larger picture there, it's the same general area, but filled with protesters.
Okay, yeah, same. So yeah, it's another overpass. It's just another overpass with even more protesters.
And all of those cars, those are civilian cars that got stuck behind the protest. And
it's hard to follow all this shit. There's so much shit going on.
You see people lined up on the overpass, alongside the 101 freeway, in the median between the north and the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. And then as Skyfox pulls out, you have a better view of what occurred.
The incendiary or, flammable liquid accelerant, thank you, that they dropped onto the car.
This is from earlier, I
whatever
think.
that was, that did the trick. And we'll see if these fire extinguishers will handle it.
So they dropped a flammable liquid onto that car. I think some of these live streams, their streams are further behind other streams, because I think On another stream, they already put the car out.
Before it reaches, you know, the oil, the gas, and the engine inside of that CHP cruiser, but
they dropped some sort of liquid thing that set the car on fire. What? I guess, man.
Boy, yeah, there's something else right there.
These protesters, they got it. So
I guess they threw some like something flammable and then hit it with a firework, and yeah, it would go up.
Now this
makes
will probably
sense.
watch the CHP car go up in flames. As you guys, I just mentioned, we're dealing with the Marine layer here, and not only are we dealing with the Marine layer, but law enforcement is going to deal with the Marine layer too. And if the Marine layer moves into such an effect that they can't have helicopters in downtown, that's going to be a big hamper to them because they lose their eye in the sky, which is so crucial.
So the weather's going to make it to where no helicopters can safely fly. And with wonderful. That's wonderful.
In a civil unrest situations like this.
Yeah, and truly monitoring what is happening on the ground there. This set of people were trying for several attempts to set this CHP car on fire, where just a couple CHP vehicles do remain, officers not in them, but there are several officers still under that bridge there.
Yeah, and sort of peeking out every time. We've had a couple instances, including the big one with the fire. Lori, what else are you seeing?
Yeah, so I just wanted
I'm
to show
guessing
you
they
down
set it on
Los
fire
Angeles Street.
again.
We can now see a large group of police officers. You know what? Let's get past these people here. Woo! You can see a large group of police officers marching this way, perhaps to try and, on the ground at least, push back the few people who are here. This is always when
Darkness is coming. You motherfuckers better get control of these streets.
to have some space between the protesters and law enforcement. It's one thing when the perimeter is kind of spaced out, but when they start to advance, start to come closer, especially on the ground.
Is that what he said, Colt C, right? They use some sort of mysterious flammable liquid. that kind of threw me off too. I'm like, well, we got some like mad scientist in there. They're like, because I also saw a video where somebody threw some sort of metal into a lake and it like exploded. So I'm thinking like, oh, maybe there's some weird chemical. No, they probably just threw gas on it and then hit it with a firework.
Towards the crowd,
Or propane,
that's when
or,
things
something
can kind of
flammable.
get heated. So we'll watch. They seem to have stopped now. They're at the far side of Aliso in Los Angeles, but here they're coming. So actually, we don't want to be in this spot where we are. This is not a good spot for us.
Yeah,
to
you
be,
better get the
because
fuck
if they
out of
do
there,
start to
lady.
use any sort of non-lethal
Shoot them.
weapons,
Shoot the
we're
people
right
with
in the line of
cameras
fire.
with
This is
the
not a
rubber
good spot for us to be.
rubber
So we're gonna
rubber
make some
bullets.
adjustments here and try and get on the other side of this, so we don't get hurt ourselves.
Okay, Lori, your safety is top priority here. Quickly realizing, you don't want to be on this side of officers, especially if they have to use those less lethal projectiles, or even we've seen
I think they set this car on fire multiple times now.
CHP in the last few moments use tear gas. a few
Right,
times.
and that large response, I mean, that it's certainly, I don't think you could characterize it as anything less than a large response, given how much they were stretching from one corner of the street to the other. And you'd have to think that at some point, as more fireworks go off down here on these CHP vehicles, that they're going to make a move toward this
I
particular
guess this is
group
that same thing,
of,
just more on the ground.
of protesters, or rather better described as
Protect
agitators at this
themselves.
point,
And
because
there's
of
no
everything
real
that's been
reason.
going on. A non-stop sort of barrage of rocks, concrete, scooters. I mean,
I think this is that same location where you saw the cops lining up, but this is somebody on the ground. I think. Or it might be different. Yeah, I think so. They're getting ready for something, man. I'm not seeing National Guard. These are LAPD, right?
And Susan, I'm joining you right now via Zoom from LA County's Emergency Operations Center, where we just did exclusive one-on-one interviews with both Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. And it was interesting to hear from both of them. Were very clear in trying to put out the message that violence is not the answer, and that a lot of the people that are responsible for this violence, responsible for the images that you're seeing on your screen right now, should be arrested and prosecuted.
Yeah, Caholy.
And that
He says it's pure sodium. You throw it in water and it explodes.
From Governor Newsom,
I thought it was something else, but you could be right. I forgot that. But yeah, it was a video on Twitter I saw of a guy doing that, and it's
Trump,
insane.
For this move to bring in the National Guard without the governor's permission. That is not something that happens often in American history.
Look, California is a failed state. We've seen what happened with the fires. There's a certain point where, yeah, the federal government's got to do something. If your governor is a fucking loser and a failure, and your mayor is actively part of the problem why this happened, I don't know if you can blame Newsom, because I don't think Newsom came out and publicly stoked the flames, but I bet you he's probably okay with this behind the scenes. At a certain point, the federal government's got to do something, because the safety of the citizens, the safety of the infrastructure, it's all very important, and this is what the federal government's for. So I understand this could seem a little like, oh, if Donald Trump's going to take over the guard without the governor. Fuck that governor, all right? Fuck him. This is their doing, dude. This is not Trump's doing. This is not the Trump voters doing. This is Democrat policies that have willfully ignored the law so that they can have power. They can have more fucking representatives, with the census and all that bullshit. So yeah, fuck these people, man. I'm all for the federal government doing whatever it takes to ensure that this does not keep going. Because if this keeps going, where it could lead to, it could be really, really bad.
John F. Kennedy brought in the National Guard against George Wallace to try to integrate. I actually think it was Dwight D. Eisenhower who did that. Try to integrate public school system, and so Newsom is pushing back. Very, very aggressive language against President Trump, calling him a stone cold liar, saying that President Trump wants these images. I asked him, how do you negotiate?
See, they give it away every time. Everything they accuse Trump of is what they're doing. So when they say Trump wants these images, they want these images. When they say Trump's a stone cold liar, they are a stone cold liar. If you haven't gotten savvy to the tactics they use, this is it. They've been doing it since 2016 and probably longer, specifically to Trump. They consistently accuse him of what everybody knows they are guilty of.
With each other, if that's what's happening and that's what you're saying about him. He said, there is no negotiating with him. I've tried everything. I asked him about the fact that he's asking for $40 billion from President Trump for California's wildfires. And he said, I'm doing everything I can. But there is real anger. And Newsom also saying that what Trump said publicly, which is that on a phone call the other night, that if Newsom didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in the troops. Newsom says that was a, quote, stone cold lie. That's not what happened.
Be right back in a second, guys.
Between the two of them, that Donald
It's
Trump
going to be a
is
long one, so I'm going to have to take
up,
bathroom breaks and stuff. I'm just going to get out of the way now.
He's making up other things, including the fact that the National Guard got things under control last night, hours before the National Guard even arrived. Mayor Bass with a message also that violence is not the answer, suggesting that a lot of the people, the anarchists that are fueling some of this, are actually playing into Donald Trump's hands and keeping this going. And that the best way for all of this to stop is for people to stop with some of this violence. They say there's a right for peaceful protest, but not a right for people in the middle of the streets doing some of what you're looking at right now.
Alex, as we keep you here for a moment, we're going to refer down to the live shot we're seeing here. An LAPD skirmish line is moving in here and moving that crowd off the top of the freeway where they've been raining those and throwing those rocks down onto the police vehicle, setting it on fire as well. So now you are seeing a show of force here as police now are on this level here, moving this crowd away. Maybe they can get them away enough that those vehicles can be cleared and the freeway can be reopened at some point to motorists in both directions. It's going to take some time, but you got to get those people out of there because they're going to continue to do the damage they're doing. And it really is a threat to the other motorists the innocent people that are driving on the other side of the freeway.
Why the freeway is active.
Right. Who knows if a rock doesn't go in that direction and an innocent person is hit or hurt or killed. So right now we are watching police there move in. Alex, I don't know, is Alex still with us? Can we bring Alex back?
I'm still here, and I'm able to see the live pictures. I didn't know that those were live pictures that we're looking at right now. I mean, they're very dramatic. That what we're seeing right now on the freeway, and we see now the horses moving in, and that's part of what I asked both Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom. How do you get control of this? Because it's clear that things are not under control, and that what's happening right now is not working. And they
I agree with this guy.
said that the National Guard is inflaming this. I said to Mayor Bass, we're looking at it right here, not the National Guard. I mean, this is LA.
I got a super chat from Schmuckmuck. If everyone had a more serious political philosophy than freedom, we could avoid most of the shit you give commentary on. You say freedom too much. Okay. Schmuck, I'm not sure what his point is there, but I say freedom too much. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for the $5.
Oftentimes things get worse
back up.
before they get better. And so it is a concerning night right now as fireworks
Oh, so
continue
yeah,
to
they're
go
finally
off.
trying to take that
And
freeway
you're right.
back.
It's over past 8 o'clock here, so maybe now, as the sun has gone down, the crowd has thinned out, you have enough LAPD resources in position here that they can push the remaining people off that overpass there and get control of that situation there, get control of that section of the street there, so they can
Maybe it won't be that bad tonight,
regain
guys.
control of the freeway. You can see there now a lot of LAPD officers, but in that wider shot we saw the mounted units. It is quite a show of support there, and we can only imagine that
bring in
LAPD
the horses.
was, off camera,
Bring in the
getting
horses.
their resources in place, getting all those officers and those horses in place to now take control. We're seeing now a CHP vehicle safe enough for that officer
one
to
of them
go
made it
there,
out.
get the vehicle, and move it out of harm's way. We were wondering
need
if
a lot
those
of
3
work.
vehicles were disabled, so to speak, that they could not move. Obviously, one of them clearly is going nowhere. The other has so much debris and scooters in front of it, it's going nowhere anytime soon without all that debris being moved.
You know, Alex, when you were talking about the governor, I didn't want to interrupt you because when we watched that skirmish line, police skirmish line, they were lobbing like flashbangs in order to push people back. So yeah, it was quite the dynamic, dramatic shot there.
Yeah.
But again, the CHP.
My apologies. I thought that was final footage from earlier.
Maybe they are making an effort.
From the governor, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe they are making an effort finally to fucking get things cleaned up before it gets dark. Because these guys are saying that, the numbers are thinning out now. No, as it gets dark, the craziest people come out. So if it's the opposite and people actually go home when it gets dark, that's going to be a good sign that things are going to be under control.
That's politically good for him, and that these scenes are politically beneficial, in his words. So his message to all the folks out there is stop it. And his other message is that these guys have to be...
Jesus, Schmuckmuck. Okay. Since you sent me the $5, Schmuckmuck, I'll read the rest of your comment because I do want to understand where you're coming from. Bitch about how society is falling apart, but the most important thing is maintaining freedom. Yeah, I think it's important that no matter what happens, we maintain freedom. So sorry if you disagree with that or you think that's a dumb take. I think that's pretty fucking important that we remain a free people.
Arrested, basically calling these guys thugs in the streets that are agitating and that are causing all these problems, and that there should be no tolerance for these folks, and that we shouldn't allow this to happen, and send a message to everybody that they need to be put under arrest and be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
I agree. Once you become violent in your protest is not protected anymore. It's as simple as that. This is why protests are a difficult thing to pull off. You got to get everybody in line, and you got to have you got to have training for the people protesting on how to remain peaceful and calm no matter what. Because the moment you have anybody causing any violence, and if it's not even clear who it is, and they can just assume it's your side, that's it for your movement. Your movement loses all credibility.
I said to Mayor Bass, why isn't that happening more? And she suggested, well, just because it doesn't happen today doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But I think there's a lot of people watching right now that would like to see some of the people who are perpetuating violence like what we're looking at there, to potentially, face consequences as a sign to other folks that that's not okay.
Well,
no
US
shit,
Attorney
dude.
Bill Lassaley told us last night that absolutely that
Oh,
they will be
this is
looking
the-
for the bad actors and that they will indeed be arrested and prosecuted.
Would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said
Why
this
not?
over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people
Is that normal?
in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime.
So this is their whole bullshit excuse. Like, oh, we can't work with ICE to actually enforce the law and clean up our cities because that will make our citizens scared of us. Oh, yeah, nice bullshit fucking theory that doesn't hold up.
We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979.
Yeah, because your whole city is a sanctuary city that is openly breaking law. Your city is criminal. You have a criminal city. Your city and the people that run your city should be thrown in jail for breaking the law.
So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep...
Yeah, go give them help. And it turns out they're not a citizen and they came into this country illegally and broke the law. Then turn them into ICE. You can help them and then turn them into ICE if they're illegal.
Fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency.
Neither can I, John. Neither can I.
Treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce
They got the
law
horses out
when
now.
criminal acts occur. The LAPD
Are
remains
they trying to
focused
set shit on
its core
fire?
mission to protect lives,
Ooh,
serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity.
All right.
Now for any questions.
That's
you
the thing
might
with
have.
horses, man. You just don't fuck with horses, okay? In case you guys missed that. Oh my God, what did I miss here? All right, don't pay attention to the moron talking.
My sincere
Let's watch the
appreciation to
horses.
all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility.
Oh yeah, they're setting
is a
shit on
reflection of the
fire.
values that we stand for.
Yeah, go get
We're
them.
working together to keep everyone safe.
That looks like a nice area of LA too.
And this remains our top priority.
Uh-oh.
We'll
Uh-oh.
continue to support peaceful
This is the find out moment you all were waiting for. Who found out? Was it this guy?
core mission to protect
Oh,
lives,
that guy found out.
safeguard constitutional rights,
That guy
and
found.
serve every neighborhood
That is
in
not.
Los Angeles with integrity.
That is not.
Let me open
Oh
it up
my
now for
lord.
any
So I
questions
guess
you might
he
have or points
obviously
that we can clarify.
had something to do with starting the fire and thought he was just going to calmly turn around and walk away. Oh, he is now. They're letting him walk away now. What the fuck? Just let him get run over. He gets run over.
Serve every neighborhood in Los protect lives, acts occur. The LAPD remains
Run over by the
focused on its
horses.
core
He's
mission
walking
to
away.
protect lives,
Oh, excuse me.
safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every
And then
neighborhood
a
in
couple
Los
little
Angeles
whacks for
with
a little
integrity.
whacks for.
We open it up now for
They're
any,
getting serious
questions
now,
you might
boys.
have or any points that we can
They're getting
clarify.
serious now. But then they just let this guy go.
Every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity.
They let this guy
Let me
go.
open
I
it up
shove him
now
down
for
again. Give him a
any,
couple
any
whacks.
questions you might have or any
And
points that
then
we
he
can clarify.
just goes. Almost run over again. He's a fat boy. And they just let him leave. He just walks away. How come you're not? Oh shit. Oh, he got stepped on. Holy shit, the horse is doing a 360 stepping maneuver, just stomping on everything.
I don't know what basis
Holy
they used to make that
shit. Don't
decision,
fuck
but
with
if
the
that was
horses,
based on
dude.
what I delineated.
Look at that. That horse is like a ninja, dude. Look at that. He's just like, I'm stomping on you, bitch. Ugly. Don't fuck with the horses, all right? Once the horses come out, it's time to go home.
I don't know what
Okay?
basis they used to make that
Because
decision. If that was based on
those police only, I don't know how much control they have over these horses.
the perceived lack
Yeah,
of
those are war
response from
horses, says
outside
Deli Quotes.
agency that
That horse, yeah, he's trained for that shit, dude. He's been training every day for this moment.
And just to explain that,
He's like, look at me do my circle. Look at me do my 360 stomp maneuver. I've been practicing for all my life.
we declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio
Funny that while this guy's giving his press conference is when the shit's really going down. It's almost like, hey, look over here. Don't look over here. Listen to the police chief tell us how he loves the community as we run you down on the streets with horses and trample you.
be able to come in.
We need elephants. We need to get these guys on elephants. That's what we need.
Trained in this tactic into a configuration
crazy.
of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area.
Oh, the cops own that
way
area
they can
now.
Safely go in
That worked.
a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need.
This must be an important area because they reacted with force hardcore for this area. So I don't know, is this like a bank or something? I mean, like, there's probably a bank somewhere in this area.
Need to operate in the environment.
Some sort of federal
and then they
building.
go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it
MMA KO says, I don't understand why cops still use horses. Like they can't develop a better option. I think horses are pretty badass because like you can't, the amount of power in a horse, like everybody's going to get pushed back and most people are probably just going to get like hurt and not killed. Or some people could get hurt really badly. So it's like a next level escalation before like the really lethal stuff comes out.
In the community,
I get it. You would think there'd be better technology, but I just fucking love horses, dude. I love it.
Respect ICE for
Oh, what's
being,
going on here now?
A fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that.
You know, it was a tear gas, yeah.
I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this
Trying to set up a
incident.
new barricade.
What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks.
Ooh, is that a fucking...
That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics.
That's just a firework. I thought that was a Molotov.
To be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Throw at cars and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question.
Yes,
because
you fucking do.
That you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid. And
It's almost dark.
Members of the
Not quite dark yet, but about 30 more minutes, it looks like.
Sheriff's office.
Maybe less, dude. Maybe 15.
In this case, because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain, it was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control.
Yes, maybe he's going to say that. Like, actually speak on behalf of your citizens and what's best for your citizens, dude. Can you do that instead of just pushing political fucking narratives? Yes, you need to get this under control, and you guys got too much on your plate to be able to do it. And you probably got your hands tied because of your dumbass mayor.
I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be.
So that's a yes, but he can't say yes because it'll piss off all the Democrats in California.
To be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are...
Dude, I thought they were there already. What's taking them so long? Apparently they're pissed off, too. I saw a post that, like, they were all having a good Saturday night, and then, like, they got called in. They called in the National Guard at, like, 9 p.m. on a Saturday. So they're, like, kind of not happy about this because they're out partying on a Saturday.
Are here. They're... tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about...
Yeah, this is them. This is the guy. This is the guy that's just getting shot with the rubber bullets. And he just, I don't know what he's on. He's got some good fent or some shit. Some PCP, but he is not, I mean, it's not even bothering him.
For more law enforcement and for more immigration.
And he just doesn't care. He just keeps getting shot, doesn't care at all. Dude's been hit at least like 9-10 times. They're shooting them with less than lethal pellets. They still hurt like a mother.
Why do they call them less than lethal instead of non-lethal?
All right, it looks like LAPD is not.
When I look at the people,
yeah, he's on some good drugs.
Violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people.
I don't know if there's anything else.
They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time. Get away with whatever they can. Go out there, you know, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely.
So this guy, Bow-Tied Ranger, I'm sure a lot of people are going to start saying this. President of Mexico is encouraging riots. Rioters are waving Mexican flags. Rioters are quite literally Mexican. Very few people seem to be connecting the dots here. Mexico is waging war against the United States right now. I mean, they're sure making it look like it when they're running around with Mexican flags, dude. What was the president? Let me find that what president of Mexico, because she did say something. I forgot what she said though. The Presidente of Mexico. Here we go.
Porque de ser necesario nos vamos a movilizar. Porque no queremos.
I don't speak Spanish. Mexico's president-elect Claudia Sheinbaum just said, if necessary, we'll mobilize. What do you mean, you'll mobilize? We don't want taxes on remittance from our fellow countrymen. I don't know. What the fuck does that mean? We don't want taxes on remittance from our fellow country, from the U.S. to Mexico. I don't know what that means. Something might be lost in translation. What does she mean by mobilize? That could mean anything. But yeah, she should actually be helping to calm this shit down right now and being like, be peaceful. Come back to Mexico. We love you here. We have tacos, rice and beans ready for you when you get home. We talk to your mother. She misses you. But no, this is the way you're going to behave? This is the way you behave? They're just going home. What's the fucking problem? Let them go home. Let them go home. All right, what else we got? This dumbass is still talking?
And may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe that you spoke to the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound.
Undervex, you want me to explain what? Because I'm a refried bean expert. Where I'm from in San Antonio, Texas, we have the greatest refried beans. Part of my life, I grew up on the south side of San Antonio, so you'll come to learn if you want to have the greatest refried beans, south side of San Antonio, get those like local small mom and pop Mexican restaurants, those refried beans, they're amazing. Now, the secret to refried beans is that you take your pinto beans, right? You make great pinto beans, give it a lot of flavor, but it's not there yet. What you have to do is you have to make a bunch of bacon and get a bunch of pork fat. And then you take those pinto beans, which are already flavorful, and then you smash them down and fry the fuck out of them in that pork fat. And some of these Mexican restaurants will fry the fucking refried beans more than once. And the flavor just it's so amazing. It's so amazing. There's nothing wrong with pork fat. So don't talk shit about refried beans, okay? Mexican food is my shit.
By the California Values
I love refried beans.
Which means that we can't participate in.
Lawrence, if you weren't impressed by the refried beans in San Antonio, you weren't going to the right, because there are like corporate places where the beans are just bland as fuck. But come visit me sometime, Lawrence. I'll take you to where the good beans are.
In any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be.
I can't believe this guy's still talking.
Of the rules that we have to live.
Oh, yeah, it's getting dark now. The fires are coming out like clockwork.
All arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know.
The locals are getting themselves riled up.
For throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So
Yeah, Gabriel, we're going to discuss the plan.
Made,
I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here. This is going to be a very long stream because we're covering this shit. So at some point when this calms down, I'll launch my 2028 campaign.
Comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested. Sure, everybody can come up and spell your name.
Captain Raul Jovel, Raul Jovel. Thank you. You need anybody else?
Okay, let's move on. Let's get back to
Well, be safe out there, please, all of you too. You're in an environment that is as well just as dangerous, and we appreciate what you do.
Okay, yeah, be safe. Maybe you could help make it safe. Get out there and fucking do your job.
Los Angeles Police providing an update on the images that we've been watching all day. That was LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, mostly, who was speaking. He underscored the fact that they believe
that guy is a slow talker,
You've been
man.
monitoring this situation.
He's just
to the left,
holy
that
shit.
Fire,
They're-
but also you noticed what happened earlier with the mountain unit.
Yeah, you know, you're looking on the right side of your screen here. As the mountain unit was going through, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail
Holy shit.
at the mountain unit.
That's what that was. I thought it was just somebody trying to start a fire. They threw a fucking Molotov. No wonder they got so hardcore. They threw a Molotov at the horse. Bro, I'm telling you, they're going to lose hearts and minds here. You can't attack the mounted horse police. People don't like that. You're throwing fucking Molotovs at poor innocent horses, dude.
There, and there was multiples of that happening. I was listening to the radio traffic.
Lock 'em up.
Where trees were on fire as a result of it, or they're trying to start trees on fire. And these horses, you can see them walking right through it. And then you'll watch on the right side of your screen, when this is earlier, when they try to make an arrest, or they did facilitate an arrest there. Looks like the tape ended there. But, you know, one thing I wanted to point out.
Did they stop it before he got ran over?
And you see on the front of their faces.
Did they really stop that before?
So they did facilitate them walking right through it. And then you'll watch on
He
fire
got
as a
ran
result
over?
of it, or they're trying to start trees on fire. And these horses, you can see them walking right through it. And then you'll watch on the right side of your screen, when this is earlier, when they try to make an arrest, or they did facilitate.
Yeah,
an
that's the
arrest
guy that
there.
got ran
Looks
over.
like
Yeah,
the tape
they
ended
didn't
there.
show the guy getting run over.
One thing I wanted to point out too, those horses have just been through it tonight, and you
He
see
was
on the
okay.
front
He
of their
got up and
faces,
walked
they've
away.
got a shield, just like the officers do, to try to protect their eyes from everything that's going on. The fire you're looking at here is at
those
First
poor
and
horses.
Spring, right outside police headquarters, where Chief Jim McDonnell was talking about. And I wanted to bring up something the chief spoke about, and that was the response time. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement saying that on Friday, LAPD took 2 hours to respond to their request from help. And that was a written statement from ICE officials.
2
The chief
hours?
flat out denying that, saying it took 38 minutes for them to respond, and there was extenuating circumstances for even why it took that long. The chief explaining they had no prior
But you know the
knowledge, they
mayor
were
is
ready
giving
to
them
set
some
up,
weird orders.
and be
The
there
mayor
for
doesn't
this.
want
They
them to
said
do
traffic
shit.
was an issue, crowd was an issue, tear gas that the feds had been using became an issue as well. And then he went in and explained the mobile field forces.
I imagine nobody wants to like do something more than the LAPD, but they probably have their hands tied behind their back because of their mayor.
Is where when they're not ready, because mobile field forces are
Unless they're all a
designed
bunch
for
of pussies.
incidents that pop up that they weren't prepared for, and that's when you don't have the opportunity to have more tactical type officers like we've seen tonight, when they're more prepared for a situation. But a field force is when they get a group of officers together and try to deploy them, and that's what we saw on Friday night. But the chief saying anybody that says it took 2 hours for us to respond, that is blatantly not true. They were not prepared for ICE's interactions because ICE didn't tell them that they were coming, and in fact, he says it took them 38 minutes to respond.
Yeah, and before we continue on with talking about what the chief had to say, I want to check with our producer. Do we have Congresswoman Norma Torres on the line just yet? Okay, Congresswoman, can you hear us?
Oh, who's this? This a Democrat congresswoman?
We're still working on setting that up, but we do want to make a note here as we continue to work on the connection and establishing things.
I want to hear the Democrats come out and blame Trump for this. You know they're going to.
Protesters. It looked like
I want to see how they spin it.
So briefly, and it looked like they were coming down Spring and just past 2nd Street. And that fire that we were making a point to show you earlier was on 1st in Spring. So they're making their way down. It obviously a little hard to tell now in terms of where they are.
Doesn't look like people are dispersing.
Other law enforcement, but they are making their way down Spring Street right now. Not exactly.
He did note that 3 officers have been injured. Thankfully, minor injuries. None of them being hospitalized.
Check it 1, 2, 3. Check it.
That's lucky. Because
no curfew implemented
there was
now, but
a lot of potential for those type of injuries with the shit that was going on. Those windshields were strong. That dude that was throwing rocks at those trucks driving by real quick, like those windshields held up. Thank God. Because if those windshields would have, I mean, that would have been bad. Those are some strong. They're probably like extra strong windshields or some shit.
As we continue to watch much of what we've been watching.
Okay, it's kind of calm right now.
These images, a little tougher to see at sundown.
Got to get some in on the street
It appears
feeds.
Protesters marching along Spring Street there, possibly.
Let's see.
Or perhaps just
See what we got.
taking this intersection back out to our 2 box.
Can you tell what's on fire?
Let's
Do we want to follow this group, or do we want to go back to Elvira Street?
Box 7 Austin. Joining the party.
That the cameras on the ground are capturing. Let's dip back in to our partners at Fox 11 Los Angeles. KTTV has been on the ground. Matt Seedorf specifically was
Crazy. I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. Let's hope that they get control of this tonight, and it just doesn't keep escalating.
Gas that was sifting through the air. Fox 11 is on with their evening news.
Yeah, it doesn't look like people are going home yet.
Let's listen into a little bit of their coverage. This is live.
Bill, address that
So exactly then, what you're claiming then is that that 200 National Guard, or if it goes up to 2,000.
Yeah, it looks like only 27 arrested. Is that what they said, Lawrence? I missed that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
I don't think they've been trying to arrest anybody, dude.
National Guard, and then
Doesn't seem like it.
correct? We
I
agree.
think I've seen like 2 or 3 people get arrested. There are clips of like that, of two or three people. That's it.
That part of the reason was because Governor Newsom
Agenda Free TV's not. He's over here, but he's not. I don't have him on. I'm just checking his feed to see if he catches any live streams that I missed. Any live feeds. Looks like he's got somebody's from on the ground to where the horses are.
Inflammatory than it was in any way helpful.
I don't know where he's getting that
The
feed.
inflammatory part comes from the local politicos here, who come out and basically apologize for some of the behavior of these buying it because Trump has done something they don't like.
If Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't, then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be. June 7th. Yeah, that's from yesterday afternoon. All right, we're waiting. You know, what are we waiting for here? What are we waiting for? Yeah, this is just a helicopter camera. It looks like they don't have any audio except for from the helicopter. Still going? Still going. Here's the horses. Boom. Oh, did I stop this one?
Sentiment that came out of the Trump administration, which was we are going to find
I don't know, maybe it'll calm down.
criminals.
Maybe it'll calm down.
And keep them out of the country.
Those are very emotional and sad accusations that are made, but none of them have been proven. You had a report by a state senator in Pasadena today that the ICE who were staying in a hotel as guests rounded up employees and asked them for their ID.
She didn't suggest rounded up. She did not suggest rounded up. No.
Let me get back to let me listen to this debate. This is a problem. Like, there's a lot of misinformation.
Documentation that allows them to
People are like, oh, they arrested this guy. He's a citizen. Or they arrested someone's mother and took him from their home. It's like, no, it turns out they're here illegally. But yeah, they always try to paint it. I don't know. It's hard to know what's real. It's really hard to know.
Total disbelief that it could be that.
And it's possible that they could have rounded up on accident somebody that was a citizen, but you would think that would be fixed really quickly.
All those people, dozens of people, fell into that category of the original sentiment that came out of the Trump administration, which was we are going to find violent criminals and keep them out of the country.
Those are very emotional and sad accusations that are made, but none of them have been proven. You had a report by a state senator in Pasadena today that the ICE who were staying in a hotel as guests rounded up employees and asked them for their ID.
She didn't suggest rounded up. She did not suggest rounded up. No, she didn't say that.
That state senator reported that based on secondhand information.
Yeah, I don't use TikTok, so we're not getting any TikTok live streams, unfortunately.
Another person, what their opinion was of it. And she never once went into the hotel and said, hey, did any of your employees get stopped by the ICE agents who were guests here? She couldn't have done that. And I'll bet you the answer is no.
Well, she's not here to defend herself. We don't know for sure what Gina Silva, who is an excellent journalist,
I know
yeah, it looks like it's slowing down. Maybe I can announce my my candidacy for presidency of the United States. We could do that right now. What do you think? I got my speech prepared. Nothing's happening right now. We'll do that.
We really appreciate the
or we could save that and watch this podcast cringe video.
All right, you're looking live now here. It is after 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, it don't look
Sunday
like...
night in Los Angeles, California.
Looks like there's a little lull. The thing is with this shit is like you stop watching and then it kicks off again the moment you stop watching. It's crazy. So, yeah, this is a good feed because this is on the ground right where those horses are. I don't know LA that well. I wonder what area this is. Looks kind of ghetto, dude. Let's see. Let's see what the sound is.
He's saying, and we're seeing it, people are throwing fireworks at the police.
They're throwing them from upstairs, from cars or what?
That looked like it's across the street because I didn't see no.
I know they're up there on the building or something, huh?
People are throwing fireworks at the police.
Unless the cars are driving by.
That makes sense too.
That's like the third one I see come from over there.
AXN News.
I know. They shot me because they turned down the
Huh?
I was just standing and they shot me.
Who, the cops?
Yeah.
They shot you?
You gotta be careful.
Oh, here we go. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's loud, I know. I think the on-the-ground streams are probably going to be catching most of what's going on now.
I don't know where they're taking it from. It looked like it was coming either from across the street somewhere or cars driving by.
They don't even know where the...
Main Street and Cesar Chavez.
But what was he shooting at then? So all this shit is so confusing, dude. Hard to figure out what is happening. It's just madness. Yeah, looks like not much going on. Did you guys hear that Joe stopped drinking and is completely sober, apparently? Joe Rogan?
She got hit. White shirt.
Oh, what'd she get hit with? Rubber bullet?
Man, she got popped. I heard it.
Well, why don't you guys just go home then?
Seen her jump. Fuck, let's hope we don't get hit.
Oh, you could go home.
Oh, shit. Let's go spray can back.
You don't have to worry about getting hit at home, boys. Yeah, he's going to church and all that. So yeah, there's this podcast cringe video where, I don't know, again, let's all shit on Joe. I mean, if Joe finds religion and wants to quit drinking, like, what's wrong with that, dude? I think drinking is pretty terrible for you. You should just do it as little as possible. So I understand, because for me, I don't like to drink because I feel like shit. Like, you get a little buzz for a couple hours, but then the next day you feel terrible. But for that alone, it's not worth it. And that's why I barely ever drink, because I don't like going through that. Where were we at? Let's go. So many people trying to get some social media. Oh, okay, now what's going on over the fucking here?
Guys, how's the fireworks in this crowd? Oh shit. We're taking fire.
Taking fire from what? The police shooting rubber fucking bullets at you guys? Maybe you should get off the street. Oh yeah. Cops aren't messing around now.
We got the safe spot, huh? Good. Somebody in the crowd threw like a firework. I took off. Like, I know what's coming after that.
What's going on over here?
Seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests out of the campuses, but then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now, and I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade, and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street, right in City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least try to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were.
Guys, there's a fire, guys. Another Mexican flag. Supposedly, some of you are playing a drinking game to where you take a shot every time you see a Mexican flag. So good luck with that game. There's one.
Some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene.
Some DSP Historical Society says I'm a recovered drug addict. Drinking is all I have left. Yeah, I wouldn't want to tell you what to do as a recovering drug addict, but yeah, I just, smoke the green, It's easier. I don't have hangovers. I'm very productive. I'm not a moron. And yeah, I can get that enjoyment of a little buzz without all the downsides.
Has quite built up with high rises and restaurants and
there's actual nightlife in downtown LA now.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for, is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large
they got this going on again.
Of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today,
setting up little areas to shoot at the cops with fireworks.
You saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top.
Yeah,
of
they're setting up.
CHP vehicle that
Lawrence Thomas says, "Can the president issue a stay-at-home order, or can only the governor do that?"
It looks like, I mean,
I think you're talking about martial law.
Protesters, where you're looking at right now.
I think in order to do martial law, looks like there's an issue with my stream. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing it or if it's back, but should be good now. For martial law, I think, yeah, the president can do that. I think that it has to be the president. I'm not sure. I have to look that up. Oops, that is back on.
Enforcement just sort of keeping an eye on things as well. It's hard to make out exactly how many there are, but as we mentioned, it is a numbers game in their favor right now because they're establishing these lines wherever they go. And then
I think the governor can declare like a national, like an emergency.
Other stragglers are sort of
I don't know if let me see.
That Chevron gas station there. Is that right across the street from Olvera?
Maybe a stay-at-home order is different. Like anybody can do that.
We have Lauren Posen.
I mean, a stay-at-home order, yeah, I think.
Lauren, where are you? What are you seeing?
I think anybody can do that. I don't know. Maybe it depends on the area and what their laws are.
On Main Street, we're at Main and First here, we're with the officers with the motorcycles, and we saw some smoke a little bit further, like the next block
so the
down.
president and the governor can. So the president can
but there does seem to be a
declare martial law for federal, and then the governors can declare martial law within states. So yeah, it would be up to Gavin Newsom But Trump could also do it as well, I believe. But normally, I don't think. I think like a president would normally just let the governor handle that normally.
People may be splintering off into clusters.
It so rarely ever fucking happens.
I'm seeing here, that's Los Angeles, and I see a cluster group over there. I don't think they're doing any. It looks.
Is the audio? I mean, you guys are behind, right? There was a point here where it said nothing was going through, so it appears to be back. So the issue should be the issue should be better now. You guys are probably a little behind. Yeah, there was a little hiccup with the stream, but it should be good now.
To face. Now, we have Skyfox in the left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what attracted the pilot there to hone in on that, but we've got Matthew Seedorf on the ground looking towards First Street, and it looks like there are quite a few people and lots of vehicles that are passing through that intersection, and you're nearby City Hall, so there is an attempt, of course, to keep people away from that general vicinity. But what's going on?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's going to get any better. Feels like things are heading in the same direction as last night.
People spread out throughout the downtown Los Angeles area.
And you can see from this aerial shot here, quite an LAPD presence there.
No, I could be wrong, man. I could be wrong.
What, midnight? 12:30?
About midnight.
About midnight last night. So obviously, the police department
has that's a lot of shots there, guys. A lot of shots.
From last night as to what we saw in the
Take a shot, boys. Mexican flag. I will not be taking shots.
We saw the freeway shut down, the 101 freeway. You can't have that on a Monday in Los Angeles, California, where people are going to work.
Well, the mayor actually, when in her news conference earlier today, she pointed out that perhaps it was advisable if you're able to work from home to avoid the downtown Los Angeles area. Not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which the city needs to sort of.
I'm going to show it to you because I think it's kind of funny.
What are you going to show us, bro?
I'm going to show this to you.
Show it, bro. What's he showing us?
But if the crowd stays like where they're at right now, a block away.
Is this? It'll get weird.
Most people are thinned out.
So check it out.
The stream is good. Yeah, so hopefully the stream's good now. I think it is.
Down for a second. So Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, just posted, Donald Trump has manufactured a crisis and is inflaming conditions. If he can't solve it, we will. To the bad actors fueling Trump's flames, California will hold you accountable. And then
it's all Trump's fault, guys.
He reposted Gavin Newsom, but it's this stream, and it's when I was eating. So it says Steve is eating. He will be back after. That was the Reuters feed, which I pay for.
Funny.
Anyway, so there you go.
Hilarious.
Strangely, the stream ended up
Gavin
Newsom's tweet.
Reposted his fucking.
I
don't know much about this guy. I've seen his streams a few times. Is he good? Is he a cool guy? Agenda free? Is he cool? Let's see. What's going on over here?
To be much more serious, including injuring an
officer, cool, man?
Including
you cool?
Ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line. So you were there yesterday in Paramount, Matthew.
Bringing out the big boys.
What you witnessed in Paramount versus what you're witnessing now.
Is that a SWAT team vehicle there? What the hell is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to compare. This one, it seems like
looks like on GTA when you got 4 stars. The SWAT comes out. Yeah, it looks like a SWAT team.
That were forced to abandon their vehicles on the freeway. We got a firework that just was launched right there.
Crazy.
Yesterday, it was mainly
maybe they're going to get control of it tonight.
From that Home Depot for reportedly a staging ground. It was mostly Border Patrol at that main scene in Paramount. There was no LASD there or local police department helping them out for a few hours, honestly.
Yeah, dude.
And then LASD helped with kind of closing down the freeways in the area, preventing more.
I don't know. I'm wondering if anything's going to happen. I'm starting to think maybe nothing's going to happen now.
Today feels like it's scattered.
Maybe there's too much show of force. Or what's this guy doing?
It seems more widespread. Skyfox now.
think this one. Yeah, this is just the Austin camera. Yeah, this guy's starting a fire. What's this guy doing? It looks like they're definitely trying to stage something in this spot. Is this the same spot they were at yesterday? Did they just come out to the same damn spot? Are those trash cans been there for 2 days? Yeah, there goes that fire. Guy's wearing a yellow hard hat. Hilarious. Oh, my Lord. Okay, well, there's a lot of them there. Maybe they're having enough show of force this time that people will be cool. Yeah, we just saw that. This is AXN News. Like this guy's on the ground. Thank you, John McCarter. Let's see who's winning in the community today. Number one, Med Joe, number one. We got a four-way tie. K-Mac, John McCarter, Johnny Q, and Met Joe. All right. Now I don't understand exactly how it tracks these XP points, but yeah. Congrats on the top four.
Horses anywhere.
Yeah, dude. Let's come back to this in a little bit because it's calm as fuck right now. I don't know if you guys watched the last Protect Our Parks. Yeah, I mean, Mark does kind of seem disappointed that Rogan's become a Christian and quit drinking. Now, I am a little disappointed with the drinking part because I like that Joe gets really drunk on podcasts. It's always my favorite thing when Joe gets really, really drunk. And but I guess we're not going to get that anymore, at least for now.
Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit?
I have been to church.
Why?
Have you ever been to church before?
I've been.
It's actually very nice. They're all just trying to be better people. It's a good vibe. It's just.
This is crazy. This was not something I would have predicted. Like, oh, 2025, Rogan's going to go sober and become a Christian and a Republican Trump supporter. Now, supporting Trump, I could see it being a possibility, but Christian, now that's something I never saw coming. But that's great, dude. If he finds Christianity improves his life and gives him happiness, hell yeah, dude.
It's a Christian church.
A non-denominational Christian.
Literally all I eat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I eat 90% red meat.
Wait. Are you sober?
Yeah. Dog, for 3 months.
Don't you get bored, though, at night?
No, I thought I would.
First of all, he's sober just from alcohol. He's not sober from weed. All right?
That's the thing.
Come on.
Well, I have fun doing stand-up. I have fun hanging out in the green room.
I think he's still smoking weed, so that's kind of a good sign. I think that's good.
It just, you're just tired all the time. It's like, it beats
Someone says maybe something happened and he found a reason to believe in Jesus. Possible. Sometimes it's just as you get older, dude, people just tend to become more religious as they get older.
you down. And if I was doing 3 nights in a week at the club, and
Hold
then
on, let me bong this beer.
Yeah, exactly. Buy Bodega Cat.
J-Mo, bong a beer, brother.
We'd love to have you. Are you sober,
Why are
too,
you
like
so
Gay
mean?
Rogue?
Protect Our Parks is back for episode 15,
J-Mo
and a lot has
is
changed
J-Mo going
since the
Christian now
last time
too?
we were here back in January this year, and I'm not just talking about Joe Rogan's PIN code. The first thing is they're back on YouTube after...
These guys are so quick, man. They jump on this shit like so quick. Like Protect Our Parks just fucking came out, and he's already got a 22-minute video about it. By the time I make a cut of this, like no one will even remember there was a Protect Our Parks. It'll be so long.
The 3 episodes, 12, 13, and 14,
I'm so
weren't
jealous.
uploaded due to copyright reasons. Maybe you guys remember, just after Rogan struck his second Spotify deal, part of his agreement was that Spotify would publish all JRE episodes on all platforms and monetize everything themselves after his viewership dropped by over 75% during the 3.5 years he was exclusive to Spotify.
Now, I do imagine that he did have a drop of viewership at Spotify, obviously. You're not going to get the same numbers on YouTube. But how does he know it was a 75% drop? How does he know the exact amount?
That's why you now see those ad reads around the 8-minute mark and 35-minute mark. But since he came back to YouTube at the beginning of last year, you might also remember all those issues they were having with copyright, especially on the Protect Our Parks episodes where they play a lot of music. It was on episode 11 that Rogan and Jamie had to explain to Mark, Shane, and Ari that as part of their new contract with Spotify, they couldn't play any copyright-protected music on the show anymore, and Gillis blurted out, "But that's what we do," and Mark Norman said, "What the fuck did you guys sign?" So after all of that embarrassment, they didn't upload the next 3 episodes onto YouTube so they could have a drink and play whatever songs they wanted.
Yeah, I can't find the 75% number. I mean, obviously, I find some sources that his like influence shrinked. I think obviously going to Spotify, his audience shrunk. I think that's very clear. But I think he felt he had to because he thought he was going to get censored on YouTube because of COVID and all that shit.
Without losing...
But yeah, I wonder where he gets that 75% loss of audience number from.
Any of Spotify's ad revenue over on YouTube. But now they're back, except their latest episode was the shortest in Protect Our Parks history, coming in at just over 3 hours and 10 minutes long. And
Sometimes they're too long.
Spotify,
those 5-hour ones are too long.
They managed to agree to allow Jamie to play whatever music Joe wants, because for the last 30 minutes of this episode, they were basically just listening to music and smashing beers. Well, except for Rogan, because he's sober now. Oh, and he's a Christian as well. But I'll come back
what the
to
fuck
that
are they riding in?
Because from the beginning, you could tell things had changed. It just seemed like
almost looks like a makeshift
their past shenanigans
SUV that they just
ready to settle down.
cut a hole in the top of it.
You sick.
Oh, he came back with the bong. Dun, dun, dun.
It's just plastic. It's just plastic made in America. Hold on, I gotta piss. Don't start it before.
Is this how they set the car on fire?
Thank God you're leaving to piss.
Yep.
We had a triple wash this.
This is from earlier.
Because Norman pissed in it once.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that.
Wow. I don't remember that either.
We've had some really...
I mean, it might be quiet tonight, boys.
Like to the point where when it's like Protect Our Parks Day, I'm like...
All right, what's going on over here?
Oh, yeah.
But America needs it.
Yeah.
Which one did I just turn on? I don't know where that's coming from. That's off. This one. There we go. Because this one didn't have sound before. So what's on fire over here, dude? Yeah, this doesn't seem like... I'll be honest, it doesn't seem... I thought it was ramping up, but... Doesn't seem like much is gonna... It doesn't seem like it's gonna get as bad as last night. As of right now, it doesn't. But shit, I might be eating my words here soon. Yeah, so they're recycling footage from earlier today. No one's playing that footage of the guy getting run over by the horse, though, for some reason. They're hiding that. See what's going on with this guy. AXN News. Ah, so he's amongst the people. We get to see who these people are. Who are these people out here? Interview them. Ask them why they're here. I mean, the camera people, obviously, they're just doing work, trying to get paid or views or some shit.
Oh, the sheriffs took it when I got arrested.
All right. Let me figure out which ones are still going that this one. I don't... What's on fire over there? The hell is that? Just got their own little the camera crew following them. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Just like something on fire that they're wheeling around. The fuck is that? Is that a scooter on fire? Is that a scooter where they lit the wheels on fire? And that's a car on fire? Alright, well, it's not completely peaceful. All right. That one's useless. Let's see what they're saying over here.
Typical heavy flow of traffic moving back and forth, and then a fire that's inching its way, toward the street, and then you have folks either taking photos of it or otherwise starting it.
Throwing shit on it.
It looked like someone took like a big suitcase of some sort or a box of some sort.
Jesus Christ, guys! If you're enjoying the show, smash the thumbs up, please. We got 118 thumbs up. That's great. Let's get it up. Let's get it up to like, I don't know, 1 million.
Okay. We have a patrol cruiser here. He's got the sirens on, but he's going the other way. And that's exactly right.
They're going the other way.
One of the big concerns here is, I don't know if the people that are starting these fires understand how they're putting innocent people, at risk here. Because
I think they do understand.
The fire could
I think they would love it if the whole damn city burned down.
In California history just 3 months ago. And these fires are very serious, and they can catch other things on fire very quickly. There's a lot of trees over here.
It's a good point. It's a good point. After what y'all just went through, you're fucking around setting fires.
You have people on bikes. You see people going.
Why isn't anybody running to that fire with a fire extinguisher? Where are the police?
And Gio, to your
where are the authorities? Where are the local business owners? The local fucking residents?
But I've seen people.
Oh, it's just
taking their
don't do
phones
nothing.
out and just capturing all this. They're not involved.
Is that
in
a
the
fire
protests.
extinguisher?
They're not involved in any of it. They just want to be a part of the scene here and capturing it.
Garbage, guys.
But,
Thank you, Corey. I'm trying, man. It's gonna be a long night, so it's hard for me to talk the whole time. You're gonna see me a lot of just looking through these feeds, seeing what the fuck's going on. Because I'm like you guys, just trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
It's a very dangerous situation.
Lauren, thank you. We'll be sure to check back in with you as we keep an eye on obviously this
And hopefully,
fire and everything else that's
my
going
volume's
on
not too low still.
Around the area
I think I got it balanced better now, guys. Hopefully.
Sky
Art of Guitar, what's up, brother? V for Vendetta and They Live are looking more and more likely, yeah. I've never seen V for Vendetta, but I've seen They Live a lot of times. I love that movie.
Get Mike Rogers' mic. He's going to work on getting that because he has some.
Shout out to you, dude. Art of Guitar, go follow him if you want to learn how to play guitar. He's a legend.
We saw a couple of minutes ago, and he was
you get some more water.
To find out those details for us. So we're going to let him get
more water
here. There you go.
All right, so yeah, it is still First and Spring. It's that same location outside of LAPD headquarters, and it's funny because, or not funny, but interesting because as you talk about spectators, the reason I can tell that the ground shot and the live shot or the helicopter shot are the same.
Oh, holy shit! Thank you for the $50, Art of Guitar. Yes, crazy times, dude. Crazy times. Thank you, dude. Very generous, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know what we do, man. I have a plan to fix our debt and get rid of income taxes while fixing our debt. Believe it or not, it's possible. But I don't know how we solve this shit, man. I don't know. I think this is a California-made problem. Like, California caused this problem.
Now you've got the group that is splintered off. So LAPD is back over at that other location.
How do you get rid of states running their shit terribly, you know? Take care, Art of Guitar. Appreciate you, dude.
Is just at the bottom of the screen here.
But
more fires.
Crews, I should say, the officers are deployed everywhere else right now. They're not sitting in this office.
Yeah, right.
So,
right.
It's the same. No, this is a different fire.
But we did see, the motor officers. There was.
So they're just gonna sit there and watch the fires.
Yes. But
just gonna stand here and it's a pretty fire. It's like a bonfire out here, boys. Go put it out, dumbass. Take control of the situation. Oh, this seems. Oh, holy shit! What's going on over here? This seems rowdy.
I am listening to LAPD.
Yeah, get it out! Shit is getting out. Look like some dude with no shirt.
Okay, let's see. What did we miss here? This seemed like it got rowdy.
Who's got a gun? I heard someone.
Dude, people are so on edge as soon as they hear like anything that sounds like a gun.
Say that he's got a gun. What happened? Someone had a gun?
No, the minivan. The minivan's trying to hit people because someone's special.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
did he have a gun? Yeah. He had a gun though?
Yeah.
No way.
That's that minivan. Holy shit!
This minivan here.
Guy's doing reverse 360s. Oh, people are throwing shit at him. What did he do? I mean, is he just going through there, waving a gun out his fucking window, or did you guys start throwing fucking bricks at his window and he pulled out a gun in self-defense? And they go, he's got a gun. He's the bad guy. He's got a gun. It's like, you're trying to murder him with rocks, dude. Like, you're trying to stone the dude to death in the street. Let's see if was there anything else that happened here that we missed?
I did get a new gas. I don't know.
This is exactly what happened yesterday. Throwing rocks, projectiles at police cars. And I've seen them, they don't just throw them at the police cars, they throw them at the fucking civilians driving by as well. So that's probably what they did to the dude in the van.
Your security, can I hire you too? How much?
Alright, that's good. Yeah, let's just set a fire in the middle of the street. I was just wondering if there's any more footage of what happened here. But that guy... That guy just out of nowhere starts running. He's got a gun. Who's got a gun? Sorry, I like to watch these things and try to figure out what actually fucking happened.
Said somebody got a gun. Who's got a gun? I heard someone say that he's got a gun.
Yeah, I guess somebody saw the guy in the white van pull out a gun. Ah, boy. That's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Nice bonfire in the street, boys. Reminds me of my days, my early years, having bonfires out at the school. We used to do that. A little small town I went to, that we used to do big old bonfires outside the school, and everybody would show up, and the fire department would show up as well, just to make sure it didn't get out of control.
Hey, thank you for that super chat, whoever that was. Hey, thanks to everybody who's hitting the thumbs up, sharing, and.
All right, so it seems to be getting. Yeah, these helicopters, they don't know what the fuck. They're in the wrong place. They don't seem to be filming the right shit. All right, yeah. Well, we're just on.
And I will tell you, Mojo just mentioned, we had seen that same minivan.
Oh, okay. Was there something
over near the overpass? It was the guy was leaning out of the window. He was, jawing at the police officers, jawing at CHP, and they kept trying to tell him to get out of there, get out of there. He just kept yapping and yapping. That's the same guy. So
I mean, this is very, very quickly transitioned into fire on the restaurant.
Yeah. So now the guy in the minivan's the bad guy. What did he do?
A lot of encountered when we.
What did he do? What does this crazy dude in a minivan do? This is the same guy that. Yeah, this is the same one we just saw on the other fucking feed, but from a helicopter view. Maybe we could figure out what the fuck happened here.
Rocks at passing cars. There's over.
Yeah, so they obviously fucking. I mean, you're throwing rocks at people driving by trying to go home. Like, somebody's gonna flip out. And that's probably what this guy's doing. He's probably flipping the fuck out.
I think they're about to go into this Chevron and take it over. They've been throwing rocks at
Oh, they're going to loot a Chevron?
Cars.
What's new?
There's a car on fire about maybe 100 yards from where we are, maybe 50 yards from
Oh, look at the kids. They're having so much fun. Look at them.
I don't know what's
They're having so much fun.
Oh, let's go to the chopper.
It's a good time, guys.
See that,
yeah, someone is doing donuts in the middle of the roadway there, a minivan.
And they're throwing rocks at the minivan.
Yes, and
the guy's had it, dude. The guy has had it. He's fucking had it.
rocks and such into it, trying to break into it.
He did the horse maneuver, guys. He did the same fucking thing the horses are doing. That was when the horse started doing that circle and stomping on everybody. That's basically what he was doing, but in a car.
Crowd, I will note, a much younger crowd than the crowd that we first encountered.
What's he throwing out the window? Oh, is that somebody fucking? So they probably broke his windows. He might have did that fucking move just for his own safety, dude. He might have just got like a rock through the window and maybe even hit him in the car. And he's like, holy shit, I gotta like make myself hard to hit. You know, it's hard to hit a car doing the donut like that. Like, yeah, good luck hitting it.
Trying to break into it. This is a much younger crowd, I will note.
Yeah.
A much younger
Jesus.
crowd than the crowd that we first encountered.
Dude's shirtless. Dude looks like a
with the
shirtless fat guy.
A lot of amped up young teenagers around here and young.
Look at that van.
He's pissed.
That we're keeping our eye on that was doing donuts.
Holy shit.
In reverse.
Yeah, keep your eye on this van. I don't know.
Very erratically. That person also throwing things out of the window. Take a look. They're trying to make their way.
I don't know. Maybe this guy's had enough. Maybe we got a vigilante on our hands who's just fucking had enough.
Olvera Street area.
Uh-oh.
It's a very dangerous situation.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who is behind the wheel of this minivan here or what their intentions are.
Oh, you know what?
That is
yeah. Can you go
Olvera
back? Can you guys? Right. Can you guys see? Can you see the fire? Can you see the car on fire in the middle of the road?
It's a trash.
Oh, it's a trash can.
bin.
I'm sorry. It's a trash can.
Calm down, lady. Calm down.
You can see that trash can on fire.
Holy shit. Is this guy trying to run people over now?
Driving through sidewalks right now. Mike, this is a very dangerous
situation.
It is.
Oh my gosh. And they're totally in a pedestrian area.
This is fucking GTA in real life.
A couple of pedestrians. You've got the fire on the.
I mean, maybe. Look, maybe the guy's lost his mind and he's just had enough, and he's trying to do some terrible shit. Maybe somebody fucking threw a brick through the window and it hit him in the head, and he's concussed and completely lost his mind.
The right-hand side of the street. I mean, this is very, very quickly transitioned into chaos. In multiple parts of downtown. You've got fire at First and Spring.
I mean, the locals can only take this shit for so long before they fucking flip out.
You've got this really hectic location where Lori is at, and now you've got this minivan that is driving through.
Oh, this guy's nuts.
With absolutely no regard to anybody. The right side of your picture is now Lauren Posen's live shot, where that fire is growing in size as well.
My concern is this minivan that's just
look ran towards the crowd.
Yeah, Lori, you're right by this minivan, right? You see that minivan?
Yes, he just came right at us.
This dude is going to be a problem.
Lori should probably get away from that area. Yeah.
Driving in reverse right now down the street. This person was throwing something out of the minivan, and we don't know who.
It looked like he threw some sort of projectile, like a rock.
But look, this crowd is now.
From what I could see, the angle I got when it was looking down, it looked like a fat, shirtless, hairy, middle-aged white dude driving that van.
Going towards it. Looks like a general or a person without a shirt on.
Yeah, shirtless for sure.
Yeah.
This is insane. I mean, this person is out to cause harm.
Yeah, and that can be a very scary situation here.
There's a lot of people out tonight to cause harm.
You can see now the people.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to.
Lori, be careful because that minivan's coming back your direction.
Back towards you.
Woo! Oh my God.
The minivan of death.
And the crowd is now chasing the van.
This is a bad situation, guys. This is.
Oh man.
Yeah,
oh my God,
Lori, we want you to
Lori
go.
should, yeah. Look at this.
I mean, you got people chasing just straight up to the driver's side. I mean, I'm throwing things at the van.
This person was driving, through the park right by Olvera Street. They were throwing stuff out of their vehicle, doing donuts in the middle of the roadway. And I don't know if law enforcement even has an eye on this person, but this is Union Station now.
Well, he hasn't hit anybody or anything yet, right? So maybe he's just having some road rage right now.
And I will tell you, Mojo just mentioned.
Oh, he turned his car off.
Seen that same minivan.
He's chilling now.
Over over near the overpass. It was the guy was leaning out of the window. He was, you know, jawing at the police officers, jawing at CHP, and they kept trying to tell him to get out of there, get out of there. He just kept yapping and yapping.
On the
That's
move
the
again.
same guy.
Now he's got his lights off.
Obviously, something's happening with him. This, I mean, this is insanity. I don't even know what's happening now. I mean, look at this behind me. This is.
He just hit a. Oh no.
He clipped the back end of that bicyclist, and the bicycle went flying.
Yeah, he's just zooming through here right
Yeah,
now. Just
that
parked
guy,
at
I
Union
think he's
Station.
on something. I don't know, but.
He parked at Union Station briefly and then just fired the van back up.
Yeah, he turned his lights off.
Clearly going incredibly fast.
I think he's just got his parking lights on.
This person doesn't have a shirt on. They look highly agitated, and now you can see.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Through the back.
Yeah, like we needed this too.
They're gonna.
Everything else going on now, we got a fucking insane person.
No, they're not. They're gonna keep going.
Running around trying to hit people in his minivan. Hey, come on, dude. Haven't we got enough shit today to worry about?
Almost hitting that law enforcement vehicle,
Yeah, get him.
metro vehicle, and take a look. Going into the parking lot here.
I think he's in the backside of Union Station now because there's an Amtrak train right there.
Yeah, meanwhile, the dumpster fire is...
Jesus, I gotta take a piss, dude. I'll be right back.
You almost want to say
I'll leave this one on.
Incredibly fortunate.
It's insane.
Nobody was hit head on by this minivan.
I can't believe they weren't.
Yeah, it's just terrifying to look at right now in a multitude of ways. Well, obviously all this on the right side of your screen still going on as well.
Yeah, the right side is closer to where Lori was, closer to that Chevron station there on Alameda and Cesar Chavez. And we try to keep our eye on that minivan and that driver who was, you know, looked like driving very erratically. And we were afraid they were going to hit someone because at times they were driving on the sidewalk. So we'll keep our eye on this situation if we can find that driver again. But we want to get to our Lauren Posen because we know she's near Metro headquarters where this fire is now getting larger and larger, and the crowd is as well.
Yeah, Leslie, that's right. As soon as you guys left us, I don't know how to describe them, but there's those little motorcycle bikes that people are not supposed to ride in the streets, but they do. They went in like circles. They were doing donuts right in front of where that fire is, and setting off more fireworks. And it looks like from where I'm at, that fire is getting bigger. I see someone. Oh, there we go, another firework. And I'm telling you, I've been out here now for 2 days, and I have heard these flash bombs go off and these fireworks go off, and it still startles me every single time. That's how loud it is, even though we're a block away. It is so loud, you just get jolted. What else can I tell you? I see there's patrol cars making their way around.
Guys still driving around? They haven't got him yet?
Probably from that firebomb that just went off, the fireworks there. And that fire is just getting, it looks like it's getting bigger. I have not seen any fire trucks come by yet.
I think I'm going to end up being here pretty late tonight, boys. I don't think this is getting better.
They're working on within this area.
I think this is ramping up again for some shit.
I'm sure they're aware of it happening. And
I'm going to make some coffee.
Coffee time. That one little area there in the corner by that bus stop. Another firework going off there. And now I hear patrol cars coming down. We'll see what happens here. A lot of people just walking by, kind of taking this all in. Here come the patrol cars. I'll let you take a listen.
Oh, they get him? Is this the guy?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four patrol cars. And you can see what I'm talking about here. Now, well, see, the traffic is still going, but, you know, usually when you got patrol cars behind you, you have to move out of the way, but that's not happening here. I also hear people revving up their engines over where the fire is. Okay, here come the patrol cars. They might be going to address the situation by the fire over here. Not put it out, but address whoever's throwing things into it.
Took them long enough. Fuck.
You know, one thing I want to mention, too, when I was out here last night,
What happened with the guy in the fucking minivan, dude? I think they arrested him. Is this the? Oh yeah, this is the minivan guy. Let's see what happened to him.
Pretty obvious that he wasn't really a part.
in time, you'll see exactly what we're talking about doing. We've seen a lot of car scenes where they do donuts in the middle of the street, but in reverse.
Right.
That was crazy. With people around.
Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if there were people that got involved and wanted to do a street takeover, but to do it in reverse, and then clearly to not be as a part of the demonstration that's going on right now. It seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't really a part of what is going on.
They were quite upset.
He wanted to object, or, you know, I don't think that necessarily means he's with the police chief and the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, but regardless, don't know his state of mind. It didn't seem as if he's like, I'm with you guys, because instead, protesters started to throw rocks and concrete at him. And I believe it broke the window, because then he started lobbing things back out of the car.
Is this the vehicle stopped? Like he drove home? And it's, you know, I don't know if this person got caught up. There he is right there, shirt off.
I think he might.
Please don't get back in the car.
Yeah,
I think he might.
That's the guy that we watched.
I think he might have lost it.
Dumpster unsuccessfully.
I mean, he's got.
But they were throwing rocks at cars. So, I mean, he might have lost it because he got attacked by the mob with rocks.
To be without a shirt on in LA, it does cool down at night, so that is.
That's a good point. That's a good point. He's running around shirtless. He was already shirtless before anything happened, so he is probably crazy.
And perhaps
the fact that he's driving shirtless, that means he's a crazy man. For sure, 100%.
It's very bizarre indeed. So now he's gone into the back.
Is that Randy from Trailer Park Boys?
Pulling out. Oh,
Randy?
I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something, because now I'm going to.
He's drunk.
Put on my jacket.
He's a drunk.
The driver's side door open.
He's a fucking drunk.
Oh, so he, you know, the reason why likely that he's shaking that out.
Glass.
Is because I'm pretty sure the window on the driver's side was broken. At the least.
Left the door open. Oh no.
Here's my theory. He was driving through there. Somebody threw a rock through his window and the guy flipped out. That's my theory. I could be wrong. He could just be crazy and was already flipped out because of everything going on. I think something happened. Maybe he even took a brick to the face. Maybe that's why he took his shirt off or something. I don't know. I don't know, man. But yeah, he probably is drunk as fuck as well. Thomas.
Getting into another vehicle.
Oh, that's
all right. So I'm sensing this person has.
Oh, he's got multiple vehicles.
They're just opening car doors. Is this their vehicle?
So he was shaking
Good
out
question.
that jacket, I believe, because it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that? So that car is on, and he decided to open the door and throw that jacket in. Meantime, he did leave the door open on the driver's side.
Yeah, this guy might be on a lot of drugs. Oh, here come the cops.
Police are involved. They are
indeed
aware and involved.
Yep, that's well, it's a white guy. You can beat him up.
If they were watching,
it's a white guy. You can rough him up. It's fine.
So, police have stopped this guy from getting behind the wheel of that second vehicle or back behind his own.
I think it's good. I think it's good. He's in custody.
To say, who are you and what the heck were you doing?
What were you doing? And now we have an idea of specifically where he is: Vanna Street and East First Street. So just outside.
I think there's a possibility he was provoked by being attacked. I mean, imagine that, right? Like put yourself in somebody's shoes that you're already like you're driving through this town. You're already hours of your day are lost. All these people are screaming, yelling. You're already enraged, and then somebody comes and throws a brick through your fucking window. And imagine you get cut by some glass. Maybe the brick actually comes through and hits you. Some people would lose their fucking cool over something like that and go into a fucking just a rage and want to attack. He also could have been drunk, which would lead to more of that kind of response. I'm just saying, because I don't want to pretend like these people out here throwing rocks at cars driving by are all of a sudden the fucking victims.
He didn't resist arrest. He didn't seem all that surprised either that police suddenly came upon him. Meantime, the woman that he was talking to.
And I think it is a bad look to drive your car with no shirt. Not a good look. Makes you look crazy. But I don't think in a court of law that gives people the right to attack you. Or he still could be a victim of some sort, even though he's driving shirtless like a weirdo.
Police are saying, no, you need to back up. You need to back up. And she looks like
she's
objecting to all of this.
I'm telling you, it could be Randy, bro. He might live in Hollywood now.
Be talking with that officer.
Funny.
Okay, they're back.
In the meantime, he's like, everybody's.
Officer, I just wanted a cheeseburger.
Yeah. Well,
he looks like he's a sheriff's deputy, not LAPD.
Crazy.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior.
But you have to wonder what happened to him, because
talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist or sideswipe a bicyclist in some fashion, hoping that person is okay. That was after that bizarre behavior of doing those donuts in reverse in the middle of an intersection there.
Not good.
All right, should we go back to
You're going to jail, buddy.
And see what the situation is near City Hall? You see a lot more sheriff's deputies in that skirmish line there. And
not on IFB, stand by.
And we have been watching as more
in this case,
LASD deputies have arrived on scene. That's
LAPD declares unlawful assembly.
Some of
that's
their
why
officers,
it's over there,
I'm sure.
and now it's up to local law enforcement to deal with the situations that we're monitoring as we speak.
Back again. I got to get a coffee cup. Right back.
It would have been deployed by the governor. They would be able to go to 50% deployment, which means 50% of the department would address this situation. The other 50% would go and address what's the crime happening. On our streets, and then they would go into mutual aid with the sheriff's department. But because it did not come from the local level up, they are not able to do that. Essentially, they have to treat this as a situation that they're on their own.
And we've already talked about the difficulties of the lines of communication between federal and local and state government. It's non-existent, really. I mean, Supervisor Hahn told us she has not spoken with the federal government at all. You know, we heard from the chief, who sounds like they did have a meeting with a bunch of federal officials as we watched this person try to remove this planter from the tree. I don't know if they're trying to break off more slabs of concrete. You can see some pretty big ones there in the middle of the screen, but it's just, it's anything that these guys can get their hands on. We've seen park benches, we've seen trees, we've seen all kinds of things being thrown, and now they're going to try to burn the tree, I guess.
They're just going to put it into that dumpster there.
While we keep an eye on this, we want to go back to Lauren Posen as well, who's keeping an eye on her situation going on right now. Lauren, what are you seeing, and what can you tell us?
Making a big old mess over here.
Yeah, well, Gio, to me it looks like it's getting bigger. The flames are definitely getting bigger, and the smoke, I've seen black smoke as well, too. Within the last, 5 minutes, there was this huge firework explosion. I don't know if we were rolling on it. If we were, we might be able to play it back for you. It was right over...
No one's put that fire out yet. Still
City
going.
Hall. Hang on, what do we have going? Okay, we just have a patrol car coming through. It was just one after another green fireworks that went off over here. And here comes a patrol car going through. Assume he's going.
One more like for 150, boys. Give me the 150. Give me the 150.
In terms of the graffiti down here, unfortunately, we can't show it to you because there's a lot of bad language. But I can tell you that nearly every single. Well, here goes some more patrol cars here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and they're going the opposite direction.
More Mexican flags.
Graffiti. Nearly every single building downtown is coated in graffiti. From
wonderful.
City.
Where's he at? Aliso and.
Just a nice little bonfire, boys. That's it.
It just looks it looks like a hurricane came through and just kind of lifted everything.
Looks like a hurricane. 100 Vex with the $2. Viva la Mexico. Then go back to fucking Mexico. You make a good point, Hunter. Thank you for the $2.
I'm gonna call that a.
Oops, sorry, my bad.
Firework again. Another firework. Another flash mob. There we go. Flash mob going.
This chick is scared shitless. You can tell. She's terrified.
I don't know if you want to say something or that's what it's like down here.
No, because Lauren, the other thing too I noticed there with and there's another one that's going off right in.
I mean, can we start some fires with that shit? That could start fires.
You see, and just across the street,
bro, I mean, LA just burnt down. What are you fucking doing?
And then a group of people really congregated toward that fire, just seemingly.
Is it real? Is it not? How dry is it out there right now? Have they gotten any rain recently? It's been raining a lot where I'm at.
we sort of expected this because as it got darker and later into the evening, who knows what was going to happen. And then we've seen multiple fires and a lot of different pockets of chaos.
They have terrible taste in music. What's going on over here?
I thought they caught him here on First Street, like in downtown.
More Mexican flags. Man, you guys... Oh, no, is that American? No, what is that?
Savannah First, too far.
Almost looks like an American flag there. Yeah, I think he mutes it when he hears that music. I don't blame him, dude. You don't want to lose that monetization, dude.
Lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Damn, this coffee's good.
Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall.
Holy shit.
And hold that line
What
and push them
are they
back
shooting?
and
Fucking mortars?
first as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day kind of thing. But it is quite a scene, so we can just listen in for a minute here as you show us the
This does not seem tame. Whoever just said this is actually pretty tame. This does not look tame at the moment.
And you can see them fly through the air, but they don't.
I think it's just getting started.
Like what we just saw. It was almost as if an
Is that who said that? K-Mac?
Oh, well, I'm going to answer your flashbang with this.
There are points that are tame and then points that are not.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall, where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of.
I was hoping it would, Thomas. I mean,
you think about what time it is, 9:30.
Thomas says this is not going to get better. I was kind of hoping it would. There was a lull when it went dark that kind of got quiet, but I think that was just a little lull before things really ramp up again.
And people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown...
Oh, there's Mexican flag. Take a shot. Hey, at least the city buses are still going. They're not messing with the city buses. I mean, they need to get in and out of the protest, I guess.
Back to see City Hall right behind you there. It is quite a statement, quite a shot. And if I'm watching from another part of the country, whether I've been to Los Angeles or not, whether I know LA well or not, it is quite a visual to be watching this on TV.
Yeah, it feels like the whole world or the whole city is on fire when in fact it's just this, a few blocks really when you're talking about where these agitators are. They're not even anywhere close to LA Live or SoFi State, I'm sorry, Crypto.com Stadium. They're farther north.
Are waving flags and certainly trying to get the attention of the drivers as they're going by. People who in cars who are waving their own flags and shouting out to the crowd, shouting support, etc. But such a much different situation than the last time that you came to us.
I don't know what to say, boys.
When the dumpster was burning.
This is insane.
Out of control car was,
I'm kind of still holding out hope.
Scaring everyone.
Things calm down, but
and fleeing and trying to just stay safe.
Seems like the writing on the wall right now is this is just ramping up, and as it gets later, it's going to get worse. Even though it's Sunday night and the weekend's over, I don't know. Maybe it won't. This is crazy. Pink Trip says John. Yeah, John, you're right. It is crazy. Super Spurg, what's up? I know channel. Doubt insecurity is a learned behavior. I think it may be like this all summer. I hope not. I hope this is not another summer of love, mandatory myocarditis, but it's starting to look like it. Where's Trump's next thing on the East Coast in a major city guaranteed? Bang, that city is next to pop on East. Okay. Unemployed behavior? Yeah. Unemployed behavior. I think these are mostly illegals that are doing most of the crazier stuff, and they just have no fear because they know they're going to be deported. So it's like, what are they worried about?
You zoom out and you see a little bit more, but overall, law enforcement outnumbering people, demonstrators, protesters on this particular corner right here.
Yeah, but we're hearing.
B. Trooper says, a recent statement by Mexico's president in support of these riots has violated the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo.
that the demonstrations now stretch all the way
Is this
down
a troll
to
that I'm not
LA5,
understanding, or is this a real treaty? I don't know. I'm gonna look it
Yeah,
up.
that's a person up there in dark clothing.
Damn, it's so
directly
hard
on the high ground
to
of law
copy
enforcement.
things.
Oh.
Somebody's got a laser on him.
There you go. Running away now.
So I wonder if he was throwing stuff at the cops down there.
Get him.
See, that's. I mean,
Would that be the LAPD chopper that has the laser?
No, it would be somebody on the ground.
Oh, okay.
The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed on February 2nd, 1848, officially ended the Mexican-American War and marked a significant shift in the map of North America. It resulted in Mexico ceding a vast territory to the United States, including what are now California, Nevada, Utah, most of Arizona and Colorado, and parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Wyoming. The treaty also established the border between Texas and Mexico at the Rio Grande. So you're saying they violated this treaty so we can go to war? It's time to go to war with Mexico? Territorial secession, Mexico ceded approximately 525,000 square miles of territory to the United States, effectively having Mexico's size and doubling the U.S. territory. Yeah, this did not go very well for Mexico, did it? Ratification, impact on Mexico, impact on legacy. I mean, if she is involved in coordinating this and promoting this, like, that is something that she will need to answer for. I don't know if that's an act that we can declare war against Mexico for. But at a certain point, Mexico is run by criminal cartels. And if the president is just a puppet of the cartel, I don't know. We might need to do something about this corrupt-ass neighbor to our south at some point. But yeah, it'd probably get too ugly and not be worth the trouble. I don't know. But I don't see how what she said, unless I'm not getting it, how that would violate that treaty.
Take over on the street there, but it looks like the deputies kept firing those little pepper pellets, pushing them out.
Yeah, those pepper balls are
pepper balls
as well.
I love me some pepper balls.
That was the accusation lobbed at
some nice spicy pepper balls.
Agents in Paramount was that long before at least the demonstrators felt it was necessary, they were starting to shoot pepper balls. So that was the Border Patrol agents to the demonstrators in Paramount yesterday. So now it's LASD using those pepper balls. Can you smell it, Matthew? I know you had an incident.
What do you think these tourists are thinking right now?
Can you smell my pepper balls, Matthew?
Because we're not getting impacted.
Can you smell it, Matthew? My sweet little pepper balls.
But I actually have taken mine off at this point because we're all right where we are right now.
Okay, good. That's good.
So as we see this greater picture here, it looks like the crowd has been pushed back. Is that what the visual is for you as well?
Yeah, looking here, we'll zoom in. Looks like you can see the crowd walking.
The fire's still going?
Oh, sure.
There's still something on fire. Something's on fire in the middle of the street there. You can see some people on bikes and lots of cars going by. But it looks like the main crowd, dozens of people, maybe more than 100 going the opposite direction now.
Yeah, but if they stay together as a crowd, they're just going to move to another spot and light other shit on fire. So it's not a victory.
With the Sheriff's Department here holding the line outside of City Hall.
Yep, absolutely. But that fire continues to burn. So they were successful in getting something.
Military personnel do not use for operations after 5 years from date of manufacture.
Of course, they go bad after 5 years, so you got to buy all new ones. Yeah, of course. Just make the government fucking re-upload on shit every 5 years. Why can't you make something that lasts more than 5 years? Explain that to me.
Oh, hey, on Fox 11.
Okay, I thought that was going to be interesting.
They are showing a bunch of people on the street on Fox 11. Are people getting in a fight? What's happening?
Fox 11. Let's see.
And that's unusual. I see a guy there with a backpack, and I'm wondering whether or not that backpack has some kind of substance that allows for him, instead of shooting tear gas, perhaps he can just spray somebody with some kind of chemical or like a tear gas kind of situation. Do we know
Showdown.
where this is? Can
We got a
get
showdown,
some,
boys.
Direction on what intersection this is? Is that the same overpass where we had focused a lot of our attention earlier today when the 101 freeway was blocked?
And it would be
because I saw a little peek of what looked like
where
the 101
it's
freeway.
just so obvious that one is
I'm not quite sure
wildly
where it
different
is,
than the
but
other.
obviously
and
police are
represent
wanting
what
to
the
make some kind of stand there for some reason. Oh, I see what you're
serious to monitor and to take care of, because not just people, like we just saw that person on the bike getting pummeled for seemingly no reason, but then law enforcement as well, because there were so many close calls early.
Okay, who got pummeled?
Difference. Best to get out, yeah.
Oh, this okay. Let's see what happens.
They're gonna try to break it up there.
There's
got
some,
up
yeah,
and
someone
someone.
swinging.
Okay, I don't see any cops here. This is all just protesters. Let's see. Was somebody trying to just get through there on a bike? Is this the guy who's just trying to get through? Let's see what happens.
Can't see from where we are because again it's dark and it's dark down here.
Lauren, really.
Who is throwing off these fireworks? But I just, I think they throw them and run, but we can't see from where we are because
Oh, there's a fight. Yeah.
again it's dark and it's dark down here.
Lauren, really quickly. Left side of your screen. This is at LA Live.
All right. It's hard. I mean, it's literally like Where's Waldo with some of this shit.
There's a fight in the middle of the street, and somebody is on
Mexican flag. Take a shot.
the ground, and they are attacking that person.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, and I can't.
This guy? It's so hard to tell what the fuck is going on.
And somebody is on the ground, and they are attacking that person.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, and I can't tell. I don't know where that.
Is this an old guy on a little tiny
get up? I
bike?
can't tell.
Ooh, somebody just whacked that dude on the bike. Is that just an old white guy in the middle? I mean,
Yeah.
look, there's going to be a lot of racism involved against white people with this shit. So as a white person, just being anywhere near this shit, you could become a target.
And they are attacking that person.
That person in that.
Okay, let's go back.
He is on the
This is
ground.
hard to tell what the fuck is going on.
There's a fight in the
Where's that guy on the bike at? That's the thing. Is he?
middle of the street, and somebody is on the ground, and they are attacking that person.
Okay, that guy was on the ground. Okay, they were attacking him.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, I can't tell.
Now
I don't know.
this guy comes in. That the guy that whacks him?
Up, I can't
No, this.
tell for
Yeah, they got
This
up
guy.
and
Someone's swinging
someone's
again.
coming back and swinging on them again.
It's like an old
They're
white
gonna try to
dude.
break it up there.
It's like an old white dude on a little.
And this is that
Bike.
LA Live location that I was telling you about.
Oh yeah. Thugs. I mean, you got a lot of thugs in this
The
crowd.
person getting up there seems a little wobbly, obviously.
They hit
Oh
him
no,
again.
and then hit by. It looked like somebody else too.
Yeah.
You're
He's
hoping
doing
that they
his
can just get
best
out.
to get out. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh.
He's clearly injured and is not, wasn't doing a good
Yeah.
job of getting out of there. I mean, and you
He's probably a fucking ally. Guy looks like he's here to he's probably an ally, and they're like, just I don't know, dude. I don't know. This crowd is getting unruly.
look, and you know what's disturbing? And I saw.
I doubt that was some fucking Trump supporter, pro fucking. Looked like somebody was out there probably trying to show like, yeah, I support my fucking fellow Mexican citizens or whatever the fuck.
I saw it just now in the chopper shot. I saw it earlier. It is so many smiles on faces down there.
Yeah.
I mean, people think this is funny.
Yeah, I see that too. Like they're a bunch of fucking kids. Like it's like when I was 13, we had nothing to do. We would just sneak out of the house after midnight and just run around the neighborhood like, ooh, because we knew if a cop found us, we'd get a truancy violation. So it was like, oh, we're so fucking dangerous, and it was fun. It was fun. We had nothing else to do. We weren't actually causing problems. We were just knew that being outside would get us in trouble. But this is another level. This is a much bigger level than that.
They think that they're having a great time down there as they pummel that person in the middle of the road, start fires in the street. It's just really
A rehearsal for the next lockdowns?
Whatever message anybody was trying to convey.
Please don't
earlier
say
is
that.
certainly not being conveyed now.
No, and if anything, the difference is even more stark, right? Because you saw so many people protesting with signs and with flags and doing it peacefully and lawfully, but it's those moments of severe agitation and reaction, like throwing rocks and scooters and concrete and fireworks, and then bleeding off into these moments here, where it's just so obvious that one is wildly different than the other and doesn't represent what the majority of people are doing.
That guy's.
However, with that said, it still becomes
That guy got the fuck out of there
serious
quick.
to monitor and to take care of, because not just people, like we just saw that person on the bike getting pummeled for seemingly no reason, but then law enforcement as well, because there were so many close calls earlier in the evening, rocks and serious items being this close to hitting them in the head, or their cars, you know, engulfed in flames.
At some point, you gotta identify just one of these people that's attacking your vehicle and get out and fucking set an example. The crowd's scared shitless. I know it's not a smart move. You're completely outnumbered. If the crowd decides, like, I get it, but it just infuriates me.
Somebody else is down again, or if
yeah, it's like a small group has congregated there.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what's going on there, but obviously some yelling.
Yeah, I think that's in Lauren's shot, so we might want to be careful.
Some naughty language, boys. There was some naughty language.
Profanity there.
And you also have traffic here. Like there were some cars that were stuck in those groups, and we know how dangerous that can be, especially if you're not moving all that often. Here's more of it right now, and you know, they're just kind of drifting along. Really, this group.
There are a few people holding signs. There are several people waving flags there. And then
late stage capitalism? Yeah, that's the problem.
Wonder if they are a part of the protest, or if they're there just to.
News team doing a terrible job, K-Mac. I think it's a difficult thing to cover because it's madness, dude. It's madness. It's hard to know. It's hard to like wrap your head around everything going on.
I don't think there was any events there tonight.
Okay.
So that's, you know, good, because the last thing we would need is a stadium full of people funneling out into downtown right now, especially where this group is. And
this guy hiding now?
Why they declared that on.
Is this guy okay? I don't know what's going on with this guy. You okay, AXN News? Holy shit. Somebody go check on AXN News. Is he taking a break? Did somebody steal his camera? Did he set his camera down? What is he doing? Be safe, dude. He's out there risking his life to get some footage for us. It's just madness, dude. They haven't got control of this. Seems like there might be less people, but they still are not controlling these people.
The DA, the police chief, they've all said the same thing, that
the news isn't injecting a lot of fear like it used to. Yeah, it's not doing a good enough job at that, huh? I think they usually play this sort of shit down. I'm surprised they're even reporting on this shit.
There will be a great effort to track all of those.
None of these people can get jobs because greed and corporatism, late-stage capitalism. Yeah, I'd say it's more about a corrupt government. Like, we kind of have a lack of antitrust. We have a lack of like taking care of the things we need to in order to keep capitalism from becoming like crony capitalism and terrible. But that's more of a result of having a shitty fucking government that is more interested in robbing us than actually doing things like antitrust and making sure we have competition in the markets, you know? So I blame that on corrupt pieces of shit being in power for a long time now, and that's the people's fault for voting for those corrupt pieces of shit. Capitalism isn't inherently bad. It's actually pretty wonderful if you have a great government doing its job. Jesus Christ. Is there gunfire? What the fuck is that? Yeah, that's from this feed. Sounds like there's a damn gunfight happening.
If you have no perspective as to where this is
this guy okay? What happened to this guy?
Downtown Los Angeles here is where you're seeing these protesters, these demonstrators, these crowds of people still late at night out there, out in the streets. Not sure where they're marching to or just marching.
because now it almost feels like it could get surrounded at any moment.
Oh. We saw this one already.
Stuff now at the vehicle.
Yeah, this one's behind a little bit.
Just like launching them. I don't know if you can launch I don't know how they're doing it, but they are launching them.
Looks like they're launching them right at people.
I'm seeing. Yeah, hang on, guys. Possibly the sheriff's department might be moving in here that I can't fully see from my vantage point, but I'm hearing that the sheriff's department might be moving in here.
Might be?
Maybe
What are they waiting for?
That, it's dark out here. It's hard for me to make
Get control of your
everything out.
fucking city,
You know
dude.
what?
Is that cops?
With a white hat.
Cops coming in? Gonna scatter like rats now.
Yeah, right in front of,
Gonna scatter like rats.
Now the patrol cars are coming out here too. They don't have their sirens on, but here go. It's got a lot of patrol cars coming by here. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, probably more than a dozen, or right at a dozen.
Yeah, and Lauren, that does, to me, from this vantage point, well, that's a firework, obviously, on the right, but what we were listening to earlier did sound more like maybe law enforcement sending some tear gas or some, potentially smoke ammunition. We'll have to see. But it did kind of look like that, though you don't really see a heavy law enforcement presence over there. So we do have SkyCal coming back into that area, so we'll try to get a vantage point from there.
Bro, AXN News was the white guy on the mini bike that got beat up. K-Tech approach. Are you sure about that?
I'll say one more thing too, because Gio, we were talking about this earlier. I'm looking at this park here, and I see so many people walking their animals as if like nothing is going on tonight. And I know the dogs have to
he's
go
back.
out, I understand that, but
You trolling me, bro. You trolling me.
you just don't know what's going to happen.
Looks like they're calling for CHP to roll out. They're going to take off from
Or
here.
if the dogs need to go out, but I mean, it's just there are people just walking around as if it's any other Sunday night.
Yeah, and it's, as we continue our coverage here and kind of, it's worth taking a quick step back and reminding folks, because we have such a focus and such a laser focus on downtown LA, because that's where the majority of stuff's been happening, as you hear more of the fireworks going on in the background, because there is certainly, a picture has been painted, or at least attempted to be painted by federal officials, by members of the Trump administration, by the U.S. Attorney as well, and many others, versus the picture that's been painted by people like the mayor, the governor, congressmen and women that we've talked to throughout the evening. And this is just this is not all of Los Angeles. This is not all of Southern California. It is a sliver that we are focusing on right now. That doesn't make it any less significant, and that's, of course, why we're focusing on it. But the intensity level of what we're seeing here starts to get isolated toward certain corners, and that goes back to when we came on air at 4 o'clock and noticing things right on the 101, on the northbound and southbound lanes right there at the overpass, to the federal detention building, to just up the street, and you see those Waymos that were called in and set on fire, to now, crowds moving and dispersing even up toward Chinatown.
We got the horses back, boys.
Now an unlawful assembly has been declared.
Hell yeah, send in the horses. Dun 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 dun.
We're just going to follow the horses and call it a night, I think.
I'm having a smoke break. I don't want to do that on camera, but I'm here.
It looks like the only action left in this area is going to be over where we were, where the helicopter is.
AXN's okay. It's good to hear. Man, his feed is so loud. Look how low I got it. It is still super fucking loud. He is in the shit, boys. He is in the shit. What's up, everybody? Almost at 4 hours. What are we at? How long have I been doing this stream now? What are we at? I have no clue. I have no clue. It doesn't tell me how long I've been on. 8:30... 3.5 hours. It's fun. We're gonna be here for a while, boys. So smash the thumbs up. See if we can get it to 200. And thank you for hanging out. And if you want to support, you know how to do it. Become a member. Send a super chat. It's much appreciated. Thank you to everybody who super chatted already.
I guess that's why they call it horse-powered.
These guys got some balls, man. You got to give a lot of props to these dudes on the ground like this. This is the real This should be the real... I know it's annoying seeing all these people with cameras going around, but this is real journalism. This is how you get on the ground, real information, no filter. It's beautiful. But YouTube loves popping people that do this shit. These people get their channels taken down all the time. Or their content taken down, if not their whole fucking channel. Their whole channel. Oh, look at the pretty horses. Hi, Mr. Horse. Stomp on your face! Those horses are pretty, but they don't fuck around. What do we got here?
No quiet here on a Sunday night in Southern California. Matthew, again, you are outside of City
Yeah,
Hall,
it's...
where we heard today from
They're getting themselves revved up over there.
as it really...
So seconds from going through it, that's got to be really terrifying if you're driving down the road and then all of a sudden that goes off right in front of you. So, you know, a lot to still try and keep control of down here, and a lot that still could escalate, certainly if this crowd does not dissipate. You mentioned about the order that has been put into place, telling these people that they need to get out of here or they need to go home or face possible arrest. Either they don't have that word yet or they are ignoring it, because we have not really seen much movement. But hopefully things will get under control soon here. If not, we of course will still stay here on the scene and bring it to you as we are seeing
More coffee.
Live on the ground.
That last cup of coffee was so good. I have to have another.
Thank you. And as we continue to keep an eye on the situation, it doesn't look like much has changed there on the right side of your screen. There's another couple dogs getting walked by their owner, I presume. There on the left side of your screen is that live shot of the group of demonstrators, protesters that we've been keeping an eye on, just sort of migrating forward in traffic, through traffic, after.
Oh, he's talking about this screen. I was like, none of that's happening over here. It's over here.
Law enforcement, one vehicle or two.
Let's check on AXN and see what he's up to. Go pet the horse, AXN. Go pet the pretty little horse.
I think they're resting.
Yeah, it seems like they might have certain areas are under control. This area is not under control. Jesus Christ. $10 from Sleepy Ice. Thanks for the updates. Hey, thank you for the $10, Sleepy Ice. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate the support.
Well, Susan, you were talking about how we saw things escalate throughout the day. You heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell that when you have something
Jesus,
like
dude.
the ICE raids on Friday that were so
I wonder how late this is going to go.
so many people that you see reaction sometimes 2 and 3 days later. Well, also it's the weekend. You know, these movements by ICE were not something that the city was aware of, LAPD was aware of. So it's one of those things where it caught everybody by surprise.
Gilo says this is kind of lightweight. They went harder for the Dodgers World Series win. Did they?
Allowed people time to decide they wanted to come down and make some kind of statement.
What's up, Moosey Foracle 4?
Well, Matthew had pointed out too that there was a little bit
Mandatory myocarditis says they were trampling people in Canada like that during lockdowns. Yeah, I remember that. I remember. That one was kind of fucked up because the Canadians were peacefully protesting. That's the big difference between this and that. The Canadians were absolutely peacefully protesting as opposed to these fuckers. That trucker protest, they did it right. That's the way you're supposed to do a protest to win hearts and minds and hopefully get your agenda pushed through. This is not the way you do it. Let's get back, sorry.
Or called for the California National Guard to be federalized.
So, Matt, it looks like the Sheriff's Department was trying to push the crowd back. Then they kind of moved back to their position of holding that line there to protect City Hall. Can you sense that it did help to disperse more of the crowd there?
If you paint a Mexican flag on your Tesla, are you safe?
Yeah, it seemed like
I think it would be smart. I think smart people would do stuff like that at this point just to avoid becoming a victim of random mob violence. Same way people did that with the BLM signs and all that during the Summer of Love. What are we calling this, boys? Summer of Love 2.0? I don't think it's... I think we need more... If we have like a... If this keeps going, then yeah, this is the Summer of Love 2.0. Unless we can come up with a snappier title for it, like a cooler sounding title. Holy shit, almost at 200 likes, boys. Let's go, smash it. If you're enjoying this, smash that like.
Well, we are coming up on our 10 o'clock hour. Normally it's a newscast anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but given the length of coverage throughout the day and the night...
Yeah, you got 19,000 fucking people watching. You should stay. Don't go anywhere.
For me, and I'm going to step down here and allow this to...
Uh-oh. We got some mobilization, boys. Things are mobilizing. The Summer of La Raza? Yeah, that might be it. Summer of La Raza. It's definitely not going to be a white boy summer this year. Sorry, guys. Riots of 92 reboot. Man, I think those were still technically worse, weren't they? At this point, the 92 riots still technically worse? I don't know. I'd have to do some research. Best ratings they've had in a year? Yeah, K-Mac. Of course, dude. This is gold for fucking news, man. The worse our lives are, the better it is for the news. So, yeah, it makes sense. Riot 92 reboot. Riots of 92 reboot. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Will we get a cool anthem like Sublime did for us for those riots? April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you? I was out something with the TV while I was participating in some anarchy. That's a good song. I love Sublime. Sorry, don't hate me. All right, they got control here. I think AXN is smart. He's like, I need to stay close to the police. Like, the safest place to be is close to the police. As long as they know you're not a threat and they're being friendly to journalists. Yeah, much safer being close to the police than the fucking mad mob who might just turn on you at any second. If one person goes, hey, that's a Trump supporter. Hey, that's a Nazi. That's it. That's it. They're gonna jack you up like they did that dude on that bike. Let's see what CBS is saying.
And keep forgetting where I am. I've been here all night. Maine, right by City Hall. They've got that blocked off, and then they also have it blocked. Temple, and also down by Maine and Temple.
I didn't say this was anarchy. I was quoting the Sublime song, April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you? You were sitting at home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy. That's Bradley Noel saying he was participating in anarchy. I'm not saying it was. It wasn't. Jesus Christ. Can I quote a song, guys? Without being fact-checked?
And there's still a group of people. They look to be in the road right now. I don't know if they're going to be...
You can't say Latinx anymore. I agree. Should never have been able to say that.
Or they could just be crossing. But, you know, it's... Oh, see?
We hear these explosions, but I'm not seeing them.
We're not going to see any more fireworks tonight, and they keep getting bigger and bigger too. Now, I am seeing, looking at the headquarters here, I'm seeing a group of law enforcement walking. I don't know where they're going, but they're walking out.
They're doing some guerrilla warfare, man.
In terms of the graffiti
hit them one spot, move to another spot. Hit them and move. Hit them and run. I mean, that's smart if that's how they're doing it. I mean, that's some pretty... If that's the tactics, they're like hit and run, keep moving.
Yeah.
That's some pretty good coordination. You got to find out who's leading and coordinating this shit. You got to arrest those people like yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like
because this shit seems pretty. Somebody's got to be coordinating.
That barricade that they've placed in front of headquarters there, but you can see it looks like this group on our right side that KCAL has been.
Same. Looks like they're using Fox 7's camera. I mean, a helicopter. Ooh.
Downtown area. We are happy to see that people are
on National Guard. I've been very concerned that was not going to help bring peace to our city. And if anybody participates in violence,
that's Karen Bass.
then they are essentially saying that we need federal troops. Then I do not believe that we do. And
Karen, it's your fucking fault because you fucking riled everybody up. instead of, I guess you can't like take a step back and go, you know what, this is our fault because we decided to break federal law and declare ourselves a sanctuary city and that we're above federal law and border laws. And then you route everybody up. We're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. And then that other fucking council lady that's, 800 pounds. And then the president of Mexico. You guys all riled this up. This is on you guys. You should be apologizing and stepping down from your position right now. But of course, they will never do that. That is a lot of people in LA, Pink Trip, says John McCarter. Yeah, dude. LA is it's a shithole, John. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's a shithole. It's a sad. This is not like every day in LA, but it might as well be. Might as well be every day, John. So stay away from LA, okay?
I think that if people violate,
John, move to a nice small town out in the country, and life will be beautiful, brother.
the law, then they need to be arrested and held accountable to the full extent of the law, period.
Sorry, essentially...
No flexibility on that.
Essentially, what it sounds like what you're saying is if you really, really don't like the ICE policies of President Trump, going out and doing vandalism just makes them even more likely to happen.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I think it's quite ironic as you protest ICE.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Yeah, I'm just going to sing 90 songs here.
Protest federal involvement, and then you give reason for people to have federal troops here. And so don't give...
Karen, now, so, at least she's saying the right thing now. But they wanted this to happen. And this is all just more bullshit. Playing the game. Trying to paint herself in the right corner. So you caused this. And you wanted this to happen. Congratulations.
Give in. Don't do that. Don't take the bait. And you see people scramble.
Or maybe like people are saying, maybe Mexico is coordinating this and Mexico's literally declaring war against this right now.
Scrambling around and they're just
I don't think that's the case.
havoc.
I think it's more George Soros and Antifa types organizing this. And it's more the same people who did, because nobody got in trouble for the Summer of Love 2020. Who got in trouble for that? All those people were out the next day with Soros DAs. These are the same people doing it again.
Different places. This is not protest. This is not protest at all. And I think that the real protest ended several hours ago, and this is not helpful. If anybody thinks that by vandalizing the city that you are helping the cause of immigrants in Los Angeles, you are doing the exact...
Yeah, it's not anarchy, Slime. It's a civil unrest, a low-level civil unrest. I've never said it was anarchy. I don't know why people keep saying, or like debating me like I said it was anarchy.
Exact opposite.
I can see why some people will say this seems like anarchy because it seems like there's no law and order. It seems like people are just out in the streets setting things on fire. So I understand that point of view, but technically, yeah, it's not anarchy.
Immigrants in Los Angeles are being painted very negatively, and we all know Angelina...
And Bradley Noel probably used the word anarchy because it sounded good in the fucking song, okay? All right? So that's where anarchy comes from. It comes from the Bradley Noel song, for all of you guys wondering. I'm done talking about anarchy. Can we stop talking about anarchy? Thank you.
Know that is not accurate, but the pictures that the country is seeing on national TV reinforces that negative image.
It's all your fault, Karen.
To me, is the last thing we need to do as Angelinos. This is a time for our city to come together, not for our city to be pitted against each other, and absolutely not for there to be violence in this city. It's just not going to be accepted. They need to understand that. They might not get arrested today, but, there's a lot of videos out there, a lot of cameras out there. So just because you got away with it today, that doesn't mean that the police...
They're all fucking masked.
Yeah, that's
they're all masked.
Thing that we heard from the police chief.
Ban masks, and maybe you guys can fucking get these guys after the fact.
But Mayor, let me ask you, the police chief was asked where he would be today and whether or not he would get to the point where, what is more typical, he would ask for help. The state of California would ask for help from the National Guard. Do you think we'd be there now?
Well, I don't know if we would be there now because it's an interesting question because is that if the federal troops had not been deployed, would it have been necessary? Because again, I viewed it...
I need to look up the status of this because I thought Trump already sent in the National Guard.
Would we be here in terms of the random violence? And I think that that's something that we need to ask ourselves. I know that I support what the governor is proposing, which is that the president, the federal government, rescind the federal order and let the National Guard be governed like they should be, which is by the governor, not by the president.
No, I don't trust you fuckers. We don't trust you fuckers. We don't trust you, dude. I mean, let the national, I don't know. We could have a third party that we knew was not political controller, but that will never happen. But I don't trust him. So I asked Grok, did Trump send a National Guard to LA yet? Yes, President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles on June 7th, 2025, to address protests against immigration enforcement operations. The troops began arriving in the city on June 8th, yesterday, 14 minutes ago, Central Time, and were stationed at locations such as Edward R. Roybal Federal Building and the Metropolitan Detention Center to protect federal property and personnel. This move was made over the objections of California Governor Gavin Newsom, who called it purposely inflammatory, and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who clarified that the National Guard was not deployed within city limits for local law enforcement, but to secure federal sites. Because I'm not seeing where are these National Guard? So are they just hanging out at federal sites to like ensure that nothing happens to them? So they're just like guarding federal buildings? I don't know. I think Karen Bass seems to understand how bad this is, or at least she's pretending like she cares about how bad this is right now. So why wouldn't she say? I guess they're asking for the National Guard, but they want the governor to control it. Couldn't the governor just take control of the National Guard and declare an emergency? And let me figure this out. Let me ask Grok, can't Governor Newsom just take control of the National Guard if needed? Yes, Governor Newsom, as the Governor of California, has the authority to take control of the California National Guard for state-specific emergencies, such as natural disasters or civil unrest. Under his role as the commander-in-chief of the state's military forces, the National Guard operates under a dual state federal structure, meaning it can be activated by either the governor for state missions or the president for federal missions. So the president can do it for federal missions, which is probably what they're doing right now to protect federal buildings. However, if the National Guard has been federalized by the president, as in the case of the deployment to Los Angeles on June 7th, 2025 for protecting federal property, the units fall under federal control and the governor cannot directly... Okay, so Trump basically took over 2,000 troops, federalized them for protection of federal buildings. But Gavin Newsom, if he wants, could send the rest of the National Guard to Los Angeles to solve this problem, but he's not doing it. Okay. Basically, that sums it up.
Peace. My message is unity. My message is we support all Angelenos, and we are not going to allow our city to be painted as being invaded by immigrants when we are a city that is full of immigrants from every country that you can imagine.
All right, Mayor Karen Bass, I know how busy you are. We really appreciate your time tonight calling in. Thank you so much.
Sure, she's real busy. Real busy. Yeah.
Pretty much the last of the crowd.
Looks like they're doing a good job over here. People going home. Maybe it's Sunday night. People do got jobs tomorrow.
You guys need to go pick a side, pick a side. Leave the area, get out of here.
I think they're talking to you, AXN. I think they need you to go, bro. I think they're asking you to leave. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, angry woman alert. Angry woman alert. Yeah, arrest everybody in a face mask right now. I agree. Who said that? Corey. I agree, man. I think it's up to each local county to for their people to vote on that shit. But people should be smart enough to realize, like, there is no reason for people to be going around with their mask covered unless they're up to no good. Okay? Now, maybe you can make an exception for medical masks. For people that maybe for some reason they have to wear a medical mask in public. But anything other than that should be made illegal.
Right, I'm Maiden first,
Maiden
actually.
first, John,
but yes,
Maiden
Maiden, you know, yeah.
So he's swinging the camera around right now, and we'll kind of look and see what that situation is.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to
What
be
is happening over here?
A little bit here, but
Still a lot of people.
Yeah. So we'll check that out here in just a second as he
Give me a second, be right back.
Sky Cal around. But again, this is back where that original fire was. This is kind of in the area. There's all the motorcycles, and I think John maybe just up the street, right there on the corner, John, over to your right, near police headquarters. Yeah. So there's this group here that I think they're trying to address a bit further down, more towards the intersection, John, right there on the corner. Yeah.
Right there.
So that's the group they're trying to address. Standing around a little bit for the most part. We'll see. But there you go, another fire in the street, or that's the same fire from earlier, rather. That still didn't get extinguished.
But what we're seeing from Lauren's shot, you are seeing that large group there on Spring and First. On the other side, though, you started seeing a very small group, maybe only about 4 or 5 people. They started placing what looked like barricades in the middle of the roadway. And that is something we've seen law enforcement move pretty quickly to prevent or to at least dismantle, because that is a very dangerous situation as we're watching fireworks go off and law enforcement make their way down
there's
First
the
Street.
barricades.
Yeah. You can see it's that small group, but someone wearing an orange hoodie there has set up those barricades. It looks like in the street.
And when John comes around the old LA Times building, it looks like there was some more fireworks getting set off right there as LAPD tries to move through that area, which they do so carefully, or quickly rather, because every time they drive past a group, they get things thrown at them.
Hopefully I didn't miss anything. What's going on
right now? Because we mentioned this earlier about how it's every time one large group seems to be dispersed, another one seems to.
AXN. Might be time to get the fuck out of there, bro. They make some exceptions for people with cameras, but at a certain point, they're like, we don't care if you have a camera, you gotta go too. Boys, 15 likes away from 200. Let's do it. Smash the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Love you guys.
They slashed the tires.
Chad White, I agree with your message. Everybody that came in illegally should be removed. Problem is, a lot of people have come in legally, where I'm from. And, yeah. We got an area in San Antonio now that's called, I think, Texas's Silk Road. But I'm pretty sure all of them are here legally. So. Thank you, John. Appreciate the kind words. Sublime in the background works too good right now. You playing some April... God, I forget the name of the song. The song about the 92 riots.
Well, they broke out the glass here. They're trying to kick it out so they can drive
April 26th?
A couple of these
I think
cars got their tires
April 26, 1992. We need a Mexican Rodney King. How do you say I can't breathe in Spanish? What is happening here? Oh, shit. I guess they gotta break the window to be able to drive it safely. Guys, cops are vandalizing their own car. Somebody's gonna play this clip and be like, "It was all a false flag, guys. The cops were destroying their own shit." There you go, guys. Just take a picture of this, go on Twitter, and post about how it's all a false flag. I have proof the cops were actually destroying their own cars, guys. People will run with it. I guarantee you. You're gonna get a viral Twitter post. Go post it right now. They're kind of doing it like pussies, though, right? Like, put your back into it, dude. Whack that shit like you like you're a man. You're hitting it like you're some middle school softball chick. Looks like they're finished abusing.
They broke out the glass for a bunch of cop cars while they were over there. They came back. They had got to They left the cars unattended. They broke out the glass on this one, so the LAPD is breaking it out so they can drive away, I guess. And they also said they slashed some of the tires of the other cars back here.
Yeah, but wouldn't they not? I mean, they're going to have to clean up the glass now because the whole car is going to be covered in glass, the seats and all that shit. You don't want to be sitting on that. Ugh. That would not be nice.
New High Street or...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If we had had a little bit more time
I mean, that looks like some militia car. Like they just took some truck and carved a hole in the top of it.
Captain Paul Vernon wanted to make the point
They don't have a very big budget, do
National
they?
Guard was not
For the police
engaging,
there.
was not a part of trying to police the streets, but at the same time, where are they now?
I talked to her about that earlier.
Okay.
And she said that they are guarding federal property because that's their main.
Chris DiDio says the glass
right
breaks
now.
into smaller cubes.
And that
It's
part
shatter
of the
glass to prevent
challenge
cuts, etc.
has been
Oh, so it's
that
safe
so
to sit
many
on it
people were
and all that
focused
shit?
on the
Okay.
national- this
I
is
don't
something
know.
that Governor Newsom
I'm
said,
not an
that
expert.
so many people were so focused on,
That makes sense.
on the National Guard as a target that they actually had to use the CHP and the LAPD to protect the National Guard. Because they have, the signs on there that say National Guard.
Dude, it seems
but
like they got
have
this shit under
mostly been
control right now.
stationing them near federal property to try to help the federal immigration process as well. And we have not seen them in the streets of LA keeping order, which we have in the past.
Is it just me? It seems better than last night.
Think about 2020.
But I didn't watch last night live. I just saw the
riots,
clips,
and
dude.
there
So
was
you
some
just see all the
controversy of
bad
when
shit.
The National Guard should be pulled in.
You don't
Some
see all
thought
these
they
quiet
should have been
moments
called
like
in
this.
earlier, but when they did arrive,
I don't know.
they
It seems
helped
like it's not as
restore
bad as
order.
last night.
We saw them after the fires.
Oh, shit. Let me get me back on camera here. Sorry. What else we got here? Going on. Did he get away from the cops? Ay, Dios mío. Yeah, it looks like they got control right now, dude. I think those horses, man. Once people started getting run over by horses, that might have been like, okay, let's just go home. I think we made our point. Let's go home.
Another charger, dude.
Have a protest, and everybody has the right to.
Yeah, we already heard this. This dumb broad. Oh, it seems pretty quiet. Maybe this is a good time to announce my to give my speech. You guys ready? Yeah, let me find some music for my speech, okay? Need to find some good patriotic music to really set the tone for my speech. Let's get back to here we go. We'll listen to Karen Bass. I guarantee you, I will not be as annoying as Karen Bass. Let me find some music.
Get involved in trouble, get involved in the vandalism. And that just has to be made very clear that there will be consequences. So if you stand around and you graffiti a building or you conduct some other act of violence, you are going to be held accountable, and you should not think that just because you're going to get arrested tonight that you won't be arrested. There's
I don't know.
videotape of just about everything that happens in our city.
Mayor Bass, I want to ask about communication because obviously there's the National Guard component. When the president deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen, it's our understanding only about 300 are down here in the LA area. They have essentially not been really visible in terms of our live coverage that we've been keeping on all afternoon and all evening.
Let me pull up my speech. I won't be able to memorize this whole thing. I'm going to have to read it. I might also put on a country accent as I read it for some reason. Just kind of happens. Okay, boys and girls. Where did this shit go? Here we go. Good evening, fellow Americans. I, Pink Trip, am running for office of President of the United States in 2028. Our nation stands at a critical turning point. With the sorry, I'm gonna try to take this. But this is a serious. I'm seriously gonna fix the country. So if I laugh, it's just because I can't. It's hard for me to take myself seriously. With the 33 trillion national debt, 1.9 trillion in deficits, in a system that burdens hardworking people with taxes, inefficiency, and skyrocketing costs. Okay, the music just. The music's fucking up my speech. What are you doing? right, we'll go. I need a longer one. Yeah, okay, we'll go with this one. Sorry, I'm getting. I need the right music for this shit. Okay. I'm gonna start this over. Okay, starting over. Good evening, fellow Americans. I'm Pink Trip, and I'm running for office of President of the United States in 2028. Our nation stands at a critical turning point. With a $33 trillion national debt, $1.9 trillion in deficits, and a system that burdens hardworking people with taxes, inefficiency, and skyrocketing costs. We need bold, transformative change. As your leader, your leader, Pink Trip, I propose a comprehensive plan to eliminate most income taxes, pay off our debt in 30 years, achieve 4 to 5% GDP growth, and restore America as a beacon of opportunity. By returning power to states, reforming healthcare, and ensuring fairness in industries, I got to do these things that politicians do. From social media, let me start that over. Reforming healthcare and ensuring fairness in industries from social media, legalizing marijuana. I kind of fucked up on the speech there, but yeah, I'm going to reform social media and legalize marijuana. We'll unleash competition, innovation, and a true democratic experiment. Here's how we'll fix this country. Okay, I'm going to lay it all out. Trust me, I'm going to explain every inch of this. Plus, I'm also watching the feed, so we will go back if anything cool happens here. But yeah, try to pay attention, okay, because this is important. America's economy, at $27 trillion gross domestic product, is the world's largest. But it's weighed down by a debt that is 120% of our gross domestic product. Interest payments at $700 billion annually and projected to hit $1 trillion by 2030 drain funds from jobs, infrastructure, and education. Our $6.1 trillion federal budget fuels deficit through borrowing, which I will make illegal to pay anything through borrowing. Okay? While inflation, peaking at 9.1% in 2022, raises costs for gas, groceries, and housing. Healthcare prices gouge the sick. Social media platforms manipulate what we see and what information is available to us. And heavy taxes stifle your dreams and your ability to afford to live your life. This system isn't working. It's time to clear our debt, empower our states, and build a fair, prosperous future for every American. My plan, 7 steps to a strong, debt-free America. Okay. With your support and my authority to act decisively, because I will need to become a dictator for a little while to get this done. There's no other way to fucking do it, okay? I'm sorry. I will need to be a dictator for a few years, okay? All right? Trust me. I'll give back the power, but we need a dictator for a few years. It's about the only way to solve this. I will implement a 7-step plan to achieve a robust economy with 4 to 5% GDP growth, low inflation, a stable dollar, and zero debt by 2055. Step 1, end the Federal Reserve. Take control of our money. The Federal Reserve limits our ability to directly manage our currency. I will dissolve the Fed and empower the U.S. Treasury to print money. Capped at the average GDP growth. This part's a little complicated, but it's important that you understand it. Okay? The money printing will be capped at the average GDP growth. The average GDP growth rate over the previous 3 years, right? So, say the average growth GDP between 2023 or 2022 to 2024 was like 6%. Then in 2025, we will only increase the money supply by 6%. So, like, let's say we have a 6% GDP average over the last 3 years, and that would mean in 2025 we would print 1.6 to 2. 1.6 if it was 6%, 2.2 trillion if it was 8%. Okay, I know this is complicated, but trust me, the math fucking works out. All right. So if we have a 6 to 8% GDP, we can print 1.6 to 2.2 trillion in money without affecting inflation. Okay, because we are growing the money supply as the economy grows along with it. This funds a lean federal budget of 2 to 3 trillion for defense and essential operations without borrowing, so we won't have to borrow at all. Ending deficits completely. To ensure precision and prevent inflation or dollar devaluation, sorry, I'm having a hard time talking, I'll establish an independent GDP oversight board using real-time data, industrial output, retail sales, production. The board will set printing limits based on a 3-year GDP average. Okay, like I was trying to say earlier, but I went off script and fucked it up. Smoothing out fluctuations for accuracy. So basically to ensure there's no way we will print more or we'll print money at a level that will outpace GDP growth and then cause inflation. Okay? Just so you understand. For example, if nominal GDP growth averaged 6% from 2022 to 2020, I gotta shut this music off. I'm sorry. This music was a terrible, terrible fucking idea. Jesus Christ, where's the fucking music? She's fucking retarded. Oompa Loompa. We ended up on Oompa Loompa music, dude. Oompa Loompa music during my speech. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to start. Okay, I'm going to explain the GDP Oversight Board. The GDP Oversight Board is going to take the place of the Fed, okay? Just so you understand. And it's going to be independent. And there's reasons for this that will be explained later. I'll establish an independent GDP Oversight Board using real-time data, industrial output, retail sales, and production. The board will set printing limits based on a 3-year GDP average, smoothing out fluctuations for accuracy. For example, if nominal GDP growth averaged 6% from 2022 to 2024, we would print $1.6 trillion in 2025 to fund the federal budget. Okay, and that's how much money the government can print yearly without causing inflation. And guys might want to doubt this, but it's historically proven. The reality is it is okay to print money as long as you're printing money at the rate of growth of your economy. Okay, over that will cause inflation. Under that will also cause hardship as well. So if you print too little money supply doesn't grow with your economy, that causes problems. And if you print too much money that's more than your growth, that causes problems as well. So it's a balancing act. And we're going to make sure we get that balancing act 100% correct with this GDP Oversight Board. Where did I leave off? Sorry. This keeps inflation at 2%, as seen in the 90s. So with this fucking plan, we'll have the same inflation we had in the 90s. And maintains global confidence in our dollar, keeping import costs like gas and electronics affordable. Step 2, eliminate most income and payroll taxes. Tax only high earners. Imagine a paycheck free of federal taxes for most Americans. I will abolish federal payroll taxes and income taxes for earnings below $1 million, returning $3.6 trillion to you. A 50,000 earner keeps an extra 10,000 a year to spend on a home, on a car, on businesses, on their children's schooling, whatever they want. Put it away till you have 100,000 after 10 years, and then there's a lot of things you could do with that. To ease the burden of our plan's cost, we will tax high earners fairly. 20% income tax on anybody earning over $1 million. So that's anything you earn above $1 million would be taxed at 20%. So your first $1 million is tax-free. And 35% on any income over $100 million. Okay, so from $1 million to $100 million, you're taxed at 25%. From $100 million above, everything's taxed at 35%. That would raise $200 to $300 billion annually from the ultra-wealthy. This injection of $3.6 trillion will boost consumption and investment, adding $1 to $2 trillion in activity. So basically, that's money in people's pockets that will go to boost the GDP, and it will hypercharge the fucking economy, pushing GDP growth to 4 to 5% annually, rocketing our economy to $60 trillion by 2055. Now, these are numbers. I'm not making these numbers up, guys. Okay, I've run the math. I've done it. I've checked it with AI. This plan is about an 80% chance of success, which to me is about 100%. Okay, it's 100% in my mind. Pay off the $33 trillion debt in 30 years. Now, how are we going to do that? We will clear our $33 trillion debt by 2055, requiring $1.8 trillion annually, $1.1 trillion for principal, and $700 billion to $1 trillion for interest. We will raise $1.6 to $1.6 trillion, $1.2 to $1.6 trillion through fair taxes, luxury tariffs, 20% on $200 billion in high-end imports, yachts, luxury cars, shit like that. That'll equal $40 billion. National sales tax, 5% on non-essentials, exempting food, medicine, rent, etc., etc. Wealth and corporate taxes, that would generate $400 billion. High income taxes, so income taxes on high earners, 20% over $1 million, 35% over $100 million. That would equal $200 to $300 billion a year. Marijuana sales tax, we will legalize marijuana. We will tax it. We will also tax alcohol, cigarettes, anything that's not an essential, it will have a sales tax. and a much lower one probably than we already have now. Legalize marijuana nationwide, taxing sales like alcohol, raising 50 to 100 billion a year. Any shortfall, which is calculated to be 0.2 to 0.6 trillion, will come from the printing within the GDP cap, avoiding borrowing completely. By 2055, with a 60 trillion GDP, our debt to GDP ratio will be near zero, freeing our budget up to do a lot of fucking things. We will basically restore the future for our children. We're going to phase out Social Security. I know, that's scary, right? Sorry, it has to be done. Social Security, while vital for many, must evolve to reduce federal burdens and empower individuals. I will phase it out slowly, ensuring current recipients receive benefits until death, and those who paid in get an equivalent amount transferred to private retirement accounts. So if over your lifetime you've paid in 30 grand into Social Security, that will be transferred to a private retirement account. And that account will not be taxed if you decide to take that money out. That we won't be taxing retirement accounts, okay? The fair transition protects retirees while giving younger workers control over their savings, reducing federal costs and aligning with state-led innovation. States can offer supplemental retirement options, competing to serve you better. Step 5, shrink the federal government, empower states. Our federal government spends $6.1 trillion, much of it on programs better handled locally. I will limit the federal role to defense, $880 billion, debt service, and minimal operations, cutting the budget to $2 to $3 trillion. Programs like Medicare, education, and welfare, $2.5 trillion after Social Security's phase out, will shift to states, with $500 billion in federal grants to ease the transition. States will raise taxes, like sales or property taxes if needed, to fund tailored services, boosting efficiency. Step 6, unleash state competition as a democratic experiment. By returning power to states, we'll revive America's founding vision as a laboratory of democracy. States will compete for citizens, your families, businesses, and dreams by offering better services, lower taxes, and innovative policies. A state that streamlines education or retirement options will attract residents and businesses thriving economically. Others will copy their success, as seen with tax reforms in Texas and Florida. This competition will drive out waste, spark innovation, and bring out the best in governance, ensuring long-term prosperity. Unlike the federal government, states will fight to earn your trust, making America a true experiment in democracy once again. One of the big differences you have to understand is that we can move states. States have to compete. If a state is terrible, a citizen can easily move to Georgia. They can move to any other state. The federal government doesn't have that kind of competition because you're a citizen of America. You can't just move to another country. Wealthy people can, but most people just can't move to another country. It's yes, there is competition with other countries, but it's not the same. So that competition will create better governance in the long run. Step 7, reform healthcare, social media, and industry for fairness and growth. To ensure our economy serves all Americans, we'll tackle systemic issues. Healthcare reform. We'll remove insurance companies and middlemen from practicing medicine, restoring the doctor-patient relationship. By ending price gouging, we'll make healthcare affordable, reducing costs that consume 18% of GDP and easing burdens on families and states. We will also hopefully have states that will adopt their own healthcare plans. And I think the way to address healthcare is to get the cost down, to do what it needs to get the cost down. And I think getting all of these fucking blood-sucking fucking parasites out of the way will do amazing things for the cost. And we'll make it just about the doctor and the patient. And maybe we'll have general practitioners that take care of families. Yeah, a complete overhaul of how things are done. Okay, marijuana legalization. Legalizing marijuana and taxing sales will generate 50 to 100 billion, funding debt repayment while respecting personal freedom. Social media as utilities. We'll treat social media platforms like utilities, similar to past telephone companies. Platforms must use fair, simple algorithms, prioritizing viewer interest, not special interests, and stop attempting to control what you see and hear. If a platform also earns money from content, it must share that revenue with the creator, big or small, ensuring fairness. Strategic tariffs. We'll use tariffs strategically to make U.S. industries like manufacturing and technology more competitive. Protecting jobs and boosting growth will keep consumer costs low through precise implementation. These reforms will create a fairer, more dynamic economy, funding our plan and empowering every American. So step 8, I decided to throw an extra step in there for no reason. Rocket GDP to fund our future. Tax cuts, healthcare reform, and state competition will unleash a $3.6 trillion economic boom, driving 4 to 5% GDP growth, doubling our economy to $60 trillion by 2055. Printing 3 to 4 trillion annually by that point within the GD cap will fund infrastructure, defense, and innovation without debt or broad income taxes. Investments in technology, energy, deregulation, plus competitive industries will sustain this growth, creating jobs, raising wages, and ensuring every American thrives. One other thing that probably the only way I will increase the size of federal government will have to do with antitrust. We will get hardcore with antitrust because in order for capitalism to succeed, we need to have true competition for employees, competition for jobs, it's every step of the way. And it seems that is barely existing anymore. So we will do whatever it takes to restore competition so that people actually get good service, good goods, and not just bullshit because they have no choice. We'll definitely make sure there's more than one broadband company. Okay. We'll make sure there's like 8 broadband companies. All right, so the benefits for America: strong economy, 4 to 5% GDP growth, 2% inflation, and a stable dollar fuel jobs and opportunity, doubling our economy to $60 trillion by 2055. A debt-free future, $33 trillion paid off by 2055, with debt to GDP dropping to 50% midterm, freeing funds for progress. No income taxes below $1 million, only 20% over $1 million, and 35% over $100 million. Plus, targeted tariffs and sales tax raise 1.2 to 1.6 trillion from the affluent and new markets. So we raise money from those who can afford it and not people living paycheck to paycheck. Okay. Fair systems, affordable healthcare, legal marijuana, and equitable social media empower individuals and fund growth. Strategic tariffs, competitive industries. Strategic tariffs protect jobs, boosting manufacturing and tech. Efficient government. States compete to deliver better services, cutting federal waste. Democratic innovation. State competition fosters policies that work, spreading success nationwide. Global leadership. Precise GDP-based printing maintains the dollar's strengths, keeping imports affordable and keeping confidence in the dollar high. That's one of the concerns, right? When I looked up this stuff, one of the concerns was like, you can't get rid of the Fed because people will lose confidence and they'll think at any point some political faction will come in and just, they can print whatever amount of money they want. And that creates uncertainty. And so if we create this independent body that is the one who sets how much we can print and they base it off something real like GDP, that will create more confidence, not less, right? So it will be great for the dollar. Addressing the risks, okay? Challenges exist, but I'll tackle them decisively. And I think a lot of these challenges, things that pop up, will be momentary, and it will be very clear right off the bat when people have so much more money to spend. Like the economy is going to blow up right away. As soon as income taxes are done for people earning less than $1 million, there's going to be so much extra money. The economy is just going to be a lot of these figures, you know, for how much the GDP is going to go and all, like it could be even better than what these figures are. I think there's a chance it could be. All right. So challenges do exist. Inflation, printing 2 to 4 trillion risks 2 to 5% inflation if GDP is misjudged. But we did a very good job. If the independent board's 3-year GDP average ensures accuracy, keeping inflation at 2%. All right. So that's why I came up with the idea that if we base it off an average of our last 3 years, there's no way to get that wrong, right? We're not basing it. We're not trying to figure out what our GDP is at this moment. We already know from the last 3 years how much we grew. So then when we print in that 4th year, we're actually behind GDP growth. Okay. So we are growing, but there's no way so it'll be beautiful. And if we decide to fight to make sure that we get energy prices as low as possible, inflation is not going to be a problem. Okay. And I will make sure that energy is a number 1 priority to get the cost of energy as low as possible. Dollar and import prices, ending the Fed risks a 5 to 10% dollar drop. Raising gas from $3.50 to $4 a gallon, which I think would be worth it to get out of debt in 30 years and get rid of income tax. I don't know but that's probably not going to happen. A phased transition and transparent board will limit price hikes. State disparities. Wealthier states may outshine poorer ones, right? Federal grant, $500 billion and monitoring will ensure fairness. Look, states are going to have to compete. Some states are going to fail. And hopefully at some point the citizenry figures out like, hey, this state's doing really good. So let's elect local politicians that will enact policies similar to this state that's doing really well. But it's going to be great because local is what's going to matter. Local is what's going to matter. Okay. Your tax dollars are going to go locally. The people that are going to control your life are going to be local. It's so much better. Trust me. So much better. State disparities, got that one. Debt service, interest, $1 trillion by 2030 strains revenue. Debt restructuring will ease the burden. So there is a possible we could restructure our debt and ease the burden. So that's a possibility too, but I didn't include that in here. Global shocks, trade wars or oil spikes could slow growth. Reserves and trade agreements will keep us resilient, right? So yeah, we just need to make sure that we're producing as much oil as possible and we keep the cost of energy as low as possible. And we will have a beautiful inflation, okay? Transition costs. Phasing out Social Security and reforming healthcare require careful planning. Grants and private accounts will smooth the shift, okay? So everybody that has Social Security right now, they will get it until they die, right? But if you're not on Social Security yet, you get a big fat check right into your into a private retirement account that you choose. And you can take that money out that day, or you can let them invest it and keep it as a retirement account. It's up to you. You get that money back. And that's going to be a big bite, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's the fair way to get rid of Social Security, the fairest way I could think of. And we do need to get Social Security. We can't, we can't keep funding it. It's going to break the fucking country. All right. And each state, if they want to replace Social Security with some sort of retirement plan and whatever, each state can figure out a way to do that. And maybe the states will be better at it than the Fed. Okay. Global shocks, trade wars. Okay. Read that one. Transition costs. Read that one. And reforming healthcare require careful planning. Grants and private accounts will smooth the shift. Once we start getting, it won't be long after like 4 or 5 years of like, we'll see how amazing this is. Trust me, it's going to be amazing. There's no doubt. This is very obviously the way to go, a way to solve the problem. And it's going to give us so much. In 10 years, we'll be in such a better position economically. Like, it won't take long. And then in 50, of course, when we're debt free, or 30, when we're debt free, it'd be great. But just 10 years. Our debt to GDP ratio is going to be so much better. And the economy is going to be booming like it never fucking has before. And investment is going to be through the roof. Okay. We will have corporate taxes, but like, again, that'll be based on how much you make, right? If you're a small corporation that just started, again, I probably keep it exactly the same. Anything over $1 million, I don't know. We'll figure that out. There's still some details that need to be worked out. Why we need to do this now? Our system is broke. 1.9 trillion in deficits, 33 trillion in debt, and 700 billion in interest, fuel inefficiency, heavy taxes. Sorry, I got to get my brakes right here. All right, 700 billion in interest, fuel inefficiency, heavy taxes, and soaring healthcare costs and manipulative platforms stifle your dreams. Inflation erodes your paycheck, and federal bloat ignores your needs. We can't borrow forever. My plan cuts taxes, clears debt, ends borrowing, and drives 4 to 5% growth, creating jobs and prosperity. States will compete to serve you, healthcare will be fair, and industries will empower creators and workers, reviving our democratic experiment and ensuring every dollar you earn builds your future. Path forward, 2025. And the Fed. Treasury prints 1.6 trillion, which is based on a 6% GDP. Based on what the GDP. So the average GDP from 2022 to 2024 was 6%. So that would be a 1.6 trillion money supply growth, right? So our money supply would grow by 6%. Eliminate income payroll taxes below 1 million, impose 20% over 1 million and 35% over 100 million. And once we become debt free, guess what? We can get rid of that one too. And we could completely not tax anybody's fucking income at all. But we need to do this because we're fucking in debt, right? And that's not your fault. Well, it is if you voted for it. Raise 1.2 trillion, luxury tariffs 40 billion, sales tax 700 billion, wealth corporate taxes 400 billion, high income taxes, income taxes on high earners. I don't like the way it's written in here. 200 billion, and marijuana tax 50 billion. Print 0.6 trillion for debt, based on our 1.6 trillion. So like 1 trillion will go to to fund the federal government. 0.6 will be tossed more towards the debt. Begin Social Security phase out, transfer funds to private accounts, protect current recipients. Remove insurance middlemen from healthcare, legalize marijuana. This is all in year 1, guys. Regulate social media as utilities, impose strategic tariffs. Shift programs to states with 500 billion grants. GDP grows 4% to 28.1 trillion. 2035, year 10. At that point, assuming a 6% average GDP over the last 3 years, we would print 2.2 trillion. Debt would, at that point, would be reduced to 15 trillion. Debt to GDP ratio of 80%. States innovate, compete. Healthcare costs drop. Industries thrive. GDP hits 4 to 5%. Year 30, 2055. At that point, assuming a 6% GDP, which it could be higher because we're going to be fucking booming, print 3.6 trillion. Okay? Debt paid off. Debt to GDP, 0%. Economy, funds, programs, debt-free. We are now debt-free, and we have 3.6 trillion a year to fund our federal government, which will be fucking tiny. And we probably won't, if it's up to me, if I'm still running things 30 years from now, we won't need 3.6 trillion to run the federal government. So that's a lot of shit that can fucking, that's a lot of shit the government can do with that money to help its citizens and not start fucking wars, which, by the way, we won't be doing. We'll be worried about our borders. I'll probably reduce the size of the military. The cuts will probably be even more than this. But if I just stuck to this alone, 30 years, problem solved. What's stopping people from doing this? Our government has no interest in solving this. Somebody, nobody's, have you seen anybody introduce a plan like this that's this detailed to how to solve the problem? I haven't. Now, I did use AI to double check a lot of my ideas and how they would work, right? I need to know the numbers. I need to know how much we need to raise in taxes. So AI helped me with this. I probably couldn't have come up with all this on my own without AI to make it this polished and shit. But yeah, these are all just obvious common sense ideas that I've been thinking a long time about. And I just was like, let me just put it all together. And yeah, I think this is a path forward to solve this. So my commitment to you, as your leader, I will deliver a debt-free, thriving America by 2055. You'll keep your paycheck, access affordable health care, and share in digital prosperity. States will compete to serve you, and industries will create jobs. With an independent board ensuring precise GDP-based money creation, we will grow to 60 trillion, pay off 33 trillion, and secure a future for our children. And a bright future where we can fund anything we fucking want at that point. This is our chance to fix America, not with debt, not with taxes, but with growth, fairness, and a renewed democratic spirit. Vote for me, 2028, Pink Trip. And together we'll make America a powerhouse of prosperity. Thank you very much. Anyway, yeah, 80% chance of success basically is what the AI tells me. I think it's 100%. You know, things can happen. We could have famines and fucking natural disasters and you know, giant wars that fuck everything up. You can't control that. But assuming anything major like that, I mean, even things like that, it'll make things tough, but we'll get over it and we'll get right back on track. But with this plan, in 30 years, this country will be, all of our problems will be solved. Rather than going off a cliff, which is where we're going right now, in 30 years, we'll be debt-free. Our children's future will be bright. And it'll be before 30 years. It won't take long. We'll just making progress. Once we start making progress and that debt starts going down every year and people are keeping their money, God, imagine how happy people are going to be when you're not getting income tax. Like, yeah, that's our welfare. Our welfare isn't, oh, here's free money. No, our welfare is, we're not going to take your fucking money. That's the welfare that I'm going to give you, okay? Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm not good at giving speeches, but I still think it went pretty good. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think here? I don't know. I wasn't reading the chat, so let me see. I'm going to see what you guys think. How bad was that? Zadochis, Cane Sword, Pink 28. All right, I got one voter. $2. Thank you, Zadochis. Spread the word, guys. Spread the word. Let them know the Ping doctrine that we got a way to fix this if we would stop being bitches. The other thing, I mean, I would probably have to like take on extreme powers, maybe declare an emergency or something like that, and just I would need to figure out a way to be a dictator for probably the first 4 years, just so I could set everything in line. And after that, those 4 years, once everything's set in place, I can I can go back. I mean, we can bring back the Senate and Congress, who are the cause of this problem, the fucking cause. Anyway, yeah, that's the problem. How do you do this? Because you get, as president, you have no power. You get in, you can't do anything. I don't know. You need a dictator. I think that's what you need. Did I have riot footage in the background, boys? Yeah. Let me see. It went outstanding, but a lot of us dropped off. Oh yeah, it's getting late. Plus, everybody's here for the riot shit. I didn't even know I still had the riot shit going, and I'm not good at speeches. How did you make in the stock market? I made 400K. Focus on stocks. You need a wizard for that. Let the dogs out. No, because he's dead. But I guess you guys weren't even listening. You guys aren't even talking about my speech. Love you, Pink. Stay safe. That's not a moon. Okay, I thought at least people would debate me and tell me I'm wrong. Must have been too hard to follow me because I was all over the place. Yeah, and Pink is going to get released to jail. Yeah, okay, whatever, guys. Guess no comments on my fucking speech. I guess I got no voters. Okay, I got a vote, but he didn't listen. Politics is hard, guys. Yeah. No one listened. Cam Mitchell, Pink Trip 2028. Guys, I'm telling you, that is a plan that can solve the fucking problem. I'm telling you, it will. It will solve the problem. Thing is, you just can't do it because they won't let you do it. Everyone will stand in the way because all these people are going to be put out of work in their fucking their way of making money. You know, it's going to be great for like the average person, but a lot of people who are benefiting off this broken system, they're going to fight it with everything they have. Oh, Gavin Newsom.
He's immoral. He's taken the illegal.
Thank you guys for hanging out.
Act and
I think it was a good speech. Just too bad nobody wanted to listen.
Guard, and he's putting lives at risk. I mean, is it truly unconstitutional? I know.
If the 92 Rodney King riots had as many cell phone videos recording it, how much more crazy shit would we have seen? That's a good point, TRD 185, with the $5 Canadian. Yeah, so it would be hard to compare. But we do have a lot of like documentation of it, just not to this level. But there was a lot of people filming, like when the trucker got pulled out, like there was helicopters and shit. But you're right, we might have seen a lot more shit.
No, it's been done before.
I definitely think that was still worse than this.
Executive order, it directs the Department of Defense.
Oh, 204 likes. Thanks, guys. We got over 200.
Collaborate with state governors. So by definition, it's illegal. There was no collaboration. There was no counsel, no consideration of the rules of engagement. It was a reckless.
Is he talking about Trump federalizing the National Guard, the 2,000 National Guard units? I don't think that's illegal. I think Trump has the right to do that, and he don't need your permission.
Act that has led to conditions that have been exacerbated, and it's putting people's lives at risk. So can't he declare an insurrection and go forward with this? Yeah, he potentially can, and there's latitude. But as it relates to the actual language in his
Reginald
executive
Denny.
order, there's a reason we're going to court.
Reginald Denny is the name of the guy who got pulled out of the truck and beaten to near death with a brick.
Tomorrow, and the reason we're confident that we will succeed. That said, he's pushing
just for the crime of just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, if I understand.
now at the boundaries.
I like your plan with the Social Security account. Yeah, tell me what you guys liked, what you didn't like. I mean, I thought it would be like, honestly, that is to me, I don't know, dude. I love the plan. I think it will work, but it's so hard to get people on board shit. I mean, think about it. No income tax. We stop fucking spending, paying for things with debt. There's no reason for us to be paying things with debt. There's just no reason. I mean, people think like we're printing too much money. The reality is, like, there are points we printed too much money, but like there were a couple years there where our GDP was good and we didn't raise the money supply at all. And I get that because they're worried about inflation. And to me, inflation, yes, it's caused by our debt, right? It's fucking insane that we bought. I mean, I'll get rid of fucking treasury bills, treasury securities altogether. Like it will be completely not even a possibility paying for anything with debt. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm tired. I'll keep losing my point. Let's go back to this. We'll end this here soon, boys. I'm getting tired now. I don't think anything's happening anymore.
In that case, to then
Let's see.
require
I don't want to hear what Gavin's got to say. No sound on this one? Oh, so they're taking pictures with the cops now? The fuck is this? Yeah, I guess things are going okay now. Oh, there's some pops in the background. I think they got it under control this time, dude. Oh, yeah, she wants some. The same chicks who were probably throwing fucking rocks at you earlier, dude. I wouldn't trust him, bro. I wouldn't trust him. Oh, let's see what's going on here.
Arrest they have made.
I do not have a number of arrests yet. We will have that for you maybe by tomorrow morning. Leslie, I really appreciate you asking about the well-being
it's over
of
now.
our
I mean,
deputies. People forget that when police officers and deputy sheriffs...
Yeah, there's still some people out there, but they're not. I think they know better than to fuck around right now. Or they'll bring those horses out. Start running people over. All right. Oh, no, there's a fire. Yeah, I think this is over, boys. I mean, they're trying to... This cop literally still fucking... They're taking more pictures? Alright, I was behind. Yeah, okay, because this guy's...
To attack the democracy, wants to attack the best of what makes this country. The reasons are...
You see what they're doing? They create this problem, and he comes out, and what does he do? He attacks Trump. It's all Trump's fault. Trump's caused all this. And the people that are anti-Trump, with the, cases of Trump derangement syndrome, which, by the way, I've not been that happy with Trump, but I don't have TDS. They're going to buy this hook, line, and sinker and be like, yeah, you're right. This is Trump's fault. You're right. You're right. It's not the Democrats' fault for having, letting illegals just come in willy-dilly and being a sanctuary state and not letting the federal government enforce the law. And now you have a bunch of people that aren't even citizens who are rioting in your streets. No, it's not their fault. It's Trump's fault. I mean, he's Hitler. Of course it's Trump's fault.
Our founding fathers lived and
Fucking
died.
pathetic. They're going to do whatever they can. Again, this is all about getting elected. This is what this is about. It's about because they see the writing on the wall right now. Nobody wants to vote for them. Their shit sucks. So they're going to try the best they can to make things terrible for people so that they can get angry at Trump. Which one is playing here? Gotta be this one. This poor helicopter pilot's got to be up here all fucking night. Nothing's happening. Are they actually talking to the police? I guess they're just hanging out by the fire. Yeah, I think this is over, dude.
I honestly think it was the flashbangs, don't you? And then they shot more flashbangs.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, the guy who was dumping water on it.
So the police started the fire with their flashbangs? I mean, that's possible. It's like, wouldn't that be funny if the worst fire that does the most damage was started by the police? That'd be kind of funny. Right. I guess we're going to call it, guys. I don't think there's anything... I honestly think this is over. And it's already what? No, it's only... Fuck, it's only 11 p.m. Only 11 p.m. over there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll give it a little more time. See if anything cool happens. Yeah, he's giving up. He's giving up. You pussy, you going home already? Okay, this looks interesting.
Yeah, we have people who commit crime. We don't care if they're immigrants or not. We have amazing deputies who will respond, investigate, take people into custody.
Yeah, why aren't y'all putting that fire out? Is that cops or is that protesters?
Yeah, and Sheriff Luna, we have heard,
That's got to be cops.
Some situation.
Yeah, this is good. This is come on. They're still hanging out, but I think they're scared of doing anything because of the police force. So I think it does seem like they're having a victory tonight. Because yes, it was bad, but some of those videos I played earlier from X from yesterday, nothing like that. Well, except the. You're on the freeway now. Get out. Yeah, you tell him. Get back on the street. Except for the bridge one, where they were throwing shit down from the bridge at the cops. That was pretty bad.
side is.
Get behind the fence. Get behind the fence.
I'm out of the line of fire.
She's got an attitude on her. I think the volume is up on this one. Oop, what's going on over here? Yeah. I'm just afraid I'm gonna, like, as soon as I turn it off, it's just nothing's gonna. As soon as I turn it off, it's gonna be fucking kicking off again. See, we'll fucking I'll react to some chats. We'll give it a little time. Nasta Vida. I am in Texas, man. I'm nice and safe and sound. What's the number to call in, Pingy baby? Call-ins are dangerous, Zato. I might set up some on Discord for like people I trust, not just randoms, because they could come on and say whatever, you know, they can go right away with the words that are going to get me in trouble. So call-ins are dangerous. They've gotten a lot of people in trouble doing them. American Psycho. Misinformation, get this guy in jail. Who we locking up? Gavin McGinnis? Or not Gavin McGinnis. Gavin Newsom? You got to wait a boot over your head, then we can vote for you. Okay. You got to wait a boot over your head, then we can vote for you. I don't know what that means, Daily Quotes. I just want someone to hear me rip a good fart. All right, Don. I'm sure that dream can be satisfied at some point. They really do keep us at each other's throat. The psychology is strong. Daily, question yourself why you want attention. I'll vote for you, but you have to legally change your name to Not Sure. I don't think I'll get votes if my name's Not Sure. Gavin is blowing smoke. Yep. All right, we'll check this one more. Oh, there's still that fire. That's the same fire, though. Oh, yeah, finally, police department shows up. Good job, guys. Good. Not police department. Fire department shows up. Good job. Okay. Let's live this.
People don't keep showing up year after year at event after
just
event.
put out the fire, call it a night. This shit's over.
And you know, and I was, and it was interesting if you were, which was at the top of the 10 o'clock hour.
I think he turned his sound off on this one. I don't know what they're filming. Something's going on.
Oh, shit.
Still firing rubber bullets? Well, they want you to go home.
Are they shooting shit this way? Yeah. They're shooting, man.
Yeah,
careful.
Dude. Maybe it's time to go home, bro.
Well, that shit hit like right here.
I'm glad you're not from LA, John. LA sucks. This guy's
you want to sell your helmet?
Got the loudest stream ever. So are they just wandering around just shooting at anybody with rubber bullets that's just not going home? Like, get off the street. That's what they should do. Like, get off the street. The quicker you get everybody off the street, the faster you can go home and get some sleep.
Looks like firefighters got there from up top.
You blame Seth Rogen, Medjo? Well, yeah, Seth Rogen sucks, but he still was funny. He used to be funny. I'll give him that. I'm actually a gay Mexican. Hey, congratulations, Daily Quotes. I'm happy for you. Oh, no, you said I'm actually a spy Mexican. Sorry, I don't know why I read that as gay. I read that too quickly. A spy Mexican. Okay. Okay, Daily Quotes. I'll keep my eyes on you, bro. I'll keep my eyes on you. I don't trust Joe Rogan if he doesn't want you on his pod. That's because he's got his own agenda. But if he was a good guy, he'd have you on. I'm just not that... I'll be honest, Musi404. I'm not big enough to be on Rogan. Rogan can get anybody in the world, like... Maybe one day it'll be slow enough that he'll be like, oh, let's see if Pink Trip wants to do an episode. But what's he going to do? Like, not interview some giant celebrity so he can interview me? Yeah. I think a lot of people ask to go on, and that's how they get picked. Like, I'm not going to ask to go on. I don't know. But I am going on a pretty decent-sized podcast on the 20th of this month, unless it falls through. I'm pretty sure it should work. I'm pretty sure we're all set up to do it. What's the name of this guy's podcast, dude? I didn't know who this guy was, but he sent me an IG message, and then I checked, and he's got like 11 million followers on IG. I'm like, okay, maybe I should. And then he sent me a message. It was like, podcast? I'm like, yeah. You got 11 million followers. I think we can do a podcast. But yeah, I got to go to Houston on the 20th to do this one. Yeah, Digital Social Hour, Sean Kelly. So I should have asked him, like, why do you want to talk to me? What made you want to talk to me, of all people? But yeah, you know, unless he cancels on me or something, we should be doing that one on the 20th. So that should be fun. Hopefully that'll get my get me out there a little more and bring some people over here. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. You're welcome, Kai Tech Approach, for the coverage. Thank you. He says, thanks for covering the riot. And $5. Thank you. This has been fun. I've enjoyed it. I don't do too many really long streams like this, but I might start doing more because this might end up becoming my job. This seems to be the only path towards making a full-time living again on YouTube because my supercuts, that's not happening. So you might see more of these from me. Yeah, I think he turns it off when the music comes on. Oh, take a shot, boys. Take a shot.
Where the communication between federal law enforcement.
See what we got here.
Headquarters. And okay, they went the other direction, so you can't see him now. But we still have had the choppers above us, the police choppers as well. And we're just kind of, it's so odd. It's like a, you know, you have traffic going here, and then you have all this action going on here too. And it looks like the police, they might be just going the long way around as they try to secure this area more. I think, as Mike has been saying, you know, they really want to close in on this and break this group up. And the more they do that, the better handle they're going to get on.
I have to say that they're doing a pretty decent job right now. I think they're doing a pretty decent job. Oops.
And agitators as this night
It seems like they've done a good job.
No one's supposed to be here. They
Today.
This, you know, told everybody to leave. No one's left. Oh, some people have left. I shouldn't say that. There have been people who have left, but there's still been a lot of attention over at this building here for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's because it's next to the PD headquarters. I don't know. But
this chick takes some deep breaths between talking.
Maybe about 15 minutes ago, we
saw the people in the street doing blah blah blah, and then I went to this woman. That's what it sounds like. Sometimes, not all the time.
So there's definitely something going on. The choppers also have the big spotlights down too, and they keep shining it down here, trying to get a feel for what's happening here on the ground.
Yeah, you know, seems almost peaceful now.
Yeah, we heard from
that's
the
really
sheriff.
it for right now. Again, and I know the
open, but in Compton, you know where that donut was? Oh yeah. I go in, they're all fucking
Oh, this is that crazy.
Next to Alvera Street, right? So you know this.
See, they got an update on this.
Where the gazebo is.
We can show some of a safer situation than what we saw yesterday, and you know, and we've seen, you know, some extraordinary scenes throughout the day.
Yeah.
We saw the freeway.
Even these guys are saying it's safer. So yeah, there was some fucking crazy shit, but it did seem not as bad today. I guess the publicity was maybe the Democrats were like, yeah, we need to shut this down before it gets too crazy, and now they can do their fucking rounds blaming Trump for all of this.
Shut down for several hours. We saw CHP vehicles that were hurt there. Maybe we can show some of.
Well,
look at this.
This video is
wow.
Really
yeah, this was crazy.
We didn't really 100% understand what this driver was trying to do. But in addition
me neither.
To having a mini street takeover, doing the donuts in reverse.
Whoa.
Then you notice that the agitators,
but look,
they are taking their ire.
I'm pretty sure they were probably doing this before he started doing that. Now I could be wrong, but dude, if I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say the fucking rioters throwing rocks at his windows is probably maybe what set him off. But we can't really prove that from any of this video.
Out on this driver.
Wow.
So then he takes.
Or maybe just this crazy shirtless fat white dude was just joyriding, like drunk and like, let's go have some fun. I don't know, but it is a little weird he's not wearing a shirt.
From that location, notice that he's now throwing things out of the van. I believe that's because some people were successful and got their rocks and concrete through the driver window or passenger side window. Then he went into the plaza next to Alvera Street, right? So you know this area, it's near where the gazebo is, where there's oftentimes a lot of music and dancing. This is not an area where you're supposed to be driving unless perhaps you're like maintenance or delivery or something like that. We watched the driver as he tried to get back through.
Somebody said do a collab with Shane before he gets too big. Shane's already too big. I've talked to Shane a few times on through DMs and shit. I've tried to get him on the podcast. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm not too ashamed to bother people that follow me on the internet to get him on the podcast and talk to him, but yeah, he's already too big, so it's probably not gonna happen.
Those barriers there couldn't, so then backed back up, and then eventually got out of this area. So now he's on that edge of Los Angeles Plaza, Avera Street, Chinatown, and he's going at a fairly high rate of speed. Now he's going to get to Cesar Chavez, this intersection here, and then he does this where he decides that he's going to back up. Now he's going in reverse. And P.S., there's a lot of other people. There's a bicyclist that eventually gets sideswiped by his irresponsible actions. He gets out of the car here. Watch what he tries to do with this very heavy dumpster. Oh, we don't have that part. But notice how people realize, wait, there's something wrong with this guy. So they go running after him. Not that they're going to catch up with him, but they're...
Yeah. The protesters were so brave fighting off the half-naked man in a minivan.
There was an effort to stop him. That guy threw something at him. So a lot of erratic driving. And then this, where it was remarkable.
It's like a pursuit without anybody pursuing him.
Exactly. There's no law enforcement over. We were over. Skyfox was over. Then he just gets to an area.
I wonder if we're going to get an interview with this guy. This guy's going to become a little fucking celebrity. He's going to explain what happened.
Savannah Street and East First, and
Going to be the next Hawk Tua.
gets out of the vehicle. There he is.
Or what if he does everything like Bert Kreischer? He just shows up to all the interviews shirtless. He might have a career.
Right there, he's talking to some woman. He's by that light pole. Without any kind of resistance, he is arrested by police.
What are the chances you think he was on something?
Very possible.
That looks like a...
Daily Quote says, make hospitals free from tax money. You can have private hospitals as well. Homeless need a chance out. Vets need above all workers' right. Can't fire someone just because you don't like their face. Yeah, civil rights are still going to apply, right? We're going to make sure it's a meritocratic society. But Daily Quotes, what needs to happen is people need to take control of those types of situations, the hospital situation, the healthcare situation, locally at the state and county level, and vote for policies that you want locally at the state and county level. And maybe in 15 to 30 years, the federal government will have their finances in check and will be small enough and with a big enough GDP. There can be talk about, ways the federal government can help the poor again. But right now, we got to stave off complete, utter destruction. And this is the way to do it. Well, not causing too much hardship, because people are worried about the hardship that's going to be caused by the federal government going down and becoming smaller. The states will take over. The states will take over these things, okay? You can vote on that locally. You can, as a people, vote on the shit you want locally. But yeah, it needs to be done. The hardship that will be caused if we don't do anything is going to be 1,000 times worse.
And this is the moment where he sideswiped the bicyclist.
Hopefully that.
So we have a little highlight there.
Daily Quote says, how come can people fire employees no cause and no punishment? I don't know, man. I think it's a slippery slope to tell somebody they can't fire anybody if they don't want to fire them. I mean, I think we can keep being against discrimination, like, religious, political, racial discrimination in hiring and firing. But, yeah, it's, a company wants to get rid of you. I don't think they should be forced to pay you if they don't want to.
So
that's wild.
For much of watching this, we were so confused as to what he was trying to do. What was the point of the donuts?
Dude, is it that confusing? I'm telling you, it seems very obvious that he was fucking attacked with bricks. Giant rocks, had windows broken. He was one of the fucking innocent. I mean, we saw it all day yesterday. We saw it today. They weren't just targeting police cars with these bricks. They were targeting innocent civilians driving around. So possibly that triggered this motherfucker. Maybe he had a head injury. That's a possibility. But they're not even considering that as a possibility. They just jump to, oh, this must just be a crazy person. No, he might be a victim of fucking violence that's behind a car with a brain injury. Or just freaking out angry because he was just attacked. I mean, it doesn't make what he did right, but I have theories.
Included officers, they've got the less than lethal.
So I guess these are all these are highlights of the day. I thought this is good. This is good live now. Let's give us highlights.
in front of the horses.
So one of the big headlines of the day was the arrival of the National Guard without the
They didn't seem to do much.
permission or request of Governor Newsom, but President Trump
Or LAPD
insisting
chief.
them to come in. And you see, this is images of the National Guard outside. I think this is a federal facility in downtown Los Angeles.
I think that's the MDC, yeah, the Metropolitan Detention Center.
That they're protecting there and making sure that everything is okay. So I think, you know, an interesting moment, by the way. We just had, I got a text message from Alex Villanueva, the previous sheriff.
People still hanging out. Go home, dude.
Guard. If you were watching us about 20 minutes ago, we had our interview with Governor Gavin Newsom, who said that President Trump has been a stone-cold liar when it comes to having a conversation.
That's some GTA 5 shit right there. That's when you get 5 stars.
Said to me that Gavin is the stone-cold liar. In 2020,
Where's the helicopter with the fucking the SWAT team propelling down?
I never consulted with him, used the Cal OES mutual aid protocol. He's, of course, blaming his successor, Sheriff Robert Luna, who he...
Yep. All right, boys. This has been fun. Let's hope this is over. Let's hope this doesn't become a summer of love. Okay? And if you didn't listen to my speech, go back and try to understand it. I'll share the document. I'll share the speech with anybody that wants it. That is a way to solve this problem. We need to fucking start having solutions. And this solution, people will say it's crazy, but the math works out. It will work. And people, it will work in a way that it will not be like detrimental to regular people, right? Because what's going on now is we're just continuing to tax more, continuing to spend more. And all of this is falling on the average American whose taxes are going up, can't afford rent. This will give immediate relief while also tackling the debt. And it all depends on just getting the size of federal government down to only what's necessary and letting the states take over and be, and it's basically a Thomas Jefferson style vision of how our federal government should work. Okay. Love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. We got 211 likes. If you haven't smashed a like yet, hit it on the way out. I appreciate that. You guys have been awesome. This has been a long one. How long have I gone? 8:30 for almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you next one. I'll be doing some more streams, 9 o'clock this week. So come back and say hello. We'll be talking about whatever the fuck's going on. Hopefully no more of this shit, right? Appreciate you guys. We'll see you on the next one. I'll go ahead and hit the outro for this. Take care.
Please subscribe and hit the like and ring that bell if you want notified. Here's some other videos to watch that you might like or you might not. Have a great day, my internet friend. I hope I'll see you once again. Please subscribe and hit the like and ring that bell if you want notified. Have a great day, my internet friend. I hope I'll see you once again. Please subscribe and hit the like and ring that bell if you want notified.